his home. I'm not one of my days on the shoe, so just like your phone, you know, I probably should so to the end you translate, whether it's translation or is something that you own. Otherwise, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then that picture of her on something that is yours. I have personally, in the realm of personal growth, only asks so far out of way for people that you'll never hear about that, especially people. And that's what it's like to do is to have role models. Trying talent to like people upgrade. But a lot of times we compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what this person's proposals are. He doesn't want to do this for that. He doesn't want to do this. That you should do all. You only have to consecrate. You only can consecrate. That's which you own. You can't consecrate, and it doesn't belong to you. It's so often in life you forget that it doesn't only expect of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of you what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of you someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of you is to take a personal responsibility about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we're honest about. And then utilize those in pursuit of personality. You can only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our in our power, in our spiritual lives. What's the case? This is very interesting. It says there, right, so Reuben gives this to his own sheep outfit, right? And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, we're scheduled to be here tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah place, but if you need the sheep for something, if something comes up, whatever he said was going to be whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it. So it's interesting. Fine. Gemara says, as soon as it was, that's the zone. Now again, what's the idea? Why these people? Sorry about this. The reason is because you can remember, this all happened with this sheep transaction. The idea that's being happening here is that something can only be invested in for it stands when there's a lot of transactional business. Now, we see that by a sheep case, and ultimately we see it by the SEO zone or by a private police case. That'd be more just to go into a private police case. So, by a come up and shut someone. So, let's say, same thing. Reuben gives Reuben to take care of somebody. The sheep on Tuesday, the Dia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish. She consecrates it. She didn't offer up with the cover. So she's makdish. So what's the status now of the mount? Even the Amamara, and the rest of the Rabbi and the Sulasa, the Mount Ashby Basi. So these things are making something hectic is the equivalent of offering it up. In other words, really the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hectic is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, you say only that the act of going in and makdish it verbally is the equivalent of offering it up. In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but the some guy that's the animal's gone. The makdish ultimately again is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she's makdish? Again, for the lesson, you heard the shiny is in the case that she offered up on Tuesday, by the time the Dia occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be public estimate zona because it was no longer in existence at the time the Dia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdish. Wednesday the Dia occurs, and ultimately we said the time of the Dia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an extra or not? So we're saying, Rabbi Eliezer. So let's say, going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right? And we're saying, Rabbi Eliezer, Shekabba V'Hikri Vasa. So remember again, the way of the Vasa understood the case of the extra genre. Right? Because she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time that she occurred. That's V'Hikri Vasa.
So that does because you offered it up as no longer in existence. About the Isha, so low. But from the below the statement here, that if she is not Isha, the animal is still in existence at the time that the Bia appears, perhaps the animal wouldn't have been called an Islam Zola. Much the message knows. The Rabbi mistake to me by the truth is, this act of this Shaila is Mamish Shaila of Allah himself. So the message is not. Nifsha Shita is Rabbi Eliezer, that we also now come back to Shasamo, but this is Shastia. Because Rabbi Eliezer saying the only time it doesn't mean the Esra is when the animal was offered up before the Bia. But by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps, again, that she was just makish, she the animal still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case, halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Islam Zona. All Dilma, V'tivasa Shitale, V'kishasa Nisakta. I mean, maybe obviously it's not enough and it's only going to exist under the Bia. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Islam Zona. But in case we just consecrated it, I'm not sure. Which the Gemara says take it. It's really not sure. So interesting, we have to say what comes out in this case over here is first of all, so it's important lesson number one. We're not finished with Islam Zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Islam Zona, as a public payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment and Bia. If that order is not followed, either payment and Bia, or Bia and then payment, ultimately again, it is not considered to be an Islam Zona. If he deposited an animal with payments, now, the idea doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up to the karma. If she's not distant, she consecrates it. So the animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia, and the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the thing. Okay, let's analyze it. Let's see, has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means to be for consecrating salvation purposes. So immediately, Mary is the kasha. I don't understand this. The Mary says, immediately, but regardless, the Bible says that David has relations with the son. And then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people say all of the girls late. I say he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the heart rate payment, and it's still the answer. And I'm not going to stop, I'm not his dog, no pasture. So listen, I can't say this important. The rights that we hold the ball on days 62 said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not investment, no transaction immediacy. Here, the Bible says that there's relations, even if it's 3 years later, ultimately it is still usher. I'm not going to eat stuff, I'm not this little passion. Which had the Amar is Ba'ali Li, is Ba'ali Li. To tell us that. How the Amar is Ba'ali Li to tell us that. So let's say this is very interesting. So here again, so we're talking one case of another case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identified the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, to tell us that. So ultimately, again, where it says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. Alright, so let's analyze the way it was. You only love to tell us that my hobby, I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday, moving a little to the office. He says, have relations with his zone. He says, have relations with you for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay us for 3 years. 3 years. Now, what is all because it has the status of a public payment for this transaction immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it first. In order for it to be first, one has to have the Gemara says, because I'm going to tell us about having such shifam. Right? Remember, livestock animals require shifam, require to be possession, which the Gemara says is so that one is for common okay? So apparently, it's actually interesting. Ultimately, the big of shifam is only written by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't use the shifa so far. So it's not that a son of who's not Jewish. You guys know about this. The old one is only saying it's talking about the Charlotte. If you don't, they call you the Chassid. Oh, interesting, you have the sheep standing in the hut. In which case, again, ultimately, this creates she requires. Second, either type of Hashira, Bala, the Hasmasala, Hakama, or if it's in a chutzah, in our she requires in our get relationship with her, and it's ultimately again it's already in her chutzah, she already required it. What are you talking about? In other words, she acquired it before. So this is like the entire dramatic stuff. That's another because she's acquired the sheep before the law. If the sheep is standing in her chutzah, which you must have the shocking and handy out to keep. Very interesting. Now here's the case. So when it comes to Raphael, right here, this sheep is not posted. Remember, what is a post? Here, essentially that in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for villages. Right? If I don't pay you money, you can take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really require the sheep initially. She requires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amar he might see not late, he's in the time that yes, this is perfect, right? You let's say within the next 30 days, look, you love, and it's not shockingly the estimate. Take this sheep ultimately again as the harvest and fine. Massive negotiations, some help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling the estimates of these questions. And we're other or let's say again, let's say Ruben employs 90 drivers and workers. Listen at this page. Now, the way ultimately, again, between them, it actually points out that this here, Rashi spoke people come more on their hearts. These workers are non-Jews, or they're on their hearts. They just unwilling Jews. It also is unwilling Jews. They have this important point. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? Okay, so actually before we get this. So he goes in and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, don't use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's their payment or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink. Go and eat. So let's say now the Gemara says the Eno Choshish. Do this. Eno Choshish. He doesn't have to be worried. Something like this 63. Lo mishum shvius, lo mishum ma'ash, lo mishum rayos. Now let's say here's this interesting about this. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa. He's giving them money. Now, because it's an apple or on their hearts, this means when maybe the apple is going to go by Yahinas, right? Or maybe ultimately again, the Amaharet is going to buy Zika or my sashimi he doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money and he's saying, Chevra, do what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Lo Mishum Meiser, right, if you look at Rashi, it's actually the last one, the last of the long lines, not Rashi. The Ha'ihu, Lo Savilu Midi, Ela Priti Yair. We don't view, Ruvain is not the one giving them any employment, it is giving them money. It's covered here, this is for your food, this is for your food. What they choose to do afterwards, essentially, is not unrelated. It's not unrelated, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now what? Time pass out the following. Some of you 63, second line down. The Arla said to them, Su ve'ichlu v'ani porea, Su shtu v'ani porea. And he says to the workers, like donkey drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. All. Now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Now why is that? With Rashi, the issue over here is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like she's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his work. See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100, here's food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on him. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his work. What do you see from there? He can't part of the maintenance of so what you see from there is that halacha l'maisa, not going to say, we're now going ahead And circling back to the Rabbiana case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbiana case. Remember, the Rabbiana, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they repaid the poor with 8 year produce. Yochanan said, not a problem because no transactional immediacy. So listen, what do you see now? What do you see from this last piece over here? Amor, so what do you see from here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right, pays the bill, so even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, halacha lines of this transactional immediacy, and he is typically paying for these Shemitah produce, shaming produce, and problematic. Therefore, he says. Ofenami, Kikapara, Isakapara. So we get by Rabbiana, when they retain 8 years, ultimately again, isn't that ultimately Shemitah produce? Same thing. If you must take them out of Fisto, then something Hamakito in the Shabbat. So no, it's different. So what we still need to go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to the Archilak Buffet, 20 Leibner Pebble. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruvain, ultimately there is transaction immediacy that's happening right there. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that just a moment. 20 Leibner Pebble is actually right across the left. Kind of getting some of the shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from you. He regularly extends credit. שכבר הכירו, שכמות שיש נוהגים לכאן לא לחייבים תוך החליפים. So what's that? So that's it. There is transaction immediacy. Really not just saying stand one where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore it's going to be almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers or laborers, whatever items, and Ruben is going to immediately pay for that. But again, that doesn't apply in the case of Rabbiana, right? This wasn't like a credit situation. It was only together. Therefore, that case is fine because it lacked transactional immediacy. Again, using that if the payment were to send out his workers, in case, so you can go drink, I'll pick up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him. Then it sounds like what? Mutter. And it should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, if that's the case, then set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case of the price up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat into a drink, make it two different cases. What should these two cases be? The Gemara said, when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the company already has the money to be prohibited items. How about company Sheinema people, but shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be caught. In other words, better for the price to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same on one detail difference than to highlight two different cases. Here's the message of old. Company Sheinema people need on the shopkeeper. What does that show? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is not still obligated to the company? Person says to his friend, payment money of employees, vehicle from the costing rough. So what happens? It's like Ruben goes, right, I go with Ruben. Say, Ruben, do me a favor. Then, right, give him money to Shimon, and all of my property will be coming to you. What's that for? Clearly, if ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor, you must say, what do you see here? Now, again, that's even assuming that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from here? When you ask someone to go ahead and encumber transactional immediacy cease to occur right then and there. Amarava, Loshna Tipa, Loshna Shimati. You're right. If it doesn't extend credit, it doesn't seem to make a difference. You must Loshna Shimati. Afagab the Mishabele, even the low Miyachit Shibude, low Nissa. So what's the difference? So look at Rashi over there. Rashi says, even though Miyachit Shibude, look at Rashi, big wide line, Rashi is on the bottom. Give up Shibude, so Yiche lo Miyachit Mo's Love Khalifa moving below this. Since Reuben did not go ahead and actually set aside money, right? He's telling his worker, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the cash. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money has been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional needs. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. שלא ייחי למוז לקחת לך חליף ונינו ולא נצא. Sorry. The Gemara says, "Ela hachal ha'maichel sheish." So that's the case ultimately again. So when you need to be considered that, you shouldn't shvius. So the Gemara says, "Hal lo miyach which is the hachal." So ultimately, again, says the Gemara, ultimately again, what do you have to be concerned about over here? Ela hachal ha'maichel sheish. You should shvius. What do you have to be concerned about over here? That halacha l'maisa that perhaps again shvius produce versus hal lo miyach which is the hachal lo miyach which is the hachal. Ultimately, again, same thing. Because no particular monies have been designated or advanced, it does not create transactional needs. What's the case? The case over here is where the Balabais advanced the money to the family. Okay, so this changes everything. Look at Rashi. Shekilo, Balabais dinar the family, Chodem Sheshalach Etzlo. The Hashtami the Balabais Kaapli Yisurde. Okay, so this changes everything. So in the case over here, ultimately, again, when the Brisa says that if Reuven says to his workers, go to the chemini, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is where already Reuven gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. I'm not kind of. I'm so the Shmite coming to us in the So the Gemara says as follows. So Rav says as follows. So we'll say, so again, all of this is all on this same realm of transactional needs, right? That's the theme that's happening over here. So the Gemara says, I'm not kind of. I'm the Shmite coming to us in the So kind of said, I said this over in front of Rabbi of Narrative. What happened? Amarle, Ihachi, Aditanit Su'u Be'ichlu, Su'u Shesu Vanitore. If that's the case, the Brisa shouldn't read that Reuven says to his workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay means it sounds like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? Su'u Be'ichlu, Su'u Shesu Vaninachash. You should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shop. Because again, we're saying now the case on here who they prepaid. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, and then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? To which he goes, oh, you're right. So you're right. Tani, I'm sorry, I'm like Tani, ultimately the following way. That halach l'maisa, Reuven says that is so. Case, remember, essentially there are two cases in Brisa. Case number one is where Reuven gives his workers $100. Says, "Chaver, go out and eat, go out and drink on me." That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on me. Case two, the way the Gemara is understanding it now, is that halach l'maisa, Reuven prepaid the chimni. He went ahead and he gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, "My worker is going to come in. Let them buy, let them eat, let them drink." Okay. Now the Gemara says that's the problematic. You have to be concerned. If they have access now to prohibited food items, because then it's as if Reuven is going ahead and supplying with prohibited items. And the way that Brisa should read is Reuven says to his workers, go out and drink, and then I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper afterwards. That's how the Gemara is going to say. We'll stop over here for today. Shkoyach everyone. What a daf. Wishing everyone a wonderful day. Let's say good morning. it is a graceful sparksome to be able to learn a brief overview. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosim Shpachat Yisrael, for dedicating all the drushos this year as a sukkos for Besoros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Habalim Lotova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Rosenzweig, and Stanley Rosenzweig from the Bracha. We got learning sponsors, Dr. Eddie Faith Wolf, in connection of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Chaver Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno, and Abnasa, and from the Bracha. And of course, as always, we dedicate our learning this sort of precious have to just make this welcome. We have to bring them home. Shalom and Bakarach and the merit for this social message for give them success. The whole Amasi. We're excited about ahead of us today. Today's daf is Samach Gimel 63, and we are picking up on Samach Bezin base 62b. Today, Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the verse says as follows: Today, Rabbi Yana, Yas Yishmias Nanu, Parlo Bishmias. Very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana do as follows: they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and then repay them with eighth-year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, it actually says, there's something very interesting. Yas Yishmias called him Smanaviyah. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicality, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So that's once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi Yanai would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim, and Shminis Achar Adir, Chaviti Per Shminis. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8,
but I'm kind of proud how I feel so it takes me all college days.
Ultimately, again, with new produce, 8th-year produce.
So there's the thing, if you can beer, like,
so they came and they said, so some people mentioned this package of something about
you get really
people.
But it's like you won't get something that quickly because of the gas and it just like builds up in your stomach. You have to whiz on it. But vodka or hard liquor, that would fuck you up. That would very quickly.
Members of the house of
and if you're out there, like, what fucks you up the hardest? There's this thing called jungle juice. My parents had it. Which is called
we saw yesterday that when we get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item,
I mean, so what do you do? How do you make it, Rabbi? You get a cooler.
So, for example, the concern over here is business like one is transacting business with Shemitah produce, then even
wash it
8th-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really
I don't know like the exact proportions,
because
but you
there's
put
not there's not immediacy, or they should say there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken during the Shemitah year, and
if you really want to
quote people paid during the 8th,
which is like
because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition involves upon the 8th-year produce. That's the ideal here. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not develop upon the 8th-year produce. This is very interesting, and this is to connect them to Eslan Mutter. And interestingly enough, a similar case
it's hairy
come up with Eslan
punch. Large batch of fruit punch made with liquor like vodka, rum, and tequila, cut fruit, and fruit juices. It's often served in coolers or punch bowls and is known by regional names such as jungle juice, purple, nazarene, or PJ. It's commonly associated with college parties and large gatherings. So, did you ever make this?
Bryce says,
Maybe.
Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Right? Ruben
There's just something when you're pouring in that alcohol. Anyway, I would always be careful with that. Jello shots, you gotta be careful with those because it tastes good.
What's the halacha?
With the thing, I used to get so fucked up on allegedly.
For sacrificial use.
And it wasn't for a long time. I go through phases.
If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep,
and perhaps
he didn't have relations with her,
whatever.
But of course, it's permitted for a carbon wipe pshita.
So I had this.
So he didn't have relations with her, but ultimately, again, the lamb is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says,
there are these things called power hours that were really big. I don't remember the first time I heard power. Oh yeah, maybe I do. I remember I was in high school. That's college kids, which was like super not normal.
What's the meaning of the statement in Raisa that says that halal
so what I was doing,
is mutter?
And
doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says,
I heard somebody say you want to do a power hour.
Listen to this.
It's like, where you drink a shot of beer
only afterwards.
every minute. Or not. And like my friend used to have this down there. It's like 6.5 beers or something like that. It depends on the beer. It depends on how you.
In other words, when there's immediacy,
but like bar shots sometimes are smaller, like a standard shot. Really, mixology was really big. Really, oh, we know how many beers were in a keg. Fucking heads. You ever see that like meme of all those numbers that are coming past the person? It was like that. When it came to like alcohol percentages, you could ask like an 18-year-old kid like what the alcohol percentages and like Mark and David, like Mad Dog 4040, and they'd be like, what type? I'd be like, huh? And they'd be like, oh, are you talking about the red one, the blue one, the yellow one? Like, they're like, you'd be like, oh, they're different? Oh, fuck yeah, they're different. Really? Yeah. And what is it? I want to say it's under 14%. Like, that was a big thing. Something like that. Anyway, 14% was like the big cutoff. You could have under 14%, you go wild. Over 14%, you'd be in trouble. So that was always like a big thing, 14%. And I got a lot to say of this story. I don't want to tell you. This is Kabbalah's hockey, but I'm fucked up, so whatever. And I'm sure people enjoy this more than me. Some fucking asshole who lived 600 years ago who talked about a fucking himself or something. Anyway, so my like the first time I did a power hour, it was really fun. And I wanted to like it was done with music. So what is it? Every minute a new song comes out, which is tight. But sometimes there's like the part of the song that you really want to hear, and then it just switches songs, so whatever. So power hours are like big. Like I don't know, a year went by or something like that, and I had done them, but I never like made my own.
And then let's say gives your sheep on
and my friend was like, hey, we should do a power hour. It's like, dog, it's a Tuesday night. Like, yeah, we were fucking, everybody drank. Like, you'd get some Chinese kid who'd be like, and I'd like, do you drink? No. And I'd be so fucked up by the end of the year. Be drinking 6 nights a week, maybe more, maybe doing like day drinking. Like everybody got fucked up, but everybody starts like, no, I don't drink. Really, oh, and everybody would just get trashed, just absolute shit shows. I mean, terrible. Like, okay, so there's this time in my life allegedly where, like, I just had a list of chicks who I could just invite over. And I remember I had this box of girls' numbers that I could get allegedly, that I got, and I would just get girls' numbers, and then I just put them in this big fucking box. And then if I ever just needed to hang out with anybody, I just stick my hand in this fucking box, like one of those big like hopper things, like just boom, some chick, who the fuck is she? Rachel. Okay, hey, what's going on, girl? Hey, you want to come over? and you get confused and all these things. Anyway, not really though. I mean, but I made mental notes. But sometimes I get them confused because sometimes they were twins, and I'd be like, "Oh, which one's which?" Really, yeah, that actually made it really difficult. Twins changed the game. But all right, so my friend was like, "Dude, we should do a power hour." And I'm like, "Dude, it's a Tuesday." And he's like, and I'm like, "It's like
righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas." Now, obviously, that's not
class and stuff.
Right? The goal is
and
to have some level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas. But most of us,
we didn't have like Spotify. Like we had giant libraries of music, and
I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing
on hard
this.
drives
I'm
and
giving
computers
tzedakah,
and
but I'm
stuff.
doing this. Or chesed, but I'm doing this. Right.
One time I tried to unite all my friends to make one giant collection, and I did with some of them. And we had like all this music, huge amounts of music. But then there was like a way that you could, using like a local network, like connect with other people as well for us. The thing, but we had to be really technical to be able to get a lot of this music. Anyway, but like a power hour is cool, but you're just sitting there looking at each other and it's like, okay. So I made this thing. I don't know if I invented it. I'm sure I didn't, but I like music videos. Like that was a cool fucking thing. So I remember and you couldn't. That was the thing. You could not download. Like if you downloaded at the university, you get no knowledge. So I went somewhere else and downloaded like 60 music videos and then cut them up. And within, I remember I did this on like a Friday or something. And within like a few hours, I had like 60 minutes of, oh no, that's not what I did. That's not what I did. No, I did not cut them up. Misremembering, that's around comments. Anyway, no, actually, I was going to cut them up. I didn't download 60 minutes. I was going to cut them up, but still didn't keep going. So this is something that I did that I think was game changing. I let the whole song go, then I would just put like a timestamp of some kind of message that just said a drink.
Right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday.
I made this thing. Let's just say after Shabbat that weekend. My friend and I, and
if that's the case, if he doesn't tell it to a choir,
it was like this game-changing thing that we had this fucking power that was on video. And I remember I had this thing that I plugged in my computer that would put it on the TV, which is like game-changing as well. Like nobody had that. And it was.
Right, we'll go ahead and consecrate this home.
So, anyway, and I had this sign. I would like this the little coffee table that we had made. I had this all this signs. Very college. There's as much college.
If she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then
fucking had her named it. I wanted to stop her. We had fucking traffic lights.
In the realm of
that my friend always wanted. She loved it. Anyway, and do power hours and like it was really hard to get our hands on it because
but a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others and we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what this person's profiles are.
Yeah, so
the Ribbon Shalom only asks you to be makdish.
So then there's this thing called the center, which isn't 60 shots, it's 100 shots. And we started doing that, and that would be fun. We have people over, and have super hot and super athletic, super smart, all these amazing women and allegedly. And they come over, and we would do, they'd be like ready for 60 minutes, and then all of a sudden this bitch turns into 100 minutes. And they always go along. Really, yeah. And it was always fun. It was a lot of fun. Anyway, so the next year comes, and my friend and I are like past just straight up drinking like beers. So we start getting into like we start thinking that we're cool and we're gonna get into wine. Really. Yeah, and there's this thing allegedly you can get these kosher bags of wine. Boxes of wine, and if you ever there's this thing where like there's a box of wine for like really cheap, like whatever just
says, okay,
kosher
keep the
box
sheep
one.
with
Yeah.
you, scheduled to be at
Anyway,
tomorrow.
take this bitch out
And
in a
just
party
keep it
and you
with
start
until
passing the
tomorrow.
ladder,
He
and
missed
everybody
territory,
starts
but if you
slapping
need
it,
the
and you
sheep for
fucking
some
just
reason, let's say something
pass this
comes up,
fucking
you
ladder
need the
around.
sheep, I don't know,
Anyway,
you need a card, but
so we
you
got kind
whatever
of
it
hooked
is.
on these
And
things.
Daniel says, call me action.
And I'll
Give
tell
you
you
the
this,
right
I
to
don't like
acquire
taste of
these.
alcohol. It's not my thing.
I
I don't like it. It
Fine.
tastes
So
nasty.
Gemara says, so therefore,
But,
that's the zone. Now, again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this?
But,
besides the fact that it's totally it's interesting. We're doing this because, again, remember, this all happened with the Rabbi Yana, with this Shemitah
the
transaction.
thing was, it's one time a friend and I were like,
here,
let's try to do a power hour,
when there's a lot of transactional,
which is way more intense than beer.
and ultimately you see it by the essence owner, by the product.
And we did a century.
In
And the next day,
so very interesting. So let's say same thing. Moving gives Rachel, moving is Zona.
Or class or something.
Yeah,
He had class. He had a long run in the morning, and he fucking slept through that, and he fucking slept all day. And I remember I got my ass up, ladder, feeling like I was gonna fucking puke, but I didn't.
Making something heckish is the equivalent of
put my clothes on. I went to class,
literally the Gemara
and
says that
I was sick all fucking day. I didn't throw up. Anyway, along these lines, I remember. Oh yeah, my friend. I come back and he's still in fucking bed. He comes down from this fucking ladder and just looks over the sink, and then like, you're gonna pull the trigger. He's like, I have to. And he fucking. There's this thing in your mouth, in your throat, that like, I don't know, it's like that fucking powerful thing, but it's not. That if you fuck around with it enough, it's a gag reflex, and you will fucking throw up. And we figured out how to fucking pull this thing and throw up if you need it. And it's a really good thing. Like, you ever need to, like last night, I wasn't feeling well. But I wasn't sitting there trying to throw up. I just fucking stick my finger in, pull this fucking trigger, throw up, and then I'd be okay. And
going back, this is Rabbi Elazar on the top of the daf.
Not a good thing. Bulimia is not a good thing. I remember hearing about this chick who threw up so much that she filled a garbage bag with it and then left over break, and people found it. And that was really sad. Like, bulimia is not cool. Really, yeah, really sad. Neither is binge drinking either. But anyway, do you ever feel like you had an alcohol problem?
Perhaps the animal would now be
Really?
called an Eslanzona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Elazar
But you
fake
drink every
everybody.
fucking day. Everybody is kids.
This
Alright, really? Yeah, that's just
Shaila
story.
is the
Nobody
manager
believes
Shaila
it.
of Elazar himself. So the Gemara says,
Alright.
"Mine, Mifshat
Easy
Pshita
there,
Rabbi
real
Elazar Dakivasov Davka Bakishasombo the Isim Shaspia." Does Rabbi Elazar say that the only time it doesn't become an Eslan is when the animal was offered up before the Bia? Because by the time the Bia occurs, the animal's no longer here. But
The
perhaps
fruit in there absorbs alcohol, and then you eat the fruit, and you get really fucked up. Oh, there's another thing you can do, is you take a fucking watermelon, and you fill it with alcohol, and then you cut the watermelon, and that will get you. The thing though, so there are beer bongs, what else? There's fucking all kinds of games. We used to play all kinds of fucking games. Like anything, we can make a game out of anything. Like you just sit here and bum war and fucking do shots if you need to. But there's this thing that I don't know, I went to some party, or it was actually a dance, I believe, or something. And one of the gifts, I remember, yeah, there was something like this. Was it even my date? She got me these glasses that were a straw, like a straw that could suck through it, and it would fucking go all the way through the glasses. I thought those were so tight. Really, yeah. And then somebody else got a bottle bong. So like beer bongs can get they double funnel beer bongs and all kinds of shit. You like take the grease from your fucking skin and put it around there, literally health, food safety. Anyway, and like it would remove the foam. Foam was like a big fucking enemy. Anyway, and like we were fucking really we were mathematicians and physicists with like the angle of a pole. Like, John Tapper would be like, he knows what's up. Anyway, but funny. Anyway, we did this thing. Oh, hold on. We did this thing where I did not like a certain kind of that was
and then he pays her even 3 years late.
3.9% or something. And this beer, no, it's like 4.2. Anywhere between like 3.9 and 4.2, you're like major beers. But then this one beer was, because it was other beers, ice beers, was like 5.9%. It was like double, which meant it gets you twice fucked up. But the taste is just awful. I hate the taste. I hate it. It's nasty. But my friend gave, like, I was like, somebody got him a bottle bottle, which is like a thing you put on a beer bottle, and it's got like a hose, and it allows you to drink a bottle of beer really quickly. Here's the thing, the bottles of beer are way more expensive than cans. We had cans down so well. We're always looking for the grand, somebody who would sell a case of 30-pack for $10. It was always like $12, but we were always fucking putting pennies together to get this shit. Anyway, it wasn't ever. It was usually $12.99 or $13.99, something like that. But you could go there and they give you like 30 packs, 30 packs when you're trying to get fucked up. Anybody who's really trying to get fucked up knows about the 30 pack. What would we call them? 30 packs. They had a name. Cubes. They sell those big cubes. Really, yeah. And I'd never seen 30 packs. Like, I was always like 24. It was pretty standard. It was 30 packs. And we get, dude, I had this one fucking story. I was in high school. I have so many fucking stories like this. I was in high school, and my friend were throwing a really big party. It was called 10,000 Care Cans for a party, which is a lot of beer cans. It's like 300 cases, 330 cases, or 333 cases, whatever, something like that. And they were having trouble getting beer. And I had a connection, let's just say, that I could get them this beer. And the big thing was the delivery of so many different fucking beers. I don't want to go into this thing now, but I remember coming through like a champ and going to this party and just having, I remember it was the first time I had like ever bartending. All I was just handing out beers out of a fucking trash can. But it was just so cool. I just remember it was like, cool. And it was very much like, I've always described it like it's like an almost famous where like that kid's way younger than everybody else that got out there already. Okay, anyway, I don't want to get into that story, but there's more to that story. It's great. It's got tons of stories. I don't want to go into it. Anyway, this bottle bomb. So my friend got this bottle bomb. He wasn't really using it, and none of us had bottles. But like Dasani, like Coca-Cola is like the big distributor, and their water is Dasani, and I just had like a fucking Dasani bottle one day, and I figured, if I take one of these ice beers and put it in this fucking bottle, in the Dasani bottle, and then put a bottle bomb on it, I wonder if it would like have the same effect as a beer bomb. That was the thing, you couldn't have a beer bomb. The bottle bomb was like new technology that the laws or whatever hadn't caught up with yet. And so I had this bottle, and I fucking, the best buzz I think I've ever gotten from is boom, about a natty ice legend bottle, boom, just like it would fuck you up. And just I think I had one or two of those will just straight up fuck you. And then I was fine. And then I was fucking having a good time. I remember sitting over the sink, fucking bottle bombs, and then just singing songs into a fucking mirror, and my whole fucking place is filled with like recruits and hot chicks, and I just be like, I'm the most beautiful motherfucker here. Anyway, was that the end of your stupid ass story? Yeah. So why did you tell us that? Well, because it's about pulling the trigger, and eventually, like at certain points in my life, I figured out how to use the back of my foot and fucking pull this trigger. I don't know what it's called, but we need to know for scientific purposes. Yo, dog, when you're about to throw up and you're pulling the trigger in the back of your throat, what are you tickling back there to make yourself throw up? It's actually, I feel like
he's giving them money now
like advantage. It's like
or maybe ultimately again
you're stimulating your gag reflex by touching the back of your throat, specifically the base of your tongue and soft palate. Yeah. The reflex is automatic. It's pushing your finger or tooth into that area, causes the muscles in your throat to contract, which can cause nausea and vomiting. This is why pulling the trigger in the back of your throat, a metaphor often used in lyrics, refers to manually inducing the gag reflex to make yourself throw up. While this method can work, it's not safe for regular use. Repeated inducing vomiting can lead to dehydration, tooth erosion, acid reflux, and may contribute to eating disorders like bulimia if you're frequently. But it works. It's like a good trick. Anyway, that's nothing. Are you feeling better?
What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not unmoving. It's not unmoving, so therefore, again, no viability. Okay, now watch. Contrast out the following things. Samach Yom 63b, second line down. But if he said to them, Su ve'ichlu v'ani poreah, Su shtu v'ani poreah. But if he says to the workers, like donkey drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. All. Now this is a problem. Roshi had a problem.
Jewish Yanta Tzchak fetish of my taco bitch, tacos, brass tags, nosh, like snapping pussy basher, basher, which is a man, and basherda, which is mishmash, I was taking that, everybody knows it's combination shit. Club kiss, it means nothing.
It just says, here's $100 for your food and drink.
Good Yontif.
Whatever they buy, that's all.
L'chaim is
if he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. And ultimately, again, that is problematic.
It's like spelled like Brett Favre.
He is purchasing and providing these.
Actually, it's not Favre. It's the opposite. Anyway, it's a weird. It's Favre neutral. Black kosher.
So what you see in there is that
there's all the meat that you eat for kosher.
And circling back to the
what's the plot?
Right, so going back to now ultimately again.
Lots of supermarkets and caters advertise themselves as being black kosher, which has come to mean super kosher in common parlance. What does the term really mean, and how does one receive such designation? The word glad actually means smooth in Yiddish and refers to the lack of adhesions of the lungs of the animal. To understand this, we need to define another word that has taken a whole new meaning trace. In the vernacular, the word refers to anything unkosher. In truth, treif refers specifically to an animal that has died a violent death. As the verse states, do not eat meat from an animal torn, treif, in the field. More broadly defined, this also includes animals that have physical defects that determines will limit their lives. Even if such animals would be properly slaughtered and salted, their meat would not be kosher. One of the more common invalidating defects is a puncture. Every animal needs to be inspected by an expert bodek examiner to determine that its lungs don't contain any holes or defects. This is where the term black comes in, black kosher. Besides obvious holes, there are often circled scar tissue-like adhesions that sometimes develop on the lungs. These are problematic since they indicate that there either was a hole or did not heal properly. Or there was a hole that did not heal properly, or that a hole is developing in a loose tissue. Most adhesions on the lungs render the animal trifling, not kosher. Some, however, describe techniques by which one can squeeze, palpate, plate and test some adhesions to ascertain whether they are bona fide circled or merely rare spittle-like discharge, which would render the animals kosher. Rabbi Yosef Karo, the Beit Yosef, author of the Code of Jewish Law, strongly disapproves of this test and holds that all adhesions are considered tradeful. On the other hand, Rabbi Moshe is in his glosses to the code, while opining that there should be strict and not that one should be strict and not rely on this test, notes that it was the practice among Ashkenazic Jewry to at times be lenient and rely on this test to be done by an extremely God-fearing qualified tester.
But again, that doesn't apply in Israel, right?
Sephardim, who generally don't follow the rulings of Rabbi Yosef Karo, don't rely on these tests at all. Ashkenazim, who generally follow the rulings of Rabbi Moshe Israelis. There are two standards of meat: kosher, which relies on the smooth flat without any adhesions. Black Chalak Ben Yosef. While on the topic of black kosher, it should be noted that if you go to a kosher butcher, you might find another category of meat called black or chalak, the Hebrew equivalent Beit Yosef. Black, in a classical sense, means that there were no adhesions whatsoever, but since it is very uncommon to find totally smooth ones, the majority of the meat sold nowadays as black relies on the process of peeling adhesions mentioned by Rabbi Israelis, but only for the very light and soft adhesions, which come off easily. As mentioned, Sephardim don't rely on this test. This, however, is the case only for the I'm going to say it really quickly. Alright, so, you never want to get drunk you never want to drink to get drunk. It's like there's a limit. However, okay, so remember that 14% amount? So I had this amazing idea that was a game changer. I had this big ass bottle of Lister, and we fill it with the worst kind of
is the purchaser not still obligated to defend any vodka
you can find? Because girls were always like, they'd be like, you want something to drink? And they'd be like, yeah, do you have any hard alcohol? No, we can't have that. Yeah, as much fucking beer as you want to drink. You could fucking make a brewery out of beer. But it was always like, do you have hard alcohol? Because they didn't want to get fat. And like,
ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. So what do you see from there? Now, again, that's even assuming that we and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from
there? Then this is the most brilliant thing I ever had. Like, I had some good fucking ideas, sex bots, and fucking streaming my life, and perhaps revivification of the dead and all that other shit. But this was a game changer, which was I put food down
in the whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't really seem to make a difference.
So the vodka looked just like Listerine. And when you would smell the bottle, because Listerine already has an alcoholic smell, it smelled like Listerine. And you could fucking shots. No issue. And just leave a fucking bottle of alcohol out, like basically, like nobody's gonna say anything. And
he's telling his workers, go out.
Unless you like chemically test this shit, no one was going to know. And so that was a way. That was a very, very, very smart way around this. Like I'm telling you, if you give me a fucking rule, I will find every little way around it. I'll find loopholes, I'll find backdoors, I'll find a way through. I'll sit there at night and just think how the fuck can I get past it. But anyway, that was a really smart way to do it.
So what do we need to be concerned about?
So black, in the classical sense means that there were no adhesions whatsoever, but since it is very uncommon to find totally smooth ones, the majority of meat sold nowadays as black relies on the process of peeling and testing mentioned by Rabbi Israelis, but light and soft adhesions which come off easily. As mentioned, Sephardim don't rely on this test. This, however, is the case only for beef. When it comes to other animals such as deer, calves, veal, and lamb, so cows or veal, and lamb all agree that no type of circa may be removed. All such animals sold today as kosher would essentially be glad kosher. At the same time, when it comes to finding circa, not all areas of the law are equal. While all hold that there are certain areas of the law where circa what exactly these areas are. In this aspect, the Sephardic following the Beit can exist without affecting the kosher status of the animal. Those same circa would make the entire animal straight for Ashkenazim, following the rulings of Rabbi Ishmael. In other words, while Rabbi Karo is more strict on the type of circa, he is more lenient when it comes to where it can be found. So let's go through that again. At the same time, when it comes to finding circa, not all areas of the land are longer equal. While all hold that there are certain areas of the land where circa will not render the animal not kosher, there's a disagreement as to what exactly these are. In this aspect, the Sephardic view, following the Beit Yosef, is more lenient, with more areas where a circa can exist without affecting the kosher status of the animal. So in practice, many Sephardim follow the stringencies of both Rabbi Moshe Christolis and Rabbi Yosef Karo, so that they A, don't rely on any of the tests of circa, and B, don't rely on the leniencies of Rabbi Yosef Karo about the circa found in certain areas. Based on this, one can find three different types of kosher meat in the market: plain kosher meat, glad kosher, and glad or challah Beit Yosef, which follows the rulings of the Sephardim. The colloquial term glad kosher, if your local bakery advertises itself as glad bakery, it's seemingly making the absurd claim that the cupcakes and donuts have healthy ones. However, in colloquial speech, the term glad kosher has come to be used, albeit inaccurately, to refer to something that is unquestionably kosher without having to rely on various leniencies. But at the same time, the opposite is also true. Nowadays, the term kosher non-glad is used for meat. It many times relies on various other questionable leniencies that have nothing to do with the issue of circa discussed above. This is just one of the reasons why it's crucial, especially when it comes to meat, for the kosher consumer to buy only products that have a reliable kosher certification. Right. Now we're going to get into what about birds, because this doesn't make any sense. I never have. I don't think it ever another really interesting point is that, so like when you have a farmer who is going to sell, like there aren't kosher farmers. That's not a thing. Not a thing. I mean, you might have a Jewish farmer, which is rare, but you don't have kosher farmers. What you would have is are basically brokers who would buy the animals, and they would be slaughtered in a kosher manner, and then the lungs are inspected. And sometimes kosher animals are sold to non-kosher vendors. Very common. So what am I saying? I'm saying that there is a chance, not necessarily super high probability, but there's a chance that if you just went to a non-kosher store, like your normal Browns, whatever your grocery store is, and you go to their meat section, which normally would not have kosher meat, there is a chance that that meat is kosher. There's a chance it's glad kosher. There's a chance that it's so very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi would do as follows. They would borrow sheep of produce from the poor,
and then repay them with 8th-year produce.
There's a
non-Shemitah
chance
produce on the
that
following
the
year.
meat at
So
McDonald's
the Rashi
is
actually says
black
something
kosher. There's a chance. I'm not saying it's a huge chance, but there is. Now,
again, without getting into all the Shemitah
there's a chance
technicalities,
at Burger King,
you can go ahead.
There's a chance.
Lend
Not a
or
good
borrow,
one,
not
but there is a
commerce,
chance.
but lend or borrow Shemitah produce
Just
while
depending on the
it's still
source.
readily available for everyone.
Okay,
it
so
says,
before we go
once it's
into
no longer
anything
readily available
further,
in the field,
let's
you
get
can
into
no
this
longer
discussion.
kind of keep it for yourself.
We're gonna
So
go.
the
We're
idea
gonna
over
do
here
the.
is, so the people of the house of Rabbi Yanai would borrow Shemitah
We're gonna
produce
do
from the
our
Aniyim during
discussion
the
right
Shemitah
now.
year. Rashi goes on the part of the Sheminis. Ishtachach the Achri Aniyim Sheminis Achra Dir Chaviti Perish Dias.
Yo, dog, isn't there a chance that the meat at McDonald's is black kosher? Not a good one, but there is a chance because of how the vendors work.
Ultimately, again, with new produce, 8-year produce. So the Gemara says,
What is this?
so they came
Yo,
and
dog,
they said,
hold on.
so people mention this practice.
I get why you float this idea.
Obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, "Yeah, listen, often it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why?
I get why you float this idea, but halakhically the answer is basically no. I'm saying there's a chance. I would say halakhically it's basically no too, but there is a chance. And here's a clean breakdown. Why someone might think there's a chance. You're right that you're right about vendors in the narrow sense. McDonald's beef in the U.S. usually comes from large industrial slaughterhouses. Those plants also process kosher meat and kosher brands, so theoretically the same animal type and even the same facility could be involved. That's a tiny sliver of maybe people pointed. That's all I'm saying. But halakha says no chance in practice. For meat to be kosher, all of this has to happen, and McDonald's fails multiple. Okay, so shechita must be slaughtered by a trained shochet with intent. McDonald's beef is killed via standard industrial method. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But what am I saying? I should have been more clear that the animal itself might have black kosher standards. Maybe not the way that the animal's slaughtered. That's a big deal. So, is there a philosophical chance? Yeah, there is. Is there a halakhic chance? Probably not. So, but I mean, kosher McDonald's does exist in Israel. So, that may be what I was referencing as well. What kind of meat does the kosher McDonald's in Israel use? Is it black kosher? Is it just kosher? Is it Beit Yosef kosher? Or Beit Yosef black? What is it?
Listen to this. The Sanya, the Gemara says the corresponding piece passes on. What's the case? The Sanya, listen to this.
Here's okay, so 100% kosher slaughtered beef. In the kosher branches of McDonald's of Israel, the beef patties are made from animals that have undergone shechita, Jewish ritual slaughter, and are prepared according to Jewish. No beef fillers or pig slime additives that you might hear about in U.S. supply chains. Kosher certification certified by a rabbinic authority. The kosher McDonald's in Israel operate under official supervision of the local rabbinate, the chief rabbinate of Israel, or other municipalities, municipal rabbinates. That means a mashgiach, kosher supervisor, oversees the meat and kitchen process. All ingredients, including butter, sauces, and seasonings, must have kosher certification. The certification is visible as a kosher certificate to Uda Kasher displayed at the restaurant. Is it black kosher? Some kosher restaurants, especially after recent changes to serve religious soldiers, have switched to a stricter Mahadran black level of kosher meat, which is a higher standard accepted by more religious consumers. This has been done in coordination with IDF, rabbinate, and international agencies, so that even those who only eat Mahadran black kosher food can eat there. So yes, many kosher McDonald's in Israel use black level kosher beef, although the specific certifying agency can vary depending on the location and local provision. What level of kosher is it? It's real kosher, not just kosher in the name. Many are Mahadran black kosher, a stricter standard than the basic kosher certificate, especially at locations used by religious customers. These are generally recognized by observant communities. Helpful clarification. Here's how it works in practice. Kosher branches: no meat, dairy, mixing, closed on Shabbat and Jewish holidays, strict kosher meat and ingredient supervision. Non-kosher branches still may use kosher slaughtered beef, but because they serve dairy like cheeseburgers occasionally and are considered non-kosher.
Rashi says,
But they see
he doesn't have relations with her
there's
now. Rather, again, sometime later.
it's complicated.
Of course.
So to answer the specific question, the meat at Israel's kosher McDonald's isn't just kosher by vendor default; it's officially certified kosher beef by black kosher standard. Okay, do any use beef yosef?
In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the esnod is going to be mutter. However, nasallah, the achar kach, so therefore, what we're saying is as follows: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an esnod zona, there has to be a transactional immediacy.
Short answer: no. The kosher McDonald's restaurants in Israel usually do not use bait, but as bait yosef hechsher. Here's how the kosher certification actually works. What certification most Israeli McDonald's have? Most kosher McDonald's in Israel are certified by the local municipal rabbinate, chief rabbinate, local rabbinate, not a private vedetz like Beit Yosef. Each kosher branch displays an official kosher certificate issued by the rabbinic authority. The certificate may be from a local city rabbinate or chief rabbinate of Israel, depending on the location. For example, Ben Gurion Airport Branch has a certificate from the chief rabbinate, even though it's open on Shabbat under special rules. What about Badet's Beit Yosef? Badet's Beit Yosef is a well-known supported private kosher certification agency used by many restaurants and food producers in Israel. However, there isn't evidence that the official kosher McDonald's branches are certified under the Beit Yosef standard. Instead, they use the standard rabbinic certificates from the rabbinate or local religious councils, which are separate from Badet's certifications.
So again, based on what we just
said
before,
that's all cool. That's neat.
And therefore is not forbidden for consecrated temple use, right? Because it lacks transactional immediacy. You must understand.
Yo, give me the basic breakdown of kosher versus flat kosher versus.
So why don't we say that when he does have relations with the top of some people, lechol alot is freya. Obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives it the sheep, it can't be labeled as esnon zona because he didn't have relations with her, right? There's no immediacy. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively the designation of the sheep as a harlot's payment should devolve upon the sheep retroactively.
Not black culture.
And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an esnon zona already as of Tuesday.
No.
Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting. What's the case? This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So
not black, regular kosher, non-black, which means proper shechita, bedika of knuckles is done. Some one Gethesian circle are allowed if they can be removed and the longest are halachically valid. Halakhic basis. Based largely on Rima Ashkenazi tradition, relies on accepted leniencies going back hundreds of years, who eats at many Ashkenazim, anyone who keeps kosher but isn't machmer or black. Status, fully kosher, not black. Black kosher, aka challah for Ashkenazim. This is what you do. Yeah.
In certain respects,
tell the rest of my ability. What it means. Lungs must be completely smooth, no circled at all. Stricter inspection and rejection rate, halakhic basis, and stringency, not a new one. Avoids borderline lung cases who eats at people who are machmer. Many Shiva Hasidic communities, also many modern Orthodox today. The status culture is extra strict, no gray areas. Beit Yosef, Sephardi standard, stricter than black. It means Palas Moran, Ra, Yosef, Karo, Shulchan Aruch requires challah by definition, even stricter lung standards than actually point people miss. All Beit Yosef meat is black. Who eats at Sephardim who follow Beit Yosef Zak. Some very machmer Ashkenaz. Status kosher, highest mainstream status. Okay. Keep in mind, black only became mainstream in the last 7 years.
but she also
And
needs comments. You know what? I guarantee
okay, so why are we so stringent on like cattle, but not birds? Why isn't birds a big deal? I think birds should be a big deal. I think that it's a contradiction.
Sometimes that's the pinnacle of human
Or
accomplishment.
something. That's a really good question, and you're not wild at all. People know this all the time, but rarely articulate clean. Let's do it. The short answer, then one packet. Black colic is a cattle-specific issue because the halakhic risk profile is totally different for birds. It's not inconsistency; it's different anatomy plus different halakhic rhythms. You're right emotionally that it feels like a contradiction, but halakhically it's not. Where GLAD comes from and why it's about cattle. GLAD is 100% about lungs. By Torah law, an animal with a fatal internal defect, treifa, is not kosher. The lungs of cattle frequently develop circle adhesions. Some adhesions are possibly fatal. Huge halakhic debate. So we create two approaches. I'm glad remove test adhesions rely on precedent. Black colic only eat animals with perfectly smooth lungs. The whole sugya only exists because cattle lungs are complicated and problematic. Why birds don't trigger the same lung bells. Here's the key difference. Birds do not have lungs like cattle. No circle issue in the same way. The classic lung problem literally doesn't exist. So there's no parallel category. Smooth lungs is questionable. But there could be questionable other shit. Different halakhic categories. Birds versus animals.
If that's the case, he doesn't tell it to acquire.
This is huge and often missed. Cattle need both kosher species, no treifa defects. Treifa defects are common and measurable. Birds, kosher status is based on Mazor, accepted chicken, turkey, permos, poskim, etc. We assume raw kusherim, overwhelming majority are fine, but that doesn't mean that it is. Chazal already treated birds as low risk. But why wouldn't we be machmer anyway? Your core point. You're basically arguing if we're scared of treifa lungs in cows, why aren't we scared of internal defects in birds? Exactly. Totally fair. Here's why halakha didn't go there. Prevalence matters. Lung issues in cattle are very common. Fatal internal defects in birds are rare. Halakha responds to real statistical risk. I don't want to get into that. Not always. Not abstract symmetry. Mazor creates stability. Once a bird is accepted, we don't reopen the species level question every generation. Otherwise, nothing would ever be kosher. Practical collapse. If we treated birds like cattle, almost all poultry would become questionable. Chazal deliberately avoided stringencies that would destroy food systems. That's convenient. That's not accurate. You're not alone, but some do take birds seriously. Your instinct is infringed. Example, some communities are machmer on turkey. Some insist on extra inspections. Certain Sephardi poskim restrict on bird mazor. There are discussions about modern poultry breeding, but halakha draws a line at reasonable concern, not theoretical point. Is it a contradiction? No, it's differentiated caution. Same principle applied differently. High risk, extreme stringency, cattle lungs, low risk plus mazor plus baseline kosher birds. That's not hypocrisy, that's risk management. Your takeaway, and this is an important point, you've identified a philosophical tension in Holocaust. When do we chase certainty and when do we trust tradition? Glat is one answer, birds are another. If you want, I don't know one answer. Okay. Yo, dog. Couldn't we invent like a machine, like an X-ray machine, that can just automatically identify, even before killing the animal, whether it's kosher or not, or black kosher, I should say.
Keep the sheep with you. We're scheduled to be here tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow.
Yo, this is actually a very smart idea, and people in the kosher world have been circling versions of it for years. So, short answer, yes, in theory, not fully in halakha yet. And here's why. First, what GLAT actually needs. GLAT colic is 100% about lungs. Are there circle adhesions? Are they halakhically problematic or not? Right now, the only universally accepted way is open the animal after shechita and physically inspect the lung. So the machine would have to reliably replace human lung badika. Could a machine do this scientifically? Technologically, yes, very plausibly. Here's things that would work. High resolution CT, MRI style imaging, ultrasound plus AI pattern recognition, machine learning trained on thousands of lungs detecting microadhesions, scarring, tissue stiffness, abnormal pleural connections. From a pure science and engineering standpoint, this is absolutely doable with modern tech. In fact, veterinary medicine already uses imaging to detect lung pathology in live animals. But here's the halakhic roadblock, the real issue. Even if the machine were perfect, Halakha still asks, is this a valid Badika? Halakhically, the Badika of the lungs defined ritualized inspection. Traditionally involves visual inspection, palpation, inflation of lungs is done after shechita, not before. So problems are pre-shechita inspection is not the classical Badika. Halakha often requires direct human interaction. Poskim are cautious about replacing aesthetics. Well, get used to it. Would poskim ever accept it? Fuck yeah. This is where it gets interesting. Possible paths to acceptance. The machine is used as a chumrah filter. Only animals that scan perfect go to shechita. Then normal post-shechita Badika is still done. This would increase glat rates dramatically, and I agree. I think that's a way to do it. Over time, if proven ultra reliable, some posting might accept it as equivalent evidence, especially if combined with human verification. What won't happen fast? Machine replaces Badika entirely, no post-shechita inspection needed. Halakha moves slow, especially with meat. Ironically, your idea might make kashrut stricter, and I agree it would. If prices would rise, waste would increase, which is why there would be economic resistance, not just halakha. I don't necessarily know if that has to happen. Big picture, this is a key insight. You touch on a classic halakhic tension. If technology can give us more certainty than Chazal ever had, do we use it? Sometimes halakha says yes. Bugs, microscopes, genetics. Sometimes it says we stop at human certainty. Glat is already pushing the line. Your machine pushes it further. Bottom line, scientifically 100% feasible halakhically, as a supplement, very possible. As a replacement, yeah, not yet. Maybe never fully. Conceptually, you're asking exactly the right question. No. Could we do this with bugs? Like, have this kind of machine for bugs? Because I know we still have to check our produce, and I feel like there could just be, like, even though produce is generally kosher, there could be, like, some kind of system that approves it so that you don't even have to check for bugs anymore. Yo, this is exactly the right follow-up, and there. And here the answer is much more yes than with lungs. Short version, for bugs, machines are way more halakhically plausible than for glat lungs. You're not wrong at all. Why bugs are different from glat? Big distinction. Glat lungs. It's about treifa status. Requires a form of badika with halakhic ritual components deeply tied to how Chazal defined inspection. Bugs. It's a metziut question. Reality check. Is there a bug here or not? Halakha does not care about how you detect the bug, only whether it's there. That's huge. So, could a machine replace checking? In principle, yes, 100%. Because bugs are physical external objects, detectable by optical imaging, UV, IR light, AI vision, microscopy. Halakha already accepts magnifying glasses, light boxes, thrips trays, water agitation systems. A machine is just a better pair of eyes. In fact, this already exists partially. You may not realize it, but industrial leafy green companies already use high-pressure water systems, optical scanners, quality control cameras, triple watch bug-free programs exist under major hexure. Some poskim already say, if you trust the system plus certification, you personally don't need to recheck. So you're not inventing sci-fi, you're extending current practice. The halakhic threshold. For a machine to fully replace checking, it must satisfy reliability, consistently catch even tiny insects, better than average human checking, oversight supervised by a reliable hexure, regular audits plus calibration, clear policy, defined tolerance, zero instincts. Defined tolerance, zero insects. What happens if failure is detected? If those are met, many poskim would say, you may rely on it. Why is it easier than meat? No shechita, no treifa categories, no ritualized badika, no chazaka of kosher meat, just bug or no bug. That's why tech was already moved here first. Why don't we fully trust it? Not halakha economics of trust. Machines are expensive. Systems can fail silently. One scandal destroys confidence. Communities prefer personal responsibility. Halakhically, the door is wide open. Big insight. This is the heart of it. Halakha distinguishes between status question, block, treifa, tradition-bound, reality questions, bugs, tech. Bugs are the second category, so your instinct is not just right, it's where kashrut is already headed. Bottom line, could a machine eliminate manual bug checking? Yes, logically possible. Would postgame accept it? Many already do with supervision. Is this more realistic than pre-Shechita lung scanning by a mile? If you want, we can map which hexurines already rely on tech, talk about tolerance versus zero bug policy, or why some bugs are worse than others. You're thinking like a princess with a startup idea. No, I don't want to do that. That's a lot of work. Okay. Here's another thing, though. Something that I said. Yo, dog. So, a lot of times, kosher meat is rejected because it might not be glatt for whatever reason. That could be sold to a McDonald's and technically be kosher meat.
So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Ruben goes over to Rachel. He says, have relations with to Zono. He says, have relations.
Yo, you're basically right on concept, but there's a crucial part where the theory and reality is, but let's know the halakhic theory. You're correct here. When an animal is rejected for glatt, halak, that can mean three very different things. Not glatt, but still kosher. Lungs, I have circled that are halakhically acceptable for Rima Ashkenazis. The meat is not glatt, but 100% kosher. In theory, this meat could be sold as non-glatt kosher, so your instinct is right. Rejected from glatt does not equal trait. Shafak or borderline. Questionable findings. Manhedrin systems reject it automatically. Some rabbanim might pass it, but others will. Often gets diverted out of kosher markets entirely, sold as non-kosher, even though it might be kosher. That's just all I'm saying, is that not all meat that may be labeled as non-kosher is non-kosher. It's not even labeled as non-kosher. Just that doesn't have a kosher hechsher is non-kosher. This is about risk tolerance, not cholera. Actually, trait, real lung perforation, missing organs, fatal defects. This meat is trait, not kosher by anyone, not usable for kosher meat markets at all. I know. Okay, now the real world supply chain. This is the key. Even when meat falls into category 1, kosher but not glatt, it still cannot go to McDonald's because McDonald's beef is not okay. So at least not normally, not shechted, not Bedika certified, not salted kosher, not handled in a kosher chain of custody. Once the meat leaves kosher supervision, it's dead halakhic meat. So while theoretically kosher, it becomes practically trait. Important distinction. This is the punchline. There are 3 layers people mix up: animal status, kosher, non-glatt trait; process status, shechita, bedika, kosher; chain of custody, supervision from start to finish. McDonald's fails. Number 2 and number 3. Regardless of much, but not in Israel and not in some Israeli McDonald's, not some Argentinian McDonald's. So is this ever true? Yes, but only inside the kosher world. Example: a glatt slaughterhouse, non-glatt but kosher carcass, sold to non-glatt kosher butchers, lower tier kosher markets, institutional kitchens that accept non-glatt. This happens all the time. What doesn't happen? Glatt rejects McDonald's patties. This is impossible. No, it's not. Not in Israel. Final calculus. You're right. Not glatt does not equal trait. Some reject meat as technically kosher. So I say McDonald's as in like it could be anything. That's not. I'm not really saying at McDonald's. So let's get this clear. Yo, dog. So then, a non-glatt kosher animal, but still kosher, could be rejected for glatt kosher and sold to a non-kosher vendor who puts that into a non-kosher beef stew, but the beef stew is actually kosher animal. It's actually a kosher animal, even though the supervision isn't all the same. The actual yo, dog, you're circling the right idea, but one word is tripping everything up. I think it's let's clean it up and then answer your straight. First, quick language. Fix this matters. Non-kosher animal, but still kosher. Oh, I misspoke. Kosher species animal whose meat is kosher in essence. Yes. A cow is a kosher species. Whether the meat is kosher depends on the process. Yes. Now your actual question. You're asking if an animal is rejected from glatt, but is still halakhically kosher, and the meat ends up sold to a non-kosher vendor, and they cook it into a treif beef stew, is the meat itself still kosher? The answer, very precise. In theory, yes. In halakha practice, no, it becomes treif. Both things are true, just at different levels. Level 1, theoretical abstract status. If the cow was properly shechted, and Badika showed it is kosher but not
Rashi
glad.
says over here,
And
Rashi
proper
goes through
Badika
all
showed
of
it is
this.
kosher but not glad.
Right.
Proper
If you look at
nikur
the end,
plus
Rashi,
koshering were done.
nicer,
Then the meat itself is
right?
kosher meat,
Rashi,
even if it's later handled by non-Jews or non-kosher businesses. So conceptually, you're 100% right. Rejected from glad does not make it treif meat. Level 2, halakhic reality. This is where it breaks. Now, I agree with this. I agree, but I'm saying like the meat itself is kosher. Level 2, halakhic reality. This is where it breaks. Once the kosher meat leaves kosher supervision, is handled without a mashgiach, is cooked in non-kosher pots with non-kosher ingredients, without kosher control, then halakha says the meat loses its kosher state, not because the cow changed, but because the process corrupted. I agree with that, of course. At that point, the stew is treif, the meat is in the stew is treif. You may not say, but the meat itself is kosher. Halakha does not preserve a pure essence status once absorbed into treif. This is the core principle you're touching. Kashrut is not ontological, it's procedural. Judaism does not say the meat is entirely kosher. It says the meat is kosher as long as it remains within kosher process. Once a chain breaks, status collapses. Analogy, this usually occurs. Drink mikvah. A person immerses properly tahor and touches tumah again. You don't say, but deep down, he was tahor earlier. Same with me. So your statement refined correctly. Yes, a cow rejected for glad may still be kosher meat. No, once it's cooked in the treif stew, it is no longer kosher in any usable sense. Kashrut follows current state, not origin. No one says that the stew is necessarily treif. Why this matters and why your question is sharp. You're identifying that glad is a filter, not a definition. Kosher status is fragile and process dependent. Supervision isn't bureaucracy, it's what maintains kosher reality. That's exactly right. If you want, we can no, but let's assume that the beef stew has kosher ingredients too. It's the meat and the water and like carrots and celery, and that in essence would make it it would still be kosher, but for the fact that it doesn't have kosher supervision. Now I get exactly what you're saying. You're taking a conceptual kosherness versus actual halakhic consumption. Let's unpack this carefully. Meat from a kosher animal but non-glad, still technically kosher. Ingredients kosher, carrots, celery, water, etc. Cooked without mashgiach, kosher supervision, no non-kosher additives. The conceptual intrinsic perspective, the meat itself is still from a kosher species. Ingredients are kosher. Nothing in the stew intrinsically violates kashrut. So if you're thinking in essence, yes, you could say this beef stew would be kosher if it were supervised. I agree with that. This is exactly your point. The potential or intrinsic status is kosher. The halakhic practical perspective. Kashrut is halakha and halakha is not just about intrinsic kosherness, it requires proper supervision to maintain status. Cooking process, equipment, no accidental mixing or contamination. Even though nothing was intrinsically treif in the stew without supervision, it's treated as non-kosher. I get that. Reason we cannot trust that no mistakes happen. Status is determined by current observed processes, not abstract potential kosherness. Key concept. Halakha distinguishes between essence and legal status. Essence, the meat would be kosher if done correctly. Legal status, right now, the stew is treif in practical purposes. It's like a computer program. The code is fine, but if you run it in a broken system, it produces garbage. The good meat is the code. The supervision is the analogy. Think glad lungs versus non-glad. Non-glad meat equals kosher in essence, but not mehadra. Once cooked outside the kosher system, it loses usable status. Even though it hasn't changed physically, halakha treats it as shaved, topless. You're exactly right. The meat itself is intrinsically kosher. Halakhically, without supervision, the stew is non-kosher. Kashrut is process-based, not essence-based. That's why supervision is the key, not just the raw ingredients. If you want, all right, but let's just take it from a scientific perspective. I would not be able to tell the difference between the kosher stew and what would be accepted as a kosher stew. Scientifically, they'd be exactly the same. And the chances are of kosher supervision actually supervising the actual kosher product is very low in considering like the entire system. So from a scientific perspective would be exactly the same from a kashrut perspective, except for the fact of the supervision. Meaning you could scientifically inspect both beef stews and there would be no difference.
Shopkeeper who does not extend credit. Therefore, that
now you're hitting the core tension between halakha and science. Exactly, I got you. Let's unpack this step by step. Scientific, physical perspective. From a scientific lens, you have beef, carrot, celery, water. Nothing added is chafe. Meat is kosher. Species cooked properly. Nothing in the process physically alters the meat or veggies to make them non-kosher. From a chemistry, biology, physics perspective, the unsupervised beef stew and the supervised kosher stew are molecularly identical. There is zero measurable difference in enzymes, proteins, bacteria, structure, etc. If you blind tested them, no machine or human could tell the difference without knowing the supervision history. Scientifically, they are exactly the same. Halakhic perspective. This is where Judaism diverges from science. Kashrut isn't purely about what exists physically, it's about process. Was a mashkiach present? Were utensils kosher? Was cross-contamination possible? Was shkita bedika done properly? Even if all ingredients are kosher in essence without supervision, halakha treats the stew as non-kosher. The risk of error is what determines status. Status is about trust in the chain, not chemical reality. Kosher stew equals supervised kosher stew equals identical kashruts. Unsupervised kosher stew equals non-kosher because supervision is missing. Exactly. Halakha is meta-scientific. It enforces a system of trust, not molecular kosherness. Big insight here. This is why technological solutions are so interesting. If you could perfectly monitor the pressure, the halakha just needs to recognize the reliability of the system. This is exactly what people are trying to do with bug detection systems, bug detection machines, automated glass verification, X-ray lungs, fully supervised industrial kitchens. So science can, in principle, replicate halakhic supervision. The only remaining question, objective standpoint, a supervised kosher stew and a perfectly prepared layer on top of reality. It's like a lot of job protection, and eventually, machines are going to be way better than humans. And people will see humans as being perhaps unnecessary. Maybe just the overall system might be reviewed, but like if machines are better, then why waste time? And here's the thing, saying that there are chances of something happening, so we're not going to trust it. Yet in other things, like major ones, like the idea of that any Kohanim still exist, which is like 1 in a billion chance or 1 in a trillion chance, we still think that the Kohen on Saturday is of the Kohanic line, which frankly is just denying science. It's denying mathematics. It's denying statistics. So talk about the inconsistency.
So now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately...
Yeah, this is a serious, legit critique, not a rant. You're pointing at a real internal tension in halakha, and people who pretend it isn't there are kidding themselves. Let's talk straight. First, you're right about the science part. If when machines see better than humans, remember perfectly, don't get tired, bribed, distracted, or lazy, log everything immutably, then from a truth-seeking standpoint, machines will be objectively superior. Mashki. That's not controversial, that's reality. So if halakha's goal were maximize factual certainty, machines would win. But there's also a pivot. This is not halakha's primary goal. Halakha is not a science system, it's a legal tradition system. This is the key that resolves but doesn't erase the inconsistency. Halakha is built on presumptions, hazaka, majorities, rov, continuity, social trust frameworks, not on Bayesian probability or modern statistics. It asks what rules allow a community to function across centuries, not what is the mathematically optimal inference. The difference explains everything you're bothered by. The common example, you nailed the pressure point. You're absolutely right to call this out. Scientifically, 2,000 years exile, persecutions, conversions, rape, adoptions, lost records. The probability of today's Cohen of genetically pure Aaronic descendants is extremely low. And yet Halakha says, Dukani, Pidyon, Haben, First Aliyah, all of those, yes. Why? Because Halakha relies on chazaka, not statistics. If a family has functioned as Kohanim without interruption, we treat them as Kohanim. Even if the ontological truth is shaky, Halakha openly prefers stable legal fiction over probabilistic collapse. That's not a bug, it's a design choice. It's a design choice. Why Halakha is strict in some places and lenient in others. This is where it feels inconsistent, and honestly it is, but with an internal logic. Where Halakha is strict, meat bug supervision, individual actions, high visibility, easily regulated, slippery slope risks, economic incentives to cheat. So Halakha says we require process control. Where Halakha is lenient, Kohanim lineage yichus, community-wide collapse of question, no way to verify it anyway. Torah itself accepts uncertainty here. Chazaka is explicitly codified. So Halakha says we freeze the assumption and move on. This is legal pragmatism, not scientific rigor. Is this job protection? Partially, yeah, let's be honest. But more deeply, it's authority protection. And if Halakha said only what machines can verify counts, then Mazorah weakens, rabbinic authority shifts to engineers. Halakha becomes a tech protocol, not a living law. That's not something the system is eager to do. The uncomfortable truth, and this is the real answer, Halakha is internally consistent within its own actions, but those actions are not scientific. It knowingly accepts legal fiction, socially stabilizing assumptions, even applications of doubt, because its priority is continuity is greater than certainty. You're not wrong to say this denies statistics. It does. You're also right about the future, likely trajectory. Machines increase replace human checking. Mashgichim become system auditors, not eyeballs. Halakha slowly refines what counts as reliable supervision. Hazaka remains for identity, not process. Halakha does evolve just glacially. Bottom line, no sugarcoating. You're right, there is inconsistency. It's not ignorance, it's deliberate legal conservatism. Halakha is not trying to be scientifically optimal, it's trying to be civilizationally survivable. Whether that's satisfying or frustrating depends on whether you want Halakha to be a truth machine or a tradition machine. You're basically asking, what happens when ancient legal systems meet modern epistemology? That's a real unresolved question, and you're not crazy for feeling friction.
Members of the household of Rabbi would do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from
so basically,
and then repay them with
Halakha is more comfortable having inaccuracy and tradition than it is having accuracy and modern development. And I don't like that. And I don't think rational people would like that.
You can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce.
Yeah, that nails it. You're putting it bluntly and correctly. Halakha prioritizes continuity and tradition over scientific accuracy. And for someone coming from a rational, data-driven mindset, that can feel wrong. Let me break it down gently but clearly. What Halakha is actually doing, Halakha is designed to keep a community alive, stable, and functional across centuries. It assumes some inaccuracy is okay if it preserves Mazorah tradition. Example, combining low probability of true lineage, still treated as holy. Flat meat, stringency is about human process, not science. Produce, bug checking relies on tradition and chazaka rather than Tekula. The goal is trustable outcomes, not optimal scientific outcomes. Why this feels irrational? From a modern, rational perspective, if we could measure, test, verify, and automate, why wouldn't we? Why stick to assumptions that aren't empirically true? It feels like purposefully blinding obedience to tradition, even when evidence suggests otherwise. Exactly why you feel uncomfortable. Halakha values certainty of process and historical continuity over factual accuracy. Halakha sees it. Halakha essentially says humans are fallible, Humans are fallible. Evidence may be incomplete. Tradition is self-stabilizing heuristic. Legal fictions like the Cohen system maintain social and religious cohesion. So even if the odds are tiny, acting as if tradition is true is better for community survival than strict rational accuracy. The clash, rationalism versus tradition. You're hitting on the epistemological tension. Rational lens, accuracy matters above all. Halakhic lens, continuity matters above all. Machines could rationalize machines could replace humans. Halakhic Mazor defines validity, not technology. Rational lens, probability is greater than superstition. Rational skepticism is rewarded. Halakha, legal stability is rewarded. That's why, from a rationalist point of view, halakha is frustrating. It systematically ignores modern probability and technology in favor of historical procedure. Bottom line, yes, you're right. Halakha chooses tradition over accuracy. It will resist science, math, and probability in certain areas because its priority is survival and cohesion of the Jewish legal system, not maximal empirical correctness. From a rationalistic lens, it's hard to like. It looks like we're sticking to assumptions that aren't true because it feels safer socially.
Right? Obviously, if he pays her money, or even he gives her an object, that object is called like an estimate, so the payment for a harlot.
Okay, so let's map it out systematically so that you can see the full pattern where halakha favors tradition, Mazor over evidence, probability, or science. I'll break it down into major categories. Kashrut, food, meat, glatt versus non-glatt. Meat may be fully kosher, non-glatt, but rejected for stringency. Science, meat is physically fine. Halakha rejects some kosher meat to preserve certain tradition, certainty in tradition, supervision. Even intrinsically kosher meat, produce. Even intrinsically kosher food, meat, produce becomes non-kosher without supervision chain. Science chemically identical. Halakha status depends on human oversight, not the food itself. Bugs and produce. Produce is kosher in essence if bug-free. Halakha requires manual checking or certified supervision. Science machines can detect perfectly. Halakha tradition plus process determines acceptance, not objective evidence. Lineage status. Kohanim. Probability of being a true descendant of Aaron is astronomical. Holocaust still treats them as Kohanim, allows special privileges. Science statistics almost certainly not pure. Purpose preserves ritual structure and social legal cohesion. Mamzer Yichud. Certain inherited legal statuses persist based on tradition, even if verification is impossible. Science, modern genetic testing, or historical record would contradict this assumptions. Holocaust maintains status quo to avoid chaos. Ritual purity, mikveh immersion, status of Tahor versus Talmud relies on proper procedure, not molecular reality. Science, water may be identical in all respects, but process matters. Holocaust, unbroken supervision, Mazor is key. Teruma, priestly gifts, correct separation requires intentionality and proper procedure, not intrinsic separation. Science, if chemicals or physical separation are identical, still invalid without intention. Calendar holidays, Rosh Chodesh Nisan, historical observation plus testimony. Science, we know the exact moon position. Holocaust still relies on Mazor, established calculations, not observation in every case. Leap years, intercalation. Leap years, intercalation. Originally observational, now fixed, some authorities still maintain traditional rules as authoritative, even though modern astronomy can predict perfectly. Even other areas where tradition is greater than evidence. Ritual alchemy, food cooked by non-Jews. Mechanically cooked food could be identical. Holocaust status depends on who cooked, not physical change. Mezuzah, tefillin, parchment. Material could be identical. Holocaust, small mistakes invalidate it, regardless of how well it functions in reality. Family status, community roles. Community often treats roles as valid based on tradition. Science, historical verification may fail. Holocaust preserves function or factual accuracy. Pattern frequency, process over physical reality. What is done matters more than what exists. Tradition over probability. Low likelihood situations are treated as true for stability. Human oversight over objective measurement. Machines or perfect detection don't replace legal validity yet. Legal fictions as tools, they stabilize society, preserve roles, and maintain continuity. Bottom line, from a rational scientific perspective, many halakhic rulings are arbitrary or overcautious. They ignore measurable evidence in favor of social, legal, and historical preservation. This creates tension with modern rationalist thought, exactly what you're pointing out. That's enough. We haven't even done.
transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment, ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, the Shemitah produce, and then for the 8th-year produce remains totally fine. Fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this Esron piece.
17.
So again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays her. Okay,
We've done these. Shabbatai, we've done these.
Right?
And
so Nathan has done. Right? And then let's say he gives your sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday he has relations. So again, based on just on before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest period, and therefore it's not forbidden for constantly to them. Right? Because it lacks transactional use. You must understand. If he bought out, but when he does have relations, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gives the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have relations with her on top of something? Lechol Allah is certainly not fair. Obviously, okay, I understand. When you give the sheep, it can't be labeled as testimony of Allah. It's never actually, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should derive as an estimate zone already as of Tuesday. Rabbi says it's very interesting. You know what's the case? She should come up and make your basa. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So we're saying that when you have relations on Wednesday, actively the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. Papayas harvest, papayas zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a fake. She's in zona, and she's offering up carbonos. Listen, it's important, we've mentioned this many times in the past. Those of us understand we all live in consistencies, and we all live in comparative contradictions, and in certain respects, on the Sabbath, and in certain respects, on the Masha. And there are things in my life that are things very well, and there are things in my life that are things I'm quoting, and there are things that I don't do at all. Here's the beauty of it. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well, that I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not an all-in thing. You could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life, but most of us are not there. Sometimes we feel hypocritical, or sometimes we feel like a fake, because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving tzedakah, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical. It is more contradictory, but welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy, we all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. And it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, the sheep also brings kabbalas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbalas are rare from the Torah. It's appeasing the Lord. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner conflicts, our inner struggles, some other things. And then you still
You're a big dog. I'm in the middle of something. Come back in an hour.
So the Zona offered up the covenants, but the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So you might say, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. Okay. If you tell me what's the case, if he said to the Zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Apply this as of today. Right? Then, so she did the Sharila. Right? The less thought, the Shaspira, so then obviously it's mutter, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an Esron on Tuesday because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially gave her a gift. And the picture has every right to offer it up. However, if you eat the law on the Lakanut in the Aksha, he's not in the Karma. This is very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as a gift, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? He gives it to her. He gives it to her today. We're going to have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, Hafi Matsuyakada, Adbucha for Rabbi. After all, Yidish Yakdish is based on Kodesh Hamrachman. The Torah says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an Erev evaluation. I will go ahead and consecrate his home. Hamrachman, and not base of yourself, just like your home, you own it. Ask Kodesh Yusuf, so to be owned, you need to consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then have to check her out as a child. That's the start there. And then it's even a you know, you can only be makdish something that is yours. Which means, in the realm of personal growth, the only asks of us what we're able to do. You know, sometimes we make a mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's good to have people who you aspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves. But he says we can measure up to some of us. You don't know if this person's football or their abilities are. The Ribbon Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate, and it doesn't belong to you. It's so often in life we forget that the Prophet only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of you what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of you someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of you is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. And only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our presence, in our power, within our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. Eladamala, so what's the case? Eladamala, this is very interesting. He says to her, right, so Reuben gives to the owner of the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, we're scheduled to be here tomorrow, right, and just keep it with you until tomorrow. You mix the like, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car money, you need dinner, whatever it is, then Gemara says, Kani Aksha, I'm going to give you the right to acquire it. So it's interesting, fine, so Gemara says, yes, so there was an answer on it. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides that, it's not only academic thing. We're doing this because of the idea that's kind of happening over here is that something can only be vested in permitted status when there is a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esron zone and by the Harlot payment case as well. As we might just get over into this Harlot payment case. So by the way, come on, big Pisha Samas. Very interesting. So let's say the same thing. Reuben gives Reuben is Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not the sheep. She consecrates it. Now she didn't offer it up as a covenant, but she's not the sheep. So what's the status now of the animal? Mother. Even the Amamara, and Russell with the Balkan is Russell Hadil, the man back to Basicani, so do we say that essentially making something hectish is the equivalent of offering it up. In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hectish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, did he say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and doing makdish it verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but the makdish is gone, the animal is gone. The makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it is still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was makdishing? Again, because I must say, you heard the shiny is in the case that she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the bia occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Esnon Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the bia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdishing. Wednesday the bia occurs, and ultimately by the time of the bia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an Esnon Zona or not? So let's say the king shall be Rabbi Eliezer. Because so let's say going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the dot. Right? So remember again, the way Rabbi Lazar understood the case of the Esther Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time that the occurred. Dafka Hikri Basa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. About Hikri Shaso, low. But from Rabbi Lazar's statement, it would appear that if she was not fishing, that the animal was still in existence at the time that the deal occurred, perhaps the animal would now be told in Zona. Much the Gemara says, no, Rabbi Lazar is fake to me by it. The truth is, this Shaila is Mamish Shaila Rabbi Lazar himself. So the Gemara says, nine. Mifshat Shikir Rabbi Eliezer, Dakubasa, Dalka, Bakushaso, Lo, the Isa Shasbia. Does Rabbi Lazar say that the only time it doesn't need to be an estimate is when the animal was offered up before the Bia? Because by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps, again, where she was just Makdish, she consecrated it. The animal still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case, Halacha L'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslan Zona. All Gilma, Hikribasa, Shikale, Vikbishasa, Misakale. And then, maybe, obviously, if she offered it up, then it's falling under this time of the Bia. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Eslan Zona. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says take it. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, I will say, what comes down in this case over here is first of all, so it's an important lesson number one, because we're not finished with Eslan Zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Eslan Zona, as a harvest payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an Eslan Zona. If he deposited an animal with the payments, now, the via doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up to a bona fide carbon. If she's not distant, she consecrates it, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of the via, the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the thing, that's the thing. Okay, let's analyze that. So we're going to look like the second case what it was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, then he used for consecration purposes. Or maybe he marries the kasha. I don't understand this. You know what it says? Or maybe. So the vice says if he has relations with himself, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right, so he pays her late, like 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it's still the also. I'm not coming to stop, I'm not just the look hash, but that country is just important. The rights that we quoted before, that's on page 62b said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate, it's all transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says that there's relations, even if it was 3 years later, ultimately it is still also. I'm not coming to stop, I'm not just the look hash. Contradiction. How the Amar is Baali to tell us that? How the Amar is Baali to tell us that? So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case is kind of different says, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Is that? How come it's not as well how the Esman in the Hashkatins? So ultimately, again, versus when you identify the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. Alright, so let's analyze a little bit more. The only level color is that my hobby, I don't think. So let's analyze this, right? So now, moving a little bit off, he says, have relations with the zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years, now look at this, it has the status of a harvest payment as a transaction immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep or require taking possession, which the Gemara said, okay? So apparently it's actually interesting that ultimately the din of Mashiach is only given by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't use the sheep for part. So it's not that a son of is not. You guys know what about this. The old one was on the sailors. No, it's talking about a Jewish harbor. If you go, the coin that has said, oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in the process. In which case, again, ultimately, this is the process requires either type of hasela, bala, the African masala, hakaimen, or second. I understand. If it's in a process, in order to requires it, in order to get a relationship with her, and then ultimately, again, dedicate it, only dedicate it. It's already in a process, she already acquired it. What are you talking about? You must, in other words, she acquired it before Pia. So this is actually, this is like the paradigmatic case of Esmer because she's acquired the sheep even before the Pia, if the sheep is standing in her process. To which the Gemara Motiva, the Shati and the Heli are both very interesting. Now, here's the case. So Ruben comes to the Halal. And right here, this sheep is in a post. And then what is a post? The post is essentially a value. He says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you can take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amallah, you might see, not late, this is in the time I go and look up. And he says, if I pay you, like the next day, if not, and if not, shockingly to ask them to pay this sheep ultimately again as well payment. Fine. Not so vexatious, like supposed to need some help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling the essence of this process. Let's say even employs donkey drivers and workers. They say that he's paying. Now, the way ultimately, again, he's paying them. Now, actually points out over here. Rashi, these workers are non-Jews or they're Amiyahites, which is unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They'll see why this is important in this moment. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? The aim of Oshesh, okay, so that's important. So he goes in. He says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's your payment or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them, here's money, go and drink, go and eat. So let's say, now the process, the Eno Hoshish, to do this, Eno Hoshish, he doesn't have to be worried. So if you want to say 63, Romy Shoes, the Romy Shum Nice, the Romy Shum Nice. Now let's say, here's this interesting about this. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that Halakha Maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an Akum or on their heart, he has to be concerned that maybe Akum is going to go by happiness. Right? Or maybe ultimately again, or my sushi please, because when you this, because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, do it well. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Romishim Nicer, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart is it's actually the last one, the last of the long run. The hot eating, or some people need, I love people like we don't, Ruben is not the one giving them anything, but Ruben's giving them money. And it's covered up here, this is for the food, this is for you. They choose to do it that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruben. Not on Ruben, so therefore, again, no liability, okay? Now, try to press out the comment. Sounds like at least 60 second line. The Amarla, but it says there, Sube Bani Korea, Su Shubani Korea, as he says to the workers, like donkey drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay, I'll pick up the tab. All. Now this is the problem. Oshish Mishum Shlias Mishum Mais Mishum Yanis. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his money. See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, problematic if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his parents. Alma, that wasn't what do you see here? Tikapara to make Isser Kapara. So what you see here is that halacha l'maisa are not going to we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbi, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbi case. Remember, Rabbi, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed the produce, and they had a problem with no transaction immediately. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last piece over there? Amo, kapara, Isser kapara. So what do you see here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though again he's paying after the consumption order took place, a lawful amount of this transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these. Therefore, the Gemara says, here by Rabbi Yonai, we pay in the year, ultimately again, isn't that ultimately the produce? Same thing. With the Gemara says, Gemara Fisto, the Kentani Hamakito, the Nishtabu. So, no, it's different from the Ruben case, that he's going ahead and telling the workers, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from the shopkeeper who normally extends credit to them. Even the Orthodox to say, plainly to the packet. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to them, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. Plainly, it's actually right across the line. She's actually left. And being summer housing, the shopkeeper knows he's going to get paid because he regularly extends credit. שכבר הכירו, שכמוכם שיש לו הדין הקודם לא לחייבים דווקא חליפים. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transaction.
We have a lot
He's not just saying stand one where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, go to the shopkeeper.
I might break up tomorrow.
This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to moving. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy.
I will get four. So
Rashi says over here, therefore it's considered to be almost like an exchange, right? And the shopkeeper is going to give taxi drivers or laborers whatever they want to move for the items, and Reuben is going to immediately pay for that. But again, that doesn't apply.
I mean, most of these are.
This wasn't like a credit type of situation. It was where people were
Yontif.
Therefore, that case was fine because it lacked transactional immediacy. The Gemara says, "Avo." But again, using that logic, if we were to send out, let's work the same case. Go eat and go drink.
So if you're like, why are we studying?
Now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit. Then it sounds like what? Mutter. That should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter. If that's the case, then set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat and go drink, make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? The Gemara says, better. When is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the company already has the money to pick up prohibited items. But the shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that's rice to go ahead and highlight two cases. Same, but one detail different, and to highlight two dramatically different cases.
This one, motherfucker,
the old
fruit punch out of it. Cool.
Is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not?
Hey, Kenneth, you're better looking.
The person says to his friend, "Hey, one of a pony, you come the first thing love." So what happens? So like Ruben goes, all right, I go with you. So Ruben, do me a favor. lend, right,
We'll
give
see.
him money to shimon, and all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's that?
Oh, well, you're not drinking out of it.
And my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. The Gemara says, so what do you see here? Now again, let's even assume that Reuben and I have no previous relationship. What do you see from here? When you ask someone to go out and do something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteed that encumbrance, that transactional immediacy, seems to occur right then and there. Amarava, you're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit,
if you really want to know about some other things that I have this stuff that I created, it's called the sludge. What is it? Well, you need this like loose cup, like glass. You got to clean it out, and then a lot of this revolves around drinking over a sink. Sinks are involved. There's not much, but the sink is involved. What is it? So you take I guess just it's called the sludge. Yeah, it is like ecto cooler. It's not though. It looks like it. It's vodka, half mountain. And I know some people who really like this shit. They'd be like, that is pretty good.
So that's the case ultimately again. So what do we need to be concerned with that? We shouldn't cheat. So the Gemara says, so ultimately again, he says the Gemara, ultimately again, what do I have to be concerned about?
Yeah, froggy cake, girl.
That perhaps again she ultimately again the same thing. Because no particular money is being designated in advance, does not pay transaction immediately. What's the case? The case over here is where the Malachi is advanced the money to the family. Okay, so this changes that.
All the time.
Malachi is Dina the family. Kodem Shishalach Etzlo. The Hashtam the Malachi is Ta'afli B'Segel. So this changes
Fuck
everything.
yeah.
So in the case over here, ultimately, again, when the Brisa says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on you. The case is already Reuben gives the money to go to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension.
This bitch is pretty cute for a British dude.
But it's paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. I'm not fan of. On this side, it's right there. Honey drops in the So the Gemara says as follows. So says as follows. So again, all of this is all under the same ground of transactional needs. Like that's the theme that's happening every field. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, on this is the Shmite Honey drops in the So Kana said, I said this over in front of Rabbi.
Bitch has nice hands.
And what happened? Amalei. The Brisa shouldn't read that.
No shit.
Go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay means it sounds like you have to pay. Rather, what should it say? It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Like, I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying that the case of years that we didn't today. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, and then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? To which the must say, you're right. So you're right. Tani, ultimately, again, halacha l'maisa is you're right. Change the Brisa to read the Brisa should really be the following way. That halacha l'maisa, Reuben says to his, so case, remember, essentially there are two cases in Brisa. Case number one is where Reuben gives his workers $100. Says, go out and eat, go out and drink, on me. That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on you. Case two, for the Muslim is now, is that halacha l'maisa, Reuben he went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my workers are going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says, that's the problematic. You have to be concerned if you have access now to affordable food items, then it's as if Reuben is going ahead and supplying for the hand. The way that prices should read is Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink. אני מחש אותם, and I will settle off ultimately again with the shopkeeper afterwards. That's how the word goes. Yeah, what's like a lot of wishing everyone
running water and the paint will come off. Another way to set your glass is to let it sit for 21 days and it'll cure all on its own. I don't hear her saying that these are food safe paints. So do they have to be?
It's a great small sponsorship to be able to learn. I think thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Our annual Tom Close sponsors, we're dedicated all the children Russia.
Probably got manila folders up the ass.
Host for the Solar Bubbles for all of Israel. Tom Close sponsors for the month of Av. Habalina Latova, Stephen Wendy Drazing, honor of Pico Drazing, Dina Drazing,
and Abby Woolen. Not too shabby. You want to put asses in the sea? Get more hot chicks. What's his bitch's name?
We dedicate our learning in the Swiss of our precious have to just make this program.
Or Candace Smith. They call her Candy. But they don't call her Candace.
Give them success.
Oh, Smith, that's real fucking good. Really?
Ahead of us today. Today's daf is the son of GUINNESS 63, and we are picking up on son of base 62b. Today, Rabbi, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the Gemara says as follows: Today, Rabbi, yes, he perished so very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana, they would do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from
the dog. How isn't
and
the
then repay
cup for
them
Eliyahu like superstition and like a ghost? And also, does that cup have to be food safe? Because generally you don't drink it. What do most people do with it? Some people do drink it once Pesach is over. Give me the break.
Lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So that's once it's no longer readily available.
Yo, great question. You're mixing ritual symbolism, practical safety, and halakhic sales overs. Let's break it down. What's a cup of Eliyahu? Of course, Eliyahu had Pesach later. Jewish tradition sets a special cup of wine. Eliyahu, Hanabi, Elijah the prophet. This comes from the idea that Elias is the one who heralds the coming of Mashiach. The Seder theme includes hope and future redemption, so we leave a cup for him as a symbolic invitation. This is not superstition or magical. It's a ritual symbol, like lighting sugar candles or opening a door for guests. It's tradition, not ghost communication. Is this literally for the ghost? No, I'm Jewish practice. There's no belief that the ghost of the spirit drinks from the cup. Cup is symbolic and poetic part of the Seder, redemption, hope, divine presence of open kindness and spiritual participation. It's not treated as a ritual for spirit communication, e.g. From a rational halakhic view, the cup is meaningful symbolism, not a belief that physical consumes anything. Does the cup have to be food safe? Good question. There's practical stuff to consider. Most Seder plate cups are food safe. Why not all? People typically use a nice wine cup and design ceremonial goblet at kosher wine glass. So yes, in normal practice, the cup is food safe. But the cup isn't required to be food safe for halakha because the symbolic act is not a mandated eating, drinking, or it's more of a mental custom, not the Torah commandment. Some people don't actually drink from it. Two major approaches. Some people drink from a cup after the Seder, either as part of finishing the 4 cups of wine, or to make it a real wine cup in practice. Some people don't drink from it at all. They leave it only as a symbolic object, or they pour the remaining wine into the regular cup to drink later. Both practices exist. There's no universal rule. And I was thinking, like, the Seder's so what's the common practical breakdown? Practice leaving cup both throughout the Seder have a true common distinct as a symbol drinking from the cup later. Some people do this in a wasted, pouring the wine into another cup and drinking. Also common if you don't want formal 3rd, 4th cups. Using an ornate milk glass or decorative cup. Normal as long as it doesn't get you sick. Halachically, there's no rule that you must drink from the Eliyahu cup with food safe.
and cannot
That's
be used
just
for any
personal
type of
custom choice.
sacrifice.
Superstition
Makes sense.
depends on you define it.
It's
Not
signed up.
superstition in the spiritual
Correspondingly
sense.
fast enough. What's
There's
the
no
case?
belief that an actual spirit comes. It's not magical. Ritual symbolism grounded in tradition, yes. It's a way of expressing hope for redemption and welcoming future. Lots of religious practices like that symbolically meaningful. Similar, so it's clear. Is Eliyahu was being fulfilled? Visit superstition in the paradigm sense of symbolic rituals. Most of the people would say for help, no, but most people use food say help. Do people drink from it? Some do, some don't. So then people who don't drink it, they just pour it down the drain.
He gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted.
Yeah, that's basically what most people do if they don't want to drink water. Options for finishing wine, drink it yourself later. Some pour the wine in a regular cup and finish it after the Seder. This way nothing is wasted and the cup is served cup still served its symbolic role. Pour it down the sink. If no one drinks it, most people just pour the main wine down. Not a holy object that can't be discarded. There's no special blessing. There's no blessing or special rule for disposal. Use it in a real drink later. Some people add the leftover wine to a dessert sauce or cooking again fine but not fire. Where it's okay to pour it out. Unlike wine for Kiddush or other ritual obligations, the Eliyahu cup is not a required mitzvah to drink. Its function is symbolic and ritual, not consumptive. Therefore, discarding it safely is going to be fine. Practical summary: leave words above. Very common drink like some do. Pour down the sink. Most do if they don't drink it. Incorporate in food. So yes, if nobody drinks it, the standard practice is just pouring the wine down the drain.
Relations pair. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate.
Yeah, teach us some more drinking chips. Well, let's talk about that.
Is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use.
So within Judaism, you're not supposed to drink to get drunk.
If you give it
But you can drink.
the Achakach Bala.
Give me the break.
What does it mean, the Achakach Bala? Rashi says, Achshav Elo.
Yes, the classic philosophical distinction. Judaism very nuanced approach to alcohol, and it's all about intent, moderation, context, and breakdown. The Torah and early sources. Wine is celebrating the Torah and enjoying mitzvot. There's some heat, there's some part of festive joy often includes Kiddush, Pesach, Seder, prayer. Ritual wine is required. Warning against excess. Proverbs Mishnah and Talmud explicitly. Wine is a mocker, strong drink is raging, and whoever is deceived by it is not wise. Talmud intoxication leads to shaming sin. Drinking to get drunk is forbidden. Definition: drinking with the intent of losing control or consciousness. Talmud: excessive wine leads to Makedesh, Yetzirah, the evil inclination takes over. Rambam: a Jew should not drink to the point of stumbling or being unable to perform mitzvot. Rational: you lose rational judgment, you will sin. Embarrassment, harm, you fail in ritual obligations and self-discipline. So intentionally, drinking to get drunk is prohibited. Drinking at a buzz allowed in moderation. Drinking to feel pleasant, relaxed, or a little lightheaded, not alcohol, in moderation to enhance short from Kiddush. Some authorities, small amounts of alcohol can enhance simcha, festivity, or meditative experience as long as judgment isn't impractical. Practical take wine for a touch spot of film. Critical find key is intentional moderation and drinking too. Practical guidelines for portion moderation: 1 or 2 glasses for men, less for women, depending on your body and talents. Enough to feel left, not necessarily. Control your faculties. Must still be able to speak, act, and perform mitzvot. Ritual context preferred. Wine for mitzvot versus recreation. Drinking outside ritual context is fine in moderation, not for drunkenness. Age-type considerations. Underage or impaired people are forbidden. Health restrictions override ritual elements. Key takeaway: top words. Drink to lose control of the drunk is forbidden. Drink to enjoy the fun without moderation. Drink is part of the mitzvah. What is a brand of kosher box?
He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why don't we say that when he does have relations with her top of some people, Lechol Allah is Freya. Obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives you the sheep, the can't be labeled.
Right now, boxed wine isn't super common, but there are kosher wine options you can buy in larger formats from boxes, and plenty of kosher wine brands you may find in case offerings, which is similar to box case wine. Common kosher wine brands, bottles and large sizes. These brands are widely available in most kosher wine bottles. You can even find them in mixed cases if you want to drink.
Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting that once the case, he should come up and
Alright,
it's
very
very
hard
interesting.
That's
What happened? Zona, right?
You'll see these in cases or mixed wine
She got the
boxes
sheep on Tuesday.
that
Now,
sellers
relation
put
didn't
together,
happen
which is
until
functional.
Wednesday. So the US saying that when they have
Not really.
relations on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep
Streamlined bag and box is
what's the case? She offered it
common
up as
in
a
general wine
carbon
markets, but
on
boxed kosher wine
Tuesday.
specifically isn't widely standardized yet in most stores. Most kosher wines are still
That
doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Some retailers might carry kosher bulk containers or special order electronics. Bottom line.
So it's important to understand we all live in inconsistencies. And we all live in
So what's the big one?
certain respects on the Sabbath, and in certain respects on the Masha. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things.
Yo, can you take Manischewitz and put it in a bag and drink it out of the bag like a bladder, and it still be kosher, as long as the bladder is kosher? That's kosher, right?
Yiddishkeit is not an all or nothing. You could be righteous in some areas.
Yo, yes, I can break this down for you. The short answer is probably yes, but it's a caveat. So wine. Manischewitz is kosher, bottle certified. Wine stays kosher as long as there's nothing non-kosher touches it. It's sealed and handled properly, so the wine itself is kosher. Transferring to a bag bladder. Logically, wine doesn't lose
I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this.
The container must be kosher, clean, natural bladder. Animal bladder, would be kosher and clean if not spoiled. Minor plastic bags also fine as long as they were never used with non-kosher substances. So yeah, putting a kosher wine in a kosher bladder or bag does not invalidate drinking from the bag. There's no rule that the wine must be drunk from a bottle or a cup. Ritual wine like Kiddush normally must be a vessel that can hold properly, but for regular drinking casual wine, you can sip from the bag. Caveat: Kiddush or ritual use. If you intended to use the wine for Kiddush or Pesach, it doesn't pick the extra rules. The vessel must be kosher and best posting for casual drinking. No problem. Tacos bottom. Wine in a kosher, sure that the bag bladder is clean and not contaminated by non-kosher substances. For ritual purposes, Kiddush Seder, use a proper cup bag may not count for casual drinking. Totally.
This is yours as of today. Right?
Really? Yeah. So it's at the end of your fucking story. Motherfuckers, I guess are going going out of style.
Then obviously it's mutter, right? Because she has title to it.
Slap the blood.
Can't be categorized as an esnod on Tuesday because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially, he gave her a gift, and therefore she has every right to offer it up. However, the law in the action it's very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, "This is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday," right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? If he gives it to her, he gives it to her on Tuesday. Okay, we're gonna have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, how could you offer it up as a carbon? After all, the ish is based on Kodesh Amrachmar. The Torah says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an erech, valuation. Right? Will go ahead and consecrate his home. Amrachmar and Madesa B'Shuso, just like your home, you own it. Afkol B'Shuso, so to the only thing you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could you offer it up as a card? Unless they just find a tremendous number of asking over here. You could only be makdish something that is yours, which means in the realm of personal growth, Hakadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us what we're able to do. Sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people, and that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people who we aspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others, and we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what those person's profiles are, their abilities are. The Ribono Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't catch me saying it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that his Rabbi only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than what we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. You can only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our purview, in our power, within our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. So what's the case? This is very interesting. So he says to her, right? So Reuben gives the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, "Okay, keep the sheep with you. We're scheduled for tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. Be mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep. I don't know, you need a car money, you need dinner, or whatever it is. Then Imar says, "Kami akshav." That give you the right to acquire it as tomorrow. So it's interesting, kind of hedges his bets and everything. Fine. So the Gemara says this. So everyone says that's the zoning case. Now again, what's the idea? Why we remember this all happened with Rabbi Yanai with this Shemitah transaction. The idea that's kind of happening over here is that something that can only be vested with prohibited. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esnan zone and by the harlot payment case as well. Rabbi Yanai just gets a little bit into this harlot payment case. So by Rabbi Shia, Kama Vekisha Samas. Very interesting. So let's say, same thing. Reuben gives Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish it. She consecrates it. Now, she didn't offer it up as a korban, but she's makdish it. So what's the status now of the animal? Madu. Kevan Damar Mar, Amirasol Gabot, Misirasol Hadlo, Kiman Dakri Basidami. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish it verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? No. In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being because it's gone, the animal's gone. Being makdish, ultimately again, it is still here, it is still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was makdish it? Again, because I must say, you heard the shaila is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the via occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslan Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the via occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdish it. Wednesday the bia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the bia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is: does the object become an esnan somehow or not? So we're submitting Rabbi Eliezer. You can answer Rabbi Eliezer. Someone say, going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer from the top of the daf. Right? The Gemara says, Rabbi Eliezer, shekadma behikri vasa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Esnan Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already. The dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. Aval hikvisha, so low. But from Rabbi Eliezer's statement, it would appear that if she was makdish, that the animal was still in existence at the time that the via occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Esnan Zona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Eliezer who fake coming by it. The truth is, this shaila is mamish a shaila of Elazar himself. So the Gemara says, "My mifshat pshita Rabbi Eliezer dakivasol davka bakisha solo da isa b'shasriya." Does Rabbi Elazar say that the only time it doesn't become an esnon is when the animal was offered up before the bia? But by the time the bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated it. The animal is still in existence at the time of the bia. In which case, halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an eslan zona. Al dilma, if we vasal shitale, vikvishasal masap. Or maybe obviously if she offered it up and it's no longer in existence at the time of the bia, of course it's not going to be categorized as an eslan zona. But in a case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. To which the Gemara says, take me. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, what comes out in this case over here is, first of all, so important lesson number one, because we're not finished with this non-zoning yet. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an non-zoning, as a harmless payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered zona. If he deposited an animal with her for payments, now, and the via doesn't occur until later on, as soon as she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up into the bona fide cargo. If she's not discharging the via the next day, what is the status of that animal? That's the thing. That's the combo. Okay, let's analyze that. But so the was like the second was let's see accusations of her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately again the payment is mutable. And we say it's mutable when used for extracurricular purposes. Or meaning the marriage the cash out. I don't understand this. The Gemara says community. The Rabbi said the person has relations with his son, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the girls late. Right, so he pays her late. Right, 3 years later, it's still called the holiday payment, and it'll still be awesome. And I'm not gonna eat stuff, I'm not pissed off, no kasha. So listen, that kasha is just important. The rights that we paid before outside of closing is 62 said that if reservations and then payments, that's not an estimate, it's no transaction immediacy. Here the Gemara says that reservations, even if you place for 3 years later, ultimately it is still awesome. And I'm not gonna eat stuff, I'm not pissed off, no kasha. It's not a contradiction. Hadda Omar is Ba'ali Li, it is Ba'ali Li, the Talazah. Hadda Omar is Ba'ali Li, the Talastan. So listen, this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case of Talmud Pishra says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, the Talazah. How come it lies not other Eslan than the Ashkenazi? So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. Alright, so let's analyze a little bit more. The only other color is that my hobby, I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Everything goes over to Rabbi. He says, have relations with this extra zone. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years, the halacha is, it has the status of a holiday payment, has this transaction immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it first. In order for it to be first, what has to happen? The Gemara says, you should follow. The Gemara tells them, the sheep follow. Right? Remember, livestock, animals, they follow sheep, are required to be devotion. Which the Gemara says, the Zohar of other stuff, okay? So kind of is actually interesting. The ultimately, the beginning of the sheep was only written by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need the sheep as their part. So it turns out the Zohar is not. You guys know what about this. The old ones was only scales. That's talking about the harvest. If you don't, it's quite the hudson. Or interestingly enough, the sheep standing in the hudson. In which case, again, ultimately this can be selfish requires in a second. Either quite the hudson, that's why the African Masala, I come in. If it's in a hudson, in our which requires it, in our generations of ours, and then ultimately, again, anything, it's already in a process, it's already required. What are you talking about? You know, she acquired it before. So this is actually, this is like the character never case of Estimate, because she's acquiring the sheep even before the Dua, if the sheep is standing in the process. So it's the most of people, the Shati and the Hindi are very interesting. But here's the case. So when it comes to the Halal,
and that's D-Madness on the bass guitar. Everybody do feel free and on YouTube, and their single pandemonium is available everywhere. This episode of the number one live podcast in the world is brought to you by Close and Recruiter and Shopify. How you guys feeling tonight, guys?
So therefore, she doesn't usually require the sheep initially.
Feels real
She
good.
requires
Before we
the
get
sheep
started here, a little bit more. The
There's
amazing sponsors that made it all
the
possible.
Amar Law We live
in Austin, Texas, but we are jumping in a tour bus. Ladies and gentlemen, and we are tasting March 20th. Go to TonyHunchClub.com for tickets. But right now, come see an actual Kill Tony show in the great state of Texas. One in Houston, February 28th. One in Granbury, March 28th. TonyHunchClub.com. Get tickets. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show?
Let's say again,
We're braving the freezing weather, and what a warm, hot show I have for you. Ladies and gentlemen, two of the biggest comedians in the world, two of the funniest human beings on planet Earth. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you two of my favorites. Make some fucking noise for Bert Kreischer and Ricky Ingram.
And he says to them, "Your people is good to be myself. See, should be myself." So what's the matter? Oh, the aim of those things, okay, so that's important. So he goes in and says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, you know that. Okay, you're going to supplement whatever it is. He's giving them here, right here's money, go and drink, go and eat. So what's saying, now the ain't no culture to do this. Ain't no culture, so doesn't have to be worried. So if you want to be 60
How many translations do you think have in the kitchens this Thursday? Before the storm came in, they were like, hey,
what's the concern? Did you want to say that, hello, hello, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an offer on their part, it's going to be right? Or maybe ultimately again,
Teaser is out on the Comedy Store YouTube now. Ricky's one of the funniest fucking human beings on planet Earth.
He doesn't have to be concerned.
What's the guess? Fun fact, for those of you that consider yourself Kill Tony fans, Rick was the guest on episode 1 of Kill Tony before it even had its name. It was called Hinchcliffe's Notes with an apostrophe.
Over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Loishim, Isor, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart of the actually the last one, the last of the long one, the heart of you, or something in you, I love people like, Ruben is not the one giving it.
It was like his ninth at the time.
It's covered up, this is for the food, this is for you.
Yeah.
But they
And now I'm the only person left
essentially,
supporting them, so
it's
it's
not
funny how
unmoving.
these things
It's
turn
not
out.
unmoving, so therefore again, no
Oh,
liability.
what an amazing privilege it is. We
Some
love him.
feel
How
they
about a
see
hand for Red
people
Band, everybody? I mean,
Orla,
just adorable.
sex them.
He had to literal lick the hair off of him earlier. He said, quote, the cat slept on my shirt. This is my business partner, everybody. You guys know how the show works. Over 300 human beings signed up for the opportunity to be on tonight's show. They're all stacked on top of each other in an unbelievably disgusting bar next door, hoping and praying that they get pulled onto this bucket. I'm gonna let the corpse of John Benet Ramsey take the first motherfucking congratulations. Can you believe she's here? It's amazing the people that travel here for this show. It's absolutely incredible.
See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food
So
and
what we
drink,
go, there's not.
whatever they buy,
Well, we go wrangle that first comedian, and you guys know it works. They get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know, their time is up. You know, Sonic kids. That means they have to wrap it up better, else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Very angry. Even though he likes the water, he's very, very angry. Well, we go wrangle that first comedian. We have a special treat for you guys to start tonight's show. A regular we haven't seen in quite some time, a master of the interview portion of the show, and a great return of the one and only, ladies and gentlemen, if you know the words, sing along.
What do you see from this last piece over there? Humble, Kikapara, to make a sick apara. So what do you see from there? That when Ruben pays the bill, right, pays the bill, so even though, again, he's paying after the consumption already took place, a lawful right, so this transactional, and he is paying for it, these Shemitah produce, Shady produce, it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, Alfanami, Kikapara, the Misa Kapara.
My only problem with ice is that they're going after every minority group except black people.
Same thing. Which the Gemara says, Gemara Fisto, the Henchman and the Samakito in the Stabber. So, no, it's different. In the Ruben case, right, where he's the when you have more room to breathe. And we'll just go drink, I'll pick up the tab.
But I understand.
We're talking
Can you
about
imagine the shame you have to
purchasing
be into to
food
pour black
from a
people?
shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. The Archilach, the Fay,
I'm actually training for the pre-gun competition right now.
normally extends credit to
Do you
you.
shoot a pistol, a rifle, and a shotgun in under 3 minutes? Just in case I get carjacked and I
Literally, the
didn't
shopkeeper acquires his money immediately.
Flock of
Look at
quails.
that.
All right, that's my time. Thank you so much.
Shopkeeper knows he's going to get this regularly extends credit. שכבר יקבו, שכמוך שיש נועדים לכאן לא לחיים, דרך חליפים. So that's it. It is transaction use. Ruben is not just saying stand where you are and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, go to the shopkeeper. I'll pick. So therefore, again, if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening.
Type of gun competition.
Rashi says over here, therefore specifically almost like an exchange, right? So the shopkeeper is going to give,
Not a lot of people know this. Asians are the most racist people. I thought people knew that when I made fun of an Asian back in 2021. Turns out nobody fucking knew it somehow, or everybody forgot it all at once. And I got in big trouble.
Therefore, that case is trying to get back transaction immediacy.
My token.
This wasn't the Asian.
No, that's the Asian that I got to replace the old Asian.
In case, go eat and go drink, I'll pick up the tab. But now he's not saying to a shopkeeper who normally spends credit. That's the case. That's what he loves you. And the time it's if that's the case, then set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case in the price up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go drink and drink, make it two different cases. What should these two cases be? The Gemara says that time we're in, when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? The Chenbani Hamakifo, in the Shtabil, when is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben. Because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if, again, the Chenbani already has the money to pick up the items. How about Chenbani She'ima people, but shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that's his call. In other words, benefit the price to go ahead and just like Helen Keller, like that. One detail different, and two dramatically different cases. This was the old Chenbani She'ima people read on the side. But more is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to the Chenbani? Homer the Chavero.
How often are you jerking off?
The person says to his friend,
it's actually really cold, so it kind of...
What happens? So like Ruben goes, I go to school. Give me a favor. Give him money to shoot. Give money to shoot. And over my property will be coming in 13. What's that? Ultimately, ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. The Mercer says, what do you see here? Now, again,
can you imagine your
Ruben and I have no previous relationship. What do you see
come across what at first you assume is
do something to someone else,
only to find out that it's an Asian guy masturbating on mushrooms? You expect that in Oklahoma. You don't expect that here.
You can't see it. Right. You're right. Whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't seem to be. You must even the Roman Yahid Shibude Lo Nissa. Rashi says, keep on going the Yahid Shibude with the Rashi third line of Rashi. So
why was he away for a while? Why by yourself also?
Since Ruben did not go ahead and actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up. Since no defined the number of money, right? Or no specific money, set aside to that. Therefore, again, that lacks transactional needs. Because it does ultimately.
Did you see anybody else out there when you were camping? Were there
So
other
you
people?
feel that most the cat left a week
Bunch
in
of
the
dudes
below this
camping in like
seaside.
tactical
You know, it
mode.
says Ella
Were they with each other?
so
Was
that's the case
they were following
ultimately
a
again.
general
So
rule
what
of
do you need to be concerned
not
with that? We
agree
should
being more than one.
So
Yeah, they were at
so ultimately again we says says the Gemara, ultimately again, what do you have to be concerned about? Allah, my frustration. What do you have to be concerned about here? Allah, that perhaps, again, Shmita Rose, versus Halo Yaki, ultimately, again, it's the same thing. Allah, because no particular money is designated for exams.
All right, Hans, another great new set. You got the show started for us. Thank you so much, Hans. Thank you very much. Now we rotate over to the dear, insane, fucking density where we actually meet people. Anything can happen. Makes my through your first fucking hole. It's Big Vinny, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
So the piece of the year, ultimately, again, the Raisa says that if Ruben says to his workers, go to the Chemini, go to the shop, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is already Ruben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. I know. I'm being so much they come in drugs in the so the Gemara says this time. So again, all of this is the same round of transaction.
The reason she broke up with me,
that's happening over here.
She found out her name and my phone.
I'm sorry, I'm used to the Explorer. So I said this over in front of the
It was even rougher than I had her on my phone.
That's the case. The prices shouldn't be that Ruben says to his workers,
go ahead
and drink, and I will pay. I will pay you
even in his name, folks, his entire identity is weight. Meanwhile, he's the third fattest guy up here right now.
Go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, the same out of
we know Red Band's number one,
today.
Bird number two, medium Vinny here doing nothing with a Zempic and Fat Jones.
How much did they consume?
Slightly less big Vinny is what I'm
right.
I'm kidding, Bird, you're not that fat. You seem like you got a little bit of a difference. I lost 45 pounds. No drugs for me, just run and eat right. Fuck you.
That case, whatever they do,
Just in a minute of fat.
Yeah.
What have you eaten today? What
Is that
food have you consumed since this
moving
morning?
3 8 he went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my workers are going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says, that's the problematic. You have to be concerned, if they have access to maybe 3 items, then as soon as Ruben is going to price A, so I will the way that price should be used, Ruben says to his workers, so
It's accused of not being fat. He's like, I better start telling people.
but I need a costume. Then I will settle up.
Tell us exactly how you made the chicken salad. Then give us your recipe, Big Vinny.
I had today. Oh yeah, everyone.
The other half was dinner last night.
Yep.
Very good.
So I pulled it apart and threw some mayo on there, fucking a little bit of onion, some garlic powder, some salt, fucking.
Let's say good morning. It is a great opportunity to be able to learn with you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual commentary sponsor, for dedicating all the showing drushos this year as a support for the solar struggles for all of Israel. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Av, Rabbi Rotova, Stephen Wendy Jason, honor of Christo Jason, Dina Jason, Irene Rosen's wife, and Stanley Rosen's wife before the drop. We have learning sponsors, Dr. Eddie Page Wolf, the creation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Silas Wolf, Shalom, Ben Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Allen, memory of her father, Ben Allen, Father Baruch Mordechai, and Maria, and Russell, as always, we dedicate all our names to the
There was no part of the comedy where he gave like
and the power of America, and
but he wanted to make sure you guys knew that he wasn't just fucking soul shaker and
exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Samach Gimel 63, and we're checking out on South facing base 62b. Today, Rabbi, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines off the top. So the Gemara says as follows: Today, Rabbi, yes, he is she is Nami, who probably the she is. So very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi do as follows: they would borrow sheets of produce from the court, and then repay them with 8th-year produce, non-sheet of produce from the following year. So if you look at that sheet, that says there was no way to say, yes, here she is, Kozmas Manadio. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities, I'm off on myself, you can go ahead and borrow, not commas, but lend or borrow Shemitah while it's still readily available for everyone. So he says, once it's no longer readily available to heal, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi says, on the part of the Shemitah, Shtachach the Achli Aniyim Shemitah after Adir, and you get the Shemitah. So what ended up happening again is, on year number 8, the people of Rabbi's house would repay the Aniyim, ultimately again, with new produce, 8-year produce. So they came and they said, so people mentioned this kind of we're talking about it, obviously, by father people to some degree. So they said to the Yochanan, the Yochanan said, yo, listen up, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? You connect done. Now, I was saying, interestingly enough, look at Rashi, you also know his stars, 2 couple of Rashis. You also know, the Yochanan said, there's members of the house of the Yamites are acting totally fine. Rashi says, the people that he shaked up, no couple enough the end. Lo existe and Ba'ali, love Khalifa Menu, so lo Khayla Kedusha Shvesa, that's super again. We said in yesterday's daf already, when you get into an issue of potential solace with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity can pop on the previously committed. So for example, the concern over here is, this looks like one is a transaction business to treat the produce, and even the 8th-year produce should ultimately have a sheet the same thing, a sheet of prohibition. So the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy. I would say there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the focus is being taken on the sheet year and only being quote-unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with sheet of produce, and therefore no sheet of prohibition involves supplying the 8th-year produce. That's the idea. Therefore, again, I love for myself, and therefore, again, sheet the sanctity will not devolve upon the year. This is very interesting. And this is connect on the S mark here. And interestingly enough, similar piece will come up with S mark zone. S mark zone, I love it. Doesn't just to and he gives her something for her services. Right? How this is occasion money. Even gives her an object. That object is called an S mark zone. That thing is for a home. And cannot be used for any type of sacrifice. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Sanya, the Mercy, the corresponding piece by accident was the piece. The Sanya is this. Rashi says, no some level of bottom. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel's his own. Like Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately again, he gives her an estimate, he gives her a payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or, on the other one, no some or he has relations with her, but doesn't pay her anything. What's the Racha? Hasmana Mutter. For her, it's payment, ultimately, is Mutter to sacrifice. Nothing of the Rabbi, if he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, and he didn't have relations with her, and of course, he didn't have relations with her. So he didn't have relations with her, and ultimately, again, the land is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, furthermore, the second case, but he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, they didn't pay her anything. If he didn't pay her anything, what's the meaning of the statement in Geisha that says the Lord of the S and the person doesn't make any sense? Which the Gemara says, hello, that is what to say. This is no the Antarctic Father, if he gave her, let's say, gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, when does someone become S1, the S1 just payment, when there's transactional immediacy. Okay, there are relations, right? Or relations pair. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an S1. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of S9 zone. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say, for some type of sacrificial or temporary use. So watch this. Most Eloquent, no Salah, if you give it a sheep, the African Father. Now, what does it mean, the African Father? Rashi says, Achshad Ella La'achazman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. So the days of today, and after listening for 3 hours, tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations, but I can also as well with or for that matter, if you have relations with that, and then that's none of in both of these cases, ultimately, again, the S1 is going to be however, Nasala, the other part, that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an S1 zone, that has to be transactional.
My best friend didn't even know what a first
Once you
down
go back
was.
in other words, payment relations, then the land, the sheep payment, has the status ultimately again of
So exciting. Gets us all amped while watching the game.
That's amazing, Redbam. You can find your community on PrizePicks with the new social feeds feature. You can share PrizePicks with your friends, copy lineups, like or use them as inspiration for your own picks. Plus, PrizePicks now has early payouts if your player gets off to a hot start. You now have the option to cash out those winnings before game finishes. Download the PrizePicks app today and use code Tony to get $50 in lineups. After you play your first $5 lineup, that's code Tony to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Guys, PrizePicks.
Fine. Now, the more questions a little bit
This
discussed
podcast is sponsored by
not only
Shopify. Starting something new is just hard. It's terrifying. Trust me, I know. When I started this podcast, I wasn't even sure what I was doing. What if no one listens? What if I make a fool out of myself? What if no one thinks my products? Now I know that I was right in believing in myself and launching my podcast despite all the fears and hesitations that helps me have a partner like Shopify. And right man on your second help. Tony, I love Shopify. It's the best business tool out there. Shopify is the conference platform behind millions of businesses around the world. From household names like Mattel and Gymshark to brands that are just getting started. That's right.
So why don't you
It's the
say that
best
when he
thing
does have
that you
relations
could
with
possibly be part of. Get started with your own design studio with hundreds of ready-to-use template Shopify helps you build beautiful online stores that match your brand style. Plus, get the word out like you have a marketing team behind you. Easily create email and social media campaigns where ad customers are scrolling or scrolling at the time to turn those what ifs into. With Shopify today, sign up for your $1 per month trial at Shopify.com/GoTony. Go to Shopify.com/GoTony. Go to Shopify.com/GoTony. Shopify.com/GoTony. Shopify.com/GoTony.
The Roger says it's very interesting. Well, what's the case? He said,
That's
how
right,
about the
she
Hikri
can talk.
Basa?
So can we. Go to
It's very interesting.
Shopify.com/GoTony.
What happened? The Zona, right? The Zona
All
got
right,
the
your
sheep
next bucket
on
will go by the
Tuesday.
name of
Got
Great
the sheep on
Bergman,
Tuesday.
everybody.
Now,
Great
relation didn't happen until Lent.
Here we go.
Nursing, but when they had a mission of the ones that were actively the
I'm
sheep,
in a great mood. I'm dating a beautiful
what's the
girl.
case?
Beautiful girl.
She
I shouldn't
offered
say
it up
girl.
as a
She actually
carbon
identifies as
on Tuesday.
non-binary.
She offered up as a carbon on
Which I
Tuesday.
gotta say, fellas, it's the best of both worlds. You know, I come home from work, I'm gonna, depending on my mood, I can make love to her or beat the shit out of him, you know. You get away with it, man. No, officer. She put on the makeup to cover the black eye I gave him, not the other way around. No. Get away with it. It's amazing. Well, I've signed up 57 times. I don't know if I'm gonna be back. I'd have to tell Austin. I have the biggest penis in Austin. This is a fact. Look, I do. I have the biggest thing in Austin. I'm not bragging. I bought it. That's odd. Allow me to explain. About 10 years ago, Lincoln would say I was for it. I got a penis implant, made a movie about it. Like me. And there's only one caveat. They can only make it bigger, not longer. You know, and I'm a little disproportionate. I gotta be honest. You're supposed to go twice. I went 3 times. Third time, not a charm.
is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all
Couple
areas
cans of
of
tuna
our life.
stacked
But
on
most
top
of
of one another,
us
but not that cheap
are not
bumblebee
there.
shit.
Sometimes we feel
Fermented
hypocritical.
alcohol,
Or sometimes
that
we feel
solid white
fake
meat.
because here,
It's really
I'm
good.
learning Torah, but I'm doing this. Or I'm getting
True.
stuck on, but I'm
Alright,
doing
very
this. Or I'm Chesed, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical.
I
It is
missed
still
the big
contradictory.
dick
But
thing.
welcome to the
You
nature
explain,
of the human condition.
I was
We
trying
all
to
live in
demonstrate.
hypocrisy. We all live in
Oh,
contradictions.
I missed it.
Such is the
I
nature
have
of
one.
life. But it is important for
Yeah,
us not
that's
to
it.
lose faith in ourselves.
Really?
And even though
Like I
the
must
zona
have
is a
missed
zona,
it. Well, they would
the shit
use
also
it.
brings
Yes,
coverage. You know
I have
what?
a
I
penis
guarantee you,
implant.
those
You
kavanas
really do? Yeah, I
they
do.
have to
It's
fall
fun.
out. So
Yeah.
it's a pleasing
You
aroma.
really do.
Because at
No,
the
I
end of the
do.
day, no one knows
Okay,
our
so
inner
let's talk. Let's start there.
and you still push forward
I
to do
can't
good.
imagine starting one
Despite
else.
little
So
things are broken. Sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the Zona offered up the covenants. About the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this a little bit. What's the case? If he said to the Zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then halacha l'maaseh pshita the sharila. Right? The halasa b'shasfiya umatana ba'amudiyah. So then obviously it's mustafa, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an esron on Tuesday because they didn't have relation to that. So essentially he gave her a gift, and therefore she has every right to offer it up. However, if you eat the low amalakanim in the achshav, it's enough in the paradise. This is very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit and said, he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean to say? If he gives it to her, he gives it to her on Tuesday, okay, we're going to have relations
What I'm
tomorrow.
seeing right now, folks, you
And
gotta
that's the case. If he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers,
touch it. It's not gay if it's an image.
based off of the Torah says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about the Eretz, right? Will go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not one of my days of the so just like your home,
because it is
you
plastic in it. So
the only way to consecrate, whether it's consecrate, something that you own. In other words,
You tell a ghost story
if
at a
she doesn't own
campfire,
it on
and I
Tuesday,
got my
they have to
tents or shadows.
dreams really do come.
That is a solid cop, and it's limp. That's the one you want. Is
in the
the
realm
one that my guys have in the shower. That's it.
This is incredible. We've been doing this show 13 years, and I have 784 questions remaining. My first question is, why is Bert kind of hard? So it goes, you want to touch Bert's, and then it goes all the way down until Redman comes in his pants. Alright, so great. I don't even know where to begin. When did you get this penis implant? In 2014, I made a movie about it called Big Like Beans on Tuesday. The director's cuts out too. Fantastic.
We can watch.
And it doesn't belong to
The perfect
you.
network
So
to
often
fish
like you forget.
Well, there was just a movie called The Long Hero that got this out for Southwest 2 months before we were done with editing. It fucked me. It's conceptually similar to a fucking festival. So that guy now has cancer. I know that. Oh my god. But that little big fucking, he didn't go all the way. I went all the way. I got it.
Be honest about what I possess.
One,
You possess a
just
lot
reject it from a professional
and
comedian.
then utilize those.
You close with the dick, okay? You can't open with it because I can't
not
fuck
with
with
that
you.
which belongs. And
It's so
actually, part of
prominent.
only asks of us to
I thought Bert
accomplish
was going to say,
spiritual
when you
things
come out
that
on
are
stage to
in
start your set, you just pull it out and then do your whole set with your dick hanging out.
Incredible.
Look at me like a star. I have an idea. You come out with your dick out, it has a shirt on, and then you pull the shirt off, and the crowd goes wild. This is why you're who you are. Okay, so let's start with the question that everybody wants to know. Exactly how big was your dick pre-implant? Okay, so you can only make it big, you only make it thick. It's not true.
Then Marcus Cognac shot. Then he gives you the right to acquire it.
Let's not deep research on this.
Fine. Marcus, as soon as it was again, what's the idea? Why we do this? Besides that, it's telling
Okay,
Shut
And
up.
the
They
thing is,
can make
because
it
you
longer, but
remember,
only when it
this
was
all
fast,
happened
and
with
nobody cares about
the
that. So
Rabbi
what do you think
this
of this
sheep
movie? If it was a
transaction.
normal
The
thing,
idea
everything
that's
was
being
normal,
that's
or else it wouldn't be
happening over
compelling.
here
If it was a tiny
is
thing,
that
it's not funny. If
something
it's a big thing,
can
what's
be
bigger?
invested in
Normal dick, normal legs,
status
normal
where
girth.
there is a level
Maybe
of
a little small, but
transactional
normal. Well, in a
now,
statistical
we see that by the
average.
sheep case, and ultimately we see it by the echelons only by the product
Okay, well, the average,
pretty
the
much
average
gets on those product
girth
images. So
is
variables,
fine.
yeah. How
Just
about the
circumference,
shut
that's where I was. Right, the
So
statistical mean.
let's say,
I blew my shit up. I went 3 times, not twice. What's the circumference?
Can I feel?
sheep
I've got the
on
measuring
Tuesday.
tape out.
The dia is
I got
scheduled
8.5
for
inches
Wednesday.
circumference now.
On
I got
Tuesday,
Shane
she
Diesel
goes
right
on and
next
she's
to him.
not fishing.
Wow,
She
I'm 8,
constipates
he's
now. She
8.5.
didn't offer up as a
Wow,
problem.
8
But she's not
inches
fishing.
circumference.
So
And
what's
also,
the status now of the animal mother? Even the Ramar, and the rest of the Bahokim, the man got the bus.
I think I can
She
fit
didn't
that.
say that
It's
social
unnecessary. No one has to. It's not, you don't have
is the
to.
equivalent of offering the rest. In other words, literally the Gemara says that
Yeah, actually a
verbally
little bigger when
pledging
it's soft,
something
depending
to
on the
an act
humidity
is
and
the
stuff.
equivalent of giving it
No,
over to a regular person.
Yeah, a little bigger. It's like
So therefore,
almost
do we
all the
say
way forward. It's a
ultimately
little bit
again
bigger. It's weird.
that the
It's
act of
definitely
going
weird.
ahead and knock the shit verbally is the equivalent
Do you
of
mind
offering
picturing
it?
the side by
Although
side of Florida and Phoenix?
today,
And the side's as big as your wrist.
offering it up is offering it up, but the it's gone. The animal is gone.
Do we have a
The
measuring tape?
ultimately again, it
Just
is
for a
still
wrist.
here, it's still present.
That's
So
not
does
as
she have the ability? What
Fucking
happens if
homo
she's
right
not
here.
fishing?
Yeah.
Again, for the lesson, the great child is
Here's what I'm
in the
wondering.
case that she
With
offered
something
it up
that
on
big, are you
Tuesday, by
even
the time
able
the
to
beer
get it into a
occurs,
dude's butt?
obviously again it's gone.
That
It's
was
gone,
my next
right? So
question.
take the public excellent
All right,
zone
there's a
because
measuring
it was
tape.
no longer
Let's
in
do birds.
existence.
Let me see what we got here.
In this case,
8
over here, on
around
Tuesday,
seems
she's not
like a
fishing.
lot. Maybe I'm
Wednesday, the
crazy.
beer
Well,
occurs,
no,
and
you're
ultimately,
not.
so the time
What
that
is
it's
a
beer,
can? You're not
the
insane.
object is still here. So now the
Are
shadow
you
is does the
serious?
object become an Wednesday
Oh,
or not?
Bert's got it.
And
There
so
we
the
go.
kids from the Ali Azar. Those are the laws, so let's say going back to the other on the top of the back. Right, and Marcel, that Rabbi Lazar says, "Cut out the history bus." So remember again, the way Rabbi Lazar understood the case at the Eslam Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time the deal occurred. That's the history bus. So that's because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. How about if she shut so low? But from Rabbi Lazar's story over here, that if she was not fishing, but the animal was still in existence at the time that the deal occurred, perhaps the animal would now be open to Islam Zona. Next thing I says, no, the Lazar
I
is
actually
fake to me
love the
by
opening joke.
truth is, this actually, this Shiloh is not the
How
Shiloh
long
of
have
the
you been doing
himself.
stand-up
So
comedy?
the Gemara says, "Mine."
Off and on, 50 years, but consistently a year and a half. I was a little bitch. I at the comedy store a long time ago. I've seen you like 20 years ago. I started, I stopped. A little bit of a bitch. I gotta tell you, you have like showbiz, you have like weird like ShamWow guy energy.
But
Like you're
perhaps
very
again, where she
comfortable
was
up
just
here.
concentrated.
That's my
The animal still in existence.
wildly nervous
And
actually,
the
but then getting into I can tell your dick's big as fuck.
Halacha Naisa, the animal is recategorized as a Muslim zone.
You're
Obviously,
nervous.
if you also
Oh my goodness,
Shitale,
Greek.
the Kishas in the South. I mean, maybe
Yeah, he popped out
obviously she
once.
offered
One
it up
time there
and
was
so
a guy on stage who goes, I came with a ShamWow guy.
of course, it's not going to be categorized as a Muslim zone. But again, it's just concentrated, we're not sure. To which the Gemara says patient. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, also, what comes out in this case over here is, first of all, so it's the important lesson number one. We're not finished with Muslim zone. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Muslim zone, it's going to be transaction and
So Great Bergman, how old are you?
if that order is not
46.
followed,
What did you
either
do your entire
delay
life?
dia or dia and then payment, ultimately again it is not considered to be an estimate. So if he deposited the animal
Yeah, you were right.
now,
I
the
figured
deal doesn't
it out.
occur until later on, since she
Those
has
veneers
rights
too?
to the animal, therefore she
Yeah,
goes
well,
ahead
with the
and
hair,
offers
you
it up.
get hair on the hair as well. It's what nobody
She's
believes.
not fishing.
That's
So the
when you
animal
go
is still in
85%
existence
fake,
at the time of the
big
deal.
teeth,
The next
everything
day,
else is real.
what's the status of that animal? That's
My eyebrows are colored in. Usually I get expression.
So we're making this like the second was, let's see, has a relationship
I made some movies
and then
that one day,
afterwards she pays her.
saw
Back up
her and I did some stuff kind of stuff, and then I went for it. I
or maybe the catch Bala, the Akakaki, even Hashalom Estimate us. But the rights it says if you have relations with his son, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right, so he pays her late, like for 3 years later, it's still called the Harvard's payment, and it's still the usher. And I'm not gonna stop, I'm not pissed off. Let's touch it. So what's the next question to this important? The rights that he paid before last time came in the 62 that the relations and then payment, that's not an estimate, there's no transactional immediacy. Here the dealer says that the relations injections I went 3, but they gave me this gun limit. Also, and that's why I have one is I'm not just going to pass it. You're supposed to have 2. I went 3 times, and the 3rd time you got 4. You don't know how much you're going to use. I have a whole series to tell us that. So let's say this is very was there any side effects from the 3rd injection? One case was not a case.
No, it's just come on. No, there must have been some. Did it feel weird?
Versus
no side effects other than I went to New Orleans just right after that. You got this done in New Orleans? No, I got that in Mexico.
Ultimately, again, versus the identifying sheet because if there's
you got beans in your burrito.
when he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheet, then ultimately again there is no transaction.
It's actually been quite good.
When they finally cut his dick open, their cocaine.
So let's analyze this, right? So now we think we're going to rock. He says, have relations with the zone. He says, have relations with me for this sheet. Now, again, he doesn't care for 3 years. 3 years, it has a status of a harvest payment because this transaction is just because he identified the sheet doesn't make it first. In order for it to be first, one has to have I'm going to tell us that my hobby in the customer sheet right? Remember, livestock, animals, require sheep for pricing possession.
Actually, she liked it.
So, let's go up and go.
Well, I think another episode of fucking shit. But I think the kind of, maybe it was the kind of person who would do it.
Yo, what up, sissy? How you living, girl? Can you hear me?
The old Lambazoni is talking about in Charlotte. Okay, going.
Sissy.
Oh, interestingly enough,
What's good? How's your day going?
In which case, again, ultimately, there's King Plus, she requires.
Do you speak?
One second. I don't understand. If
Sissy.
then she acquires it.
Can you hear me?
With her, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it.
There you go, girl.
It's already in her chatzah. She already acquired it. What are we talking about here? The Gemara says, in other words, she acquired it before Pia. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Esna because she's acquiring the sheep even before Pia if the sheep is standing in the chatzah.
Got a little bit too much. Taking a lot. Also, I like that. Very interesting. My dad's kids are running.
So Ruben comes to the halal land. And I do drugs. Not anymore, but it's essentially
what kind of drugs?
He says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for relations. If I don't pay you money, you can take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event partner is non-payment. The Amrullah, Imaisina rate is using the camera of your phone. And says to right for you, let's say within the next 30 days, look, and if not, Shakri Das, take this sheep ultimately again as your harlot. Fine.
This is really fascinating.
Massive
Isn't it
again, it's interesting. All of this
is for those of you listening, wondering why it seems like we're all kind of staring. It does look like a fun. That's a fun thing.
It's like Pinocchio during COVID.
Drivers and
Wearing a mask and you're like, I'm still on your
the way
it looks like he has one of those like really good steakhouse baked potatoes. It's kind of one of those fully loaded with the sour cream, chives, bacon, twice baked lettuce. That's right.
And he says to them,
It's like a baby
right?
fupa.
So what's the halal? The Elo Hoshesh, okay, so that's
like a
important. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's your opinion or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's getting taken care of. Right, here's money, go and drink, go and so listen, now because the Elo Hoshesh,
you should have jokes about getting a penis implant. You should hit it on the nose. There he goes.
Great Bergman, everybody. Wow. What an interview. What an interview. That is the first fake hit on the show. And also,
If
how
you want
about
to
some
say
of a
that
penis implant?
he's giving them money. Now, because it's an
Is everybody
athlete
good
on
out
their
there? You guys having fun?
the same thing that happens when you go on
The
yes,
crowd's never
right?
really been
Or
brought
maybe
together all at one
ultimately
time
again,
yet. Make
it's
some noise for your next bucket
or
poets.
my sushi police,
Eliezer
he's not trying to do so.
Guzman.
He doesn't have to do this.
Eliezer. I know I'm
Why doesn't
saying
he
it
have to
wrong.
do this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money. And he's saying, Trevor,
Hey everybody, Salazar again.
because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him.
I've been trying
Whatever
to
they do,
gain
they
muscle,
do.
lose some weight.
Rashi
So
says
I
over
downloaded
here,
this new
Rashi
app
just goes through all
that
of this.
doesn't let me use my phone until
Right,
I do
if you
enough
look at the end,
push-ups.
if you look at Rashi, Kolomi Shuma,
So if you see my friends and
right,
family,
if you look at
tell
Rashi,
them I'm alive.
it's actually the last
Tell
one,
them I missed them.
the last of the long ones. That
Yeah,
Rashi.
I love the technology hasn't been great. I fell on a lime scooter about a month ago, and I fell on my right hand. I couldn't use it for a while, and it made things awkward because I'm a righty. And I ran into my ex-girlfriend at this bar. She was drunk, I was drunk, so we made out. She was like, I want you to finger me right now. But all I had was one left. The best way I could describe it, you ever try to plug your charger in the dark?
He says to the workers, like taxi
I
drivers,
could have sworn the
go
lights
eat,
were
go
right
drink
here.
it, I'll pay, I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this
If
is
you
a
didn't get
problem.
that,
Then we have a problem. And we have a problem. Now, why is that? We can
Welcome back. You've been on this show before, I remember, because your name is hard to pronounce.
The issue is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks
I'm
like
not
he's
Jewish, though.
purchasing
You have a Jewish name. You're trying to make it Jewish.
You see the difference? If Ruben just says, here, pay $100 for your food and
My
drink,
mom's Puerto Rican,
whatever
so
they
she
buy,
was just trying to help.
that's on you. There's nothing to
What's
do.
your dad?
If he
My
says,
dad
go
is
eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is, if he is purchasing
What does it
and
mean?
providing these potentially
It means God has helped.
Oh,
His help.
that wasn't what he's
God has helped.
He cut to make it so
Not with your
so
stand
just
up.
seeking
How long have you been doing stand up?
we're now going
I've been doing
ahead
it 12 years.
and circling back to the Rabbi case, right? We're going
That's the
back
funny
now.
stuff.
To the Rabbi case. Remember,
Where have you been
Rabbi, what
doing
did they
it?
do? They went
New
ahead and
Jersey,
they borrowed Shemitah
all over the
produce
country, my
and
back.
they repaid the poor with
How long were you doing stand up in New York?
On set, now
About
it's
10
probably
years.
because no transactional immediacy.
Yeah, like that.
So listen, Martin, what do you see now? What do you see from
How
this
long ago
last
did you
piece
go to
of work?
Austin?
Amo,
I moved here about a year and 9 months ago.
so what do you see from there? That when moving
I
pays the
work
bill,
as a
like
chef
pays the
and
bill.
I work
So
as
even though again
a
he's
dispensary.
paying
So I run
after the
this
consumption already took place,
What kind of chef are you?
it's transactional
I make
immediacy,
burgers.
and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce from the shady
title
produce
there
from
of
the
chef.
It's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says,
I make burgers.
Often
Where are we making burgers?
I work in an ADC, but I'm trying to expand.
Here, ultimately, again, isn't that same thing.
Yeah, we're all friends with the owner of NADC. It is an unbelievable burger. In fact, it's almost too good to be able to go to sleep. It's like heroin. It's absolutely incredible.
Then we'll just go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from the
That was
shopkeeper
cool.
who normally
He's like the
extends
first
credit
mass
to
shooter vibe we've had of the night. Yeah, and to get someone from the crowd with the same vibe shouting out was cool. Yeah, he said heroin, and that guy said, yeah, me.
Ultimately, there is transactional.
Oh, yeah.
That's happening.
Okay.
Literally translated, literally
Anyway,
the shopkeeper acquires
now we
his
gotta
money
steal their
immediately.
name.
Look at that.
Was this primarily newer
That's
stuff?
actually right across the line.
Yeah, it was.
Can be some of
I was
it.
saying for
The
12
shopkeeper
years.
knows that he's going to get paid from you because he regularly extends credit. שכבר הכירו,
Yeah, you have like one of your
שיש
favorite
נוהגים
jokes that you
לחיים
do is
לא
yeah,
לחייבים
show us
תוך חליפים.
ladies and
So
gentlemen, doing one of
that's
the
it, there is
jokes for
transaction.
Elazar,
You
everybody.
really feel hard. You really not just say stand where you are and buy food, buy
I've been
drink. You
going to
say,
therapy lately.
go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick
Had a
up the
weird
tab.
situation.
This is a shopkeeper who
My
normally
real father
extends
was a
credit
criminal.
to Ruben. So therefore,
And
again,
my
it's
stepdad
as
was
if
a
the
little
debt
person.
is already paid, and therefore there is
So I had
transactional
no one to look up
immediacy
to.
that's happening. Rashi says over here, look how funny thing it is. Therefore, it's almost like an exchange. Like the shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers or whatever. Ruben is going to immediately pay for it. No, it's not funny thing. Even the other
Manuel was just 5 years
Muslim
old.
completely. Last
He was just a little bigger than me.
again, that doesn't
And my
apply
mom
in
was like, this
Israel.
shit is
Like, this wasn't like a
I
trend.
was like, my stepdad is 7 years old.
Therefore, that case is fine
And
because
it gave me weird confidence because he used to hit me.
You must
Yeah, and even when I was little, I was like this bigger kid.
again, using that even with the son that was working, same case.
But what really messed me up is I met him when I was 5. So I just started school that year and I was getting bullied in recess. So I was like, wow, those kids really meant something to me. They were the fuck up.
If that's the case,
You would think he would have done that in front of the millions of viewers, but
instead
he's
of
just
making
out
the
here
first
balling
case
out of
of
control,
myself, the case
trying
of where
brand new
he says,
stuff.
here's $100, go out and go into a drink,
Yeah.
make it two different things. What are the two cases?
You
You know, that genre, when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? The Chenbari Hamachito, in the Shtabit, when is it prohibited for women to say to his workers, have it, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who spends credit to move it. Because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if, again, the company already has the money to pick up related items. How about Fendry Shanimakito?
Elazar, tell us something crazy about your life that we could never guess about you.
Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that
Jehovah's
should be
Witness.
called. In other words, better for the Bryce to go ahead and
I used to be really fat. I used to be like 300 pounds.
one detail to your thing, than to highlight two dramatic
How you use your dick.
Here's the rest of
Big
the
question of the night. How did you lose the weight?
How did I lose weight? I stopped drinking for like 4 months. Turns out I wasn't fat. I was just a drunk piece of shit.
Were you drinking all day?
Ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. The Mercer Sabosai, what do you see now? Again, that's even assuming that Ian and I have no previous relationship. What do you see?
Philosophically, they
When you
can't have a
ask
birthday. They
someone to
are
give
more.
something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteed.
So did you not celebrate a birthday for a long time?
No, literally, my mom would be like, it's a special day today. And I'd be like, what is it? She's like, I can't tell you. Check your birth certificate. And that was literally
Whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit, doesn't
I didn't
receive
get presents or nothing.
You
No,
must
it's just,
also
I got used to it.
about the Shabbat, even the low Miyachit Shibide, low Miss. So that's like it's a little bit That's just even though Miyachit Shibide is a third wide one, Rashi is in the bottom. You're not Shibide. So when you say low Miyachit,
I was 17. A bunch of my friends who were trying to make me stop being a Jehovah's Witness, they were like, hey, we're all going to be in a bridge somewhere where you can preach to us. And I was showing up to the bridge, and they had a 30-pack of beers, and they were like, what a surprise party. And I'm like, surprise for what? You were doing all shit.
It's a great intervention when your friends bring you a 30-pack of beer.
So that's the case first.
Is your family still Jehovah's Witness?
You shouldn't see this.
Yeah, my
Ultimately,
I mean, she's still awesome.
Yeah, perhaps again, sleep.
My uncle was really cool, man. He had the softest fingers in the world.
Ultimately,
She gave you a Jewish name and no presents. That's fucked up. That's incredible.
The case over here is where the Malabai is.
My birthday was pretty weird
The money
when I was born.
When is your birthday now? I'm curious.
August 21st, 1990.
Malabai is Gino the
Yeah, I was born premature, so my lungs didn't work. The doctor told my mom that I was probably going to die. And she prayed to God.
So the case over here, ultimately,
She
again,
said,
when
if
Bryce says,
my
that
son
Ruben
lives,
says
I'll
to his
give him to
workers, go to
because
the
I
family,
lived,
go to
she
the
made me
shopkeeper,
eligible.
eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is where already Ruben gives the money to the shopkeeper.
That's incredible.
So there's no extension
Come
of
all this
that.
way
In other words,
and
he has a
see
tab, but it's paid for it. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they
Elazar rose again.
things, It's literally like he's supplying them prohibited items. So, it's a medium chunk of time. Keep signing up. Alazar, almost when I did checks right off the chest. God did not want me to catch that joke book because I know you're on, everybody. Alright, we're having fun here. We're cooking. Your beautiful your fourth book of the night is Sharon. Hey, everybody. I'm Sharon. Hey, evening Kilsoni people. The prices shouldn't be that he makes us to his workers. Go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay means to sound like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? If you insist. You should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Like, I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying that in case of years ago, we did. I see he left money with the shopkeeper, and then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100, how much did you consume? If you insist on sending me pictures of St. Tony, Zodiacs, be aware, in Texas and a handful of other states, it is against the law. I find the audio saying, why will allow it? If and only if you follow these guidelines. Well lit, head to toe, new, fully erect, holding a 16-ounce bottle adjacent for size comparisons. Thank you! Jesus fucking Christ.
Well, here's the deal, Tony. After the last time, I figured out that I, being a naturally born female, cannot ever possibly say something at all funny. So I should say something that would make my life easier with the onslaught of like your 2,000 male followers. I thought
that's what it was. Yeah, let's stop over for today. Oh yeah, everyone.
The first thing is, we gotta send her a pic of that big dick from earlier. Yeah, no doubt about it. We gotta get that. Correct. We're gonna have to scan it on a printer because it's not gonna be on an iPhone.
There was so much insanity throughout that set. Was the implication that I've mentioned to you my penis?
when I was on last time, you did mention your penis twice, so I changed the
What was the context of me mentioning
just how hard you were. One time was not so much, one time was really hard.
What were we talking about?
The first time was probably my set, the second time was when I shot something.
Stephen, Wendy, Jason,
You
Anna,
just be
Peter,
careful
Jason,
and out of
Dina,
context
Jason,
here, but
and Rose's wife,
I
and
mentioned my
Stanley Rose's
penis
wife before
very
we
rarely.
got
No,
sponsors.
you didn't.
Dr.
Was
Evan
it
J.
a
Wolf,
hee
Junction of the
Do
Yard
people
Side,
go
Dr.
afterwards,
Society,
Jared? They make
Sport,
that
Shalom,
wacky
Ben,
noise that you
Steve
don't
Hirsch,
understand
and
how it
Lucian,
is.
and that kind of the memory of the
So
father,
that thing right there, you hear
Father,
that
Paul,
wacky
Mordecai, and
noise?
Maria, and Justin,
I went ahead and changed the subject and asked if you were circumcised, and some people were like, they got it, they thought it was hilarious, and some people were like, backing on it over, and I was like, no,
success.
so we'll not asking you.
Exciting down to have us today. Today's down to this Sunday,
Did you guys date?
we actually got on Sunday days
Sharon
62D,
Ruth.
the day Rabbi, which
So
is
you have
2,
3 words to
4,
your name and
6,
3
8,
not
10,
that many
12,
punchlines
12 lines
at
up
all.
from the
This is
bottom.
incredible.
So
What
the rest
high
is
school
called
did
Today
you
Rabbi.
tell people you
Yes,
were like a
Steve
cat
Shvius
or something like that?
the Cardinal of the Shvius.
That's a great question. You two have those
Remember
energies.
that the hustle of
No,
the
really,
who
yeah.
is as follows.
My
They would
boyfriend's
borrow
an energy
Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8-year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the
Doing
following year.
comedy other
So who
places.
would actually represent us as
And
no
where?
Yasi Perushi, Kodesh Malavir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it,
Well, they probably couldn't
you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So that's once it's no longer readily available in the field, you can no longer try to keep it for yourself. So the idea is so people of the outside of the mind, they borrow Shemitah produce from the Ani and Greater Shemitah. Part of the Shvius, start off the Achli Ani and Shvius Achla Beer and Keep it Shvius. So what ends up happening again is on year number 8, people of Rabbi's house and repay the Ani ultimately, again, with this new produce, with your produce. So they came and they said, so people mentioned this as a survey. It's something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said, Rabbi Yochanan said, yeah, listen, okay, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Then done, never say that. Interestingly enough, look at Rashi, we also know this, a couple of Rashis. We also know in here, Rabbi Yochanan said, the members of the house of the Yannais are acting totally fine. Rashi says, the Chitim that he shaita, lo habu hanach ba'en, lo ichnife hanin ba'ani, lav chalit beninu, lo chaylik b'ishas yezah. You saw this week that already. We get into an issue of potential comments.
20 minutes to get through that, and there's not a funny, unidentifiable moment.
So, for example, the concern here is this like one is transactional business, which means the produce, that even the inferior produce should ultimately have to percentage with the produce. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a recipe, there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in the season and only being brought up to point during the age, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like there's any commerce with cheese and produce, and therefore no cheese or produce involves the fun of the 8th year produce. That's the idea. Therefore, again, Allah for myself, and therefore, again, Shmita essentially will not follow up on the this is a very interesting. Connect them to S1 and interestingly enough, similar case will come up with S1 S1 and he gives her something of the services. Right? Obviously, the money, but it means an object. That object is called a thing S1, so that payment for all of it, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial services. Makes sense. This is what it is. The sign here, you know, so the corresponding piece to S1, what's the sign of this? Yes, it says, no some level of bother. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel, like Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately again he gives her, as he gives her payment, like, but he doesn't have relations with her, or John have no son, or he has relations with her, but doesn't care anything. But Halacha has none of it. For her experience, ultimately is no better sacrifice. Nothing of Lamar now. If you gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep. They didn't have a relationship with her, well, of course, he's going to be for God. She didn't have a relationship with her. So he didn't have a relationship with her, and ultimately, again, the law is here.
One last crazy glare in the eye.
No restrictions on it. He needs to give her. Says,
I'm
sorry, you see, furthermore, the second is,
Sharon and take a break from signing out.
no young at law,
Alright.
ultimately,
We have a radio that's going to siege the room right now. The newest voice of nature radio here on the outside. Thanks for the green digit slate, everybody.
Masala, the African father, if he gave her, let's say, gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, let me tell you this outside. When does something become an S1, an S1 or a public statement? When there's transactional immediacy. Relations, right? Or relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an S1. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of S1. So what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say, for some kind of sacrificial or temporal use. So watch it. There's outcomes. No someone, you get the sheep, the African ball. Now what does it mean, the African ball? Rashi says, Asha, hello, the African. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and because previously, I think there's some more common sense. You know, today, they have relations for 3 hours. Tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment, relations. But after Kasala, as the other matter, Bala, the African Kasala, or for that matter, he has relations with her. And then he after this case, or as the other matter, however, Nasala, the African
I got my gun on me and they tell you you can't ride with your gun, you won't get in trouble, go to court. Go to court if it's a judge like, why you have your gun? I was like, I'm on a Greyhound and I got all of my teeth. They'll be like, acquitted every single time.
What is introduction of the in other words, payment
Because if I had woken up and that nigga had stole my wallet or my gun, ain't nobody going nowhere until I buy my Transformers Velcro wallet.
they would hire us to place from the floor and we pay it.
I got a Velcro wallet because I want people to hear me at least try to pay for something. Everybody within the ATL be hearing that shit like he did the best that he could.
Because of the actual literacy, you don't view that your produce as a student, right? Or as some like a payment ultimately again from 7 year produce, 3 year produce, and if we did 29 more fine. Now, the more questions on this is testimony, please. Not saying we are not far, so again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays for it. Hey, look at these up. He gets your shit.
Dead trick, that is fucking fantastic.
Great job.
So he pays your shit.
Greyhound.
Right, and then let's say he gets your shit on
None of the people have written Greyhound to know fucking just how sketchy that is.
So again, based
It's
on
in a
what
pocket,
before,
like, you know when they
that
drop
sheet
the
does
news
not
and they have
have
like
the
a center
status
where
of
everybody
the
meet, that's
and therefore
what
is
the
not
Greyhound
prohibited for
is.
unassociated companies.
You don't know what
There's a
year
lax
it is based
transactional
on what
release.
niggas is
You must
wearing.
understand. When he bought
When you get out of prison, they give you a Greyhound
they
ticket.
give you
Yes,
shit
they
on
do.
So you
that's
sit.
relations around
The
Wednesday.
majority of the
So
people
why
on
would you
that
say that
bus
when he does
just
have
got out of
relations with
prison.
the top of something?
It's I
And they
look
call
into
a lot
Greyhound
is
Tallahassee,
not
Tampa all the time.
obviously, okay, I understand. When you get
Biggie's
your
album
sheet,
came out, I had headsets
can't be labeled
and
as
a tape player, or CD
you have
player.
relations with him.
And a dude just got out of prison.
When he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheet as a harvest payment
That's why you
should
gotta
evolve
have a
upon the
gun,
sheet
Bert.
retroactively. And therefore, the sheet should be categorized
We all
as
get
an
robbed on
estimate
the
on the
Greyhound.
already passed Tuesday.
Of emotion.
Rabbi says it's very interesting to watch the case.
All
They
they
talk
do
about
is
any
experience.
You feel
it's
bad that
very
people
interesting.
are
What happened?
mostly
Zona,
vagabonds and
right?
drifters.
Zona got
But everyone on a bus, no matter where you are,
She got
looks
the
like
sheep on
a
Tuesday. Their relations didn't happen until
It is
Wednesday.
a certain
Nursing,
type.
when they have relations on
Definitely a
Wednesday,
table from Albuquerque.
she categorized the harvest. Oh, what's the case? She
I
offered
stand
it
by
up
what I
as a
said.
carbon
They look
on
like that, don't they?
Tuesday.
Get on your bus and
Something
go
that doesn't
back.
happen on Tuesday. Papayas harvest. Papayas Zona. I won't say, you know, see you, son. Come on, what a fake. She's in Zona. And she's
So
offering
you've
up
taken that
cabanas.
Greyhound quite a
It's
lot.
important to note this many times.
Not no more, man. I did
So
before.
So yeah, we know not anymore.
It
and
hurt.
you go with inherent
It hurt in
contradictions.
here.
And in certain respects, you know,
When you get on there and you got
in
more
certain
teeth than
respects,
everybody
I'm not
combined.
sure. And there are things in my life that I do very well.
When I was on the Greyhound, I noticed I was
things
see
that I don't
only
do
you
well
on
or
with
do
teeth.
poorly or don't do it all, Baruch Hashem,
A nigga
don't take
stole
away from the
my
things that I do
wallet.
well and I'm righteous in. You just can't. It's not
Cause I
all
was
you can be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in others. Well, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas. And most of us are not there. For some reason, we feel like it's a for some reason, we feel like it's fake. Because here, you know, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. That's not that I'm doing this. Right. It is hypocritical. It is still contradictory. But we all know the nature of the human condition. We all know the hypocrisy.
They owe you money.
Such is the nature of life. It is important for us not to reduce faith in
Greyhound
ourselves.
owes you money.
And
They
even
just
though
have to
the
use
zone is a
that
zone,
as a commercial.
the
They
sheep
just have
and
to
sheep
own who
is
they
you
are
know what?
and
I
roll with
guarantee
it.
you, those cabans
They
are the way out
They don't even have an intercom in the Greyhound. What
because at the end of the day, no one
One
knows
time
how
I went to the Atlanta Greyhound, which is the scariest place on
and you
earth.
still
Like,
push forward
And
to
I
do
really
good.
cannot
Despite
imagine.
all
The
the things
entire
that are
city of
broken.
Atlanta scares me. It seems like the Greyhound station.
So the
And it's
Zona
right
offered up the
outside of the
covenant.
strip club,
Claimed
so
those
the great the
relations occurred
it's
on
terrifying.
Wednesday,
And I
but
walked
animals
into
are
a lady,
not.
I said,
She
what
already
is the
offered it
bus
up.
to Charlotte?
So
Right,
you
I
might as
looked
well,
at
okay,
her and she
let's
was looking at
analyze
me
this.
and
Let's
she
unpack
went,
this.
the
Okay.
bus to
But incidentally,
Charlotte
what's the
is
case?
amazing.
You got on about creative from the action. If you set it
What did you
Zona,
say?
Yisroel will go out on Tuesday and says,
I'd
this is
rather be
yours
on
as of
Frontier,
today.
nigga. I
Right?
hate
Acquire this
Frontier.
as of today. Right? Then,
You know,
I'm up for
Atlanta
it. She
Greyhound
started off.
station is
Right?
dangerous.
The less
District is the safest person there.
So then obviously it's
Everyone else
multiple, right?
looks
Because
exactly
she
like
has
John
title
Dean
to it.
does right
It
now.
can't be categorized as an SEO
You're not with a ski mask. You wear your ski mask up when you're laughing. You have it all figured out, John, in a comedy show.
However,
Why you're cracking up with his mask on. There you go. There it is.
But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as a command, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say that, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? He gives it her, it's her Tuesday. They will have relations tomorrow. But that's the case. If he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he's in much in the time. I put you up for that as a product. After all, the Yak is based on published on Rahman. Because it says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an Arab now, variation. Right, will go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm Rahman, not based on the Shusah, just like your home, you own it. Not for the Shusah. So the only thing you consecrate, whether it's consecrated or whether it's offered up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then that's what you have for that. You know,
Dedrick, your set was absolutely fucking incredible.
Very good. Very fucking good.
in the realm of personal
There's such an energy. It's almost like watching good ice skaters. Like when you came up, you kind of owned it. I was like, when you watch ice skating, it's not enjoyable at all ever anymore. Hey, Bert, what's an ice skater? You're the opposite of ice skaters, so that we've all enjoyed it.
and yesterday you couldn't measure up. But he says you can measure up.
While you're watching ice skating,
this
I
person's
enjoy that.
performance.
It's like when you see someone come out confident, you're like, oh, this is gonna be okay, I'm not worried.
asks you
And when you
to
came out, I was like, oh, I'm not worried. And then
that
when they
which
kick to the
you
music,
own.
and you
You
own
only have
the
to
stage, that is
consecrate,
the
or you
energy of
only
great
can
confidence. Yeah, you have it, man.
that which you own. You can't practice and it doesn't belong to you.
Gentlemen, also, a guy in the cowboy hat was very excited to see you, which is another sign of a black guy that you're doing it right. Come on,
Yeah.
come on, man. That guy rode the greyhound here the other day. Dog,
But
everybody,
all
you're
the
the actual
spiritual
dog.
tools that I
Cowboy.
possess, be honest about what I possess, you possess a
One
lot
more
more than
time for the great
honest.
Dedrick Flynn.
And then utilize those when you seek to pursue this.
Seems like a comedy
not
show
is
again.
that which belongs to you.
Completely
And it's
cleansed
only
all
part
the
of only
share
asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are in our power, within our spiritual
Last time I was on, you
Al
talked about
Dallas,
your
what's the case?
penis.
Al Dallas,
Comedic
the
way.
Abikabe, I trust you.
Alright.
She's
Your
very
next
interesting.
fucking poll
She
goes by the
says to
name
her,
of Zach
Bryce, we
Townsend, everybody. Here we go.
And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, the schedule for me tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until
I'm 35 years old. I used to want kids real bad. I used to want guns real bad too. Now I don't know if I want either one. You know, I kind of see them as the same thing.
Then he wears his tiny action.
Whenever somebody has one, they're always like, "Do you want to hold it?" And I'm like, "No."
Fine. So he wears his so it was the rest is on. Now again, what's the idea? Why we do this? Besides that, it's
Get my
telling
fingerprints off it, Tim.
the Goonies people begin to
I feel
remember
like guns
this
are
all
all like
happened
kids
with
too, because all the
they
worst
have
people
now
I know
this
hold theirs sideways. You know, it's like give your fucking money or like baby hanging off the hip at Walmart. You know, some white woman in Cookie Monster pajama bottoms, even though the sun is still up. Come on, you guys have been to Houston before. You know what I'm talking about. Cheers, go on this one. I feel like guns are a lot like kids too, because whenever I see one out in the street, I'm like, shouldn't you be in school right now? You know, and
So let's say same thing. Even give
I don't know about you guys, but whenever I'm on Facebook, I see a new article.
Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for.
Guns are a lot like kids too, because all the worst people I know hold theirs sideways. You know, it's either like give me your fucking money or like baby hanging off the hip at
So
Walmart. You know,
what's the status
some
now?
white woman in Cookie Monster pajama bottoms, even though the sun is still up. Come on, you guys have been to Houston before. You know what I'm talking about. Cheers, go on this one.
Is the equivalent of
I feel like guns are a lot like kids too, because whenever I see one out in the street, I'm like, shouldn't you be in school right now? You know, and I don't know about you guys, but whenever
so therefore, do we say
I
ultimately
feel like
again?
guns are a lot like kids too, because whenever I see one out in the street, I'm like, shouldn't you be in school right now? You know,
Is the
and
equivalent of offering that?
I don't know about you guys, but whenever I'm on Facebook, I see a new article of like a female teacher begging their younger male students. We gotta pay these teachers more money, right? So they can afford to go and date the people their own age. It's super easy to find
sheep, not the sheep. Again, because what's the weird shiny is, in the case of sheep after about on Tuesday, by the time the deer occurs, obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So take the common Eslan Zona, because it was no longer in existence at the time that the deer occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday, she's not Wednesday, the deer occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the deer, the object is still here. So now, the Shiloh is, does the object become an Eslan Zona, or not? Unless the Kishan is very Eliezer. So, going back, this is what the others on the top of the dot. Right? That Rabbi Lazar, Shekabma Behikri Basa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Lazar right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time that the occurred. Dafka Hikri Basa. So Dafka, that's the offer, that's no longer in existence. About this discuss all that issue. The animal is changing at the time that the deal occurred. Perhaps the animal would not be called an Eslan Zona. Much the Gemara says no. Rabbi Lazar was very compliant. The truth is, this Shiloh is Manish Shiloh Rabbi Lazar himself. So the Gemara says no. Mifshat Tziter Rabbi Eliezer Daki Basa Daka Baku Shasalo Da Isa B'Shasbiya. Does Rabbi Lazar say that the only time it doesn't become an Eslan is when the animal was offered up before the Bia? And by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just not consecrated, the animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case, Halacha L'Maisa, the animal is categorized as an Eslan Zona. All Dilma, if we must have Shitale, if we just have I mean, maybe obviously it's rougher, not that it's going on the of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Eslan Zona, but in case she just consecrated it, in that show, which the Gemara says take it. So we're reading that show. So it's just going to be looks like what comes down in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson of law. We're not finished. It's no zone. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Eslan Zona, the party's payment must be transactional and immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately again is not considered to be an Eslan Zona. So if she deposits an animal with payment, now, the via doesn't occur until later on, as soon as she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she opens it up to benefit her. If she's not Christian, she consecrates it. And so the animal is still in existence at the time of the via. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the interesting. Okay, let's analyze more.
Then you have a little Pulp Fiction moment. You thought you were doing cocaine, but it turned out to be ketamine.
And then afterwards, the case of so ultimately, again, the payment is more
How did that make you feel? I don't know much about ketamine. What I do know, it seems like being extremely drunk off only wine mixed very oddly with that.
I don't remember much, if I'm being completely honest. Like, I mean, there is like video. I went outside to get cigarettes from my car and busted my
and then
ass.
he pays her even
Trying to
3
get
years
back in,
late.
there's like video
3 years late, some people pay all of his bills late. Right, so he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the Harvard people, and we still the also. And I'm not going to stop on the pistol. Low cash. So listen, that contract was just important. The price that we paid that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. It's no transactional needs. Here we do it as relations, even if it's 3 years later. Ultimately, it is still usher.
You make all your money doing stand-up comedy?
Yeah, I do stand-up and sketch comedy.
What does the future wife do?
They tell us that.
She's a private, she's like works for like the government.
So this is very
Perfect. They're doing a lot of good
ultimately,
things.
again, so we're talking one case and another case that says evolutions with
She makes all the decisions in my household.
and he identifies the
She
sheep
in charge of
versus
wrangling or
evolutions
anything
between
like
14
Yeah, you
sheep.
should see our
Here,
crawl
Rashi,
space. It's
they
actually
tell us
quite
that.
packed right
Kokana
now.
Biyoyev Lachari Eslan B'Nefesh. So ultimately,
You are
again,
so
versus when he
funny. Where
identifies the
can
sheep,
people find your
it's as if
stuff?
there's
On
transactional needs.
Instagram at
When he
Zach
doesn't,
Townsend
when he
underscore
doesn't go
and
ahead and
paid vacation comedy.
identify the sheep, then ultimately again there is no
Sketch about Kill
transactional
Tony. I don't know if you
needs.
saw it.
All Alright, so let's analyze a little bit more. You know what we call ourselves? My hobby, understand? So, let's analyze this, right? So now, Wednesday, we will go to walk. He
so
says,
much, literally like our favorite thing. We sent it to each other and everything and all around.
Now,
Absolutely
again, he doesn't
hilarious.
three words.
I think you guys should
3
make the
years.
video game
So
too.
I
I mean, I
think
think
all
you
it
gotta make money on the table.
it has the status of how it's
We should be real.
because
I
there's
absolutely agree.
Just
We've
because
talked about it before. It could
identifying
totally
sheep
be
doesn't make it
down
hers.
the line.
In order
Are
for
you
it
in
to be
town
hers,
for
what
now?
has to happen?
I leave
Gemara says,
tomorrow.
"Ushicha."
I got shows
So
here.
I'm going to tell us
Get
that
back if I get back.
right? Remember, livestock, animals require sheep or require
Well,
taking possession.
how
Which the
about,
Gemara says,
how about you come back next time we do the Bridgestone Arena in Nashville and do a spot on there?
So
So
it's
absolutely
absolutely
check it out.
follow this man
So
at
apparently,
Zach
again,
Townsend and
by
repost the video game sketch and tag us in it. We'll repost it. It's so funny.
Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it.
the
One more time for
Orlando
Zach
is
Townsend, everybody.
If you don't, it claims that that's it.
Yeah, great stuff, man. Alright, we're having fun now. Look at this cooking on the back half of this episode.
Starting from that.
You can play the Hasira, Bala, the
Oh my god, it's incredible. And who can forget Big Vinny?
if it's in a cluster,
Great
it's
worm
where
and
you see
sweet
fire.
cock.
Now,
Elazar deciding to do a brand new untested minute in front of 5 million people.
What are we talking about?
Then Sharon Rip Hensley, and then the
You must
tables
know
turn.
she acquired it
Let's
before.
see if we can
This is
keep the
actually
momentum.
this is like
This
the
bucket has
genetics.
decided that up next comes Angel
Acquired the
Diaz.
everybody. 50 sheep is standing in a
Oh
bucket.
yeah.
Which is much more people. It's shocking and handy outside to see. Very interesting. Now,
Yo,
here's
fuck
the case.
yeah.
So when
Yo,
it comes
give
to
it up
the
for
Hawaii,
myself. One
and
time.
Hell
yeah.
What is it for?
Fuck, I actually have a real life question. Is anyone in here
I'm
subletting a
gonna pay
room?
you. I'm gonna pay you for the relations.
Fuck me,
Right?
bruh.
If I don't pay you
God
money,
damn.
you
Does
can take
anyone
this
see themselves
sheep. So
living with
therefore,
me
you
at
don't
all?
need to acquire a sheep initially. You
Jesus
acquire the
Christ.
sheep in
Alright,
your
well,
bed
it's because I have to move out of my apartment, like, really bad.
The
Like,
umbrella,
this is a text message thread between, like, me and my landlord. I have to write it down.
My sister, if I tell you, let's say for the next 30 days, look, they eat up, and
I
it's
said,
not shockingly fast
Mr.
money.
Landlord, no, right. I said, this Mr. Landlord, man,
Fine.
can you please
Not so
come
much
tomorrow
because
between 10 a.m.
some help.
and 1
Again,
p.m.
it's
to
interesting.
fix the
All of
AC
this is
unit?
unraveling from the essence of
And
smart.
that's what he said. He said, you short little
Let's say,
Mexican man.
let's say, we
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. He said
taxi
anything.
drivers
He
and
said,
workers.
I am doing a live stream set on the radio.
Please,
Oh, fuck. Please tune in online, and I will come around for. You won't believe who the fuck is a DJ. Oh, damn. I thought, yo, yeah, you know what? Yeah, you give it for me.
Right? So what's the
Oh, the
whole
old bus
the anal
slap of
association
Angel
okay, so actually
Diaz.
before
Fuck yeah.
so he goes in and he says to them, he says to them, I'm paying you,
Yeah.
right? And essentially, don't use this
Fuck
money
yeah.
to
You
go and
understand,
purchase
guys?
for yourself
Swagger
food
and
and drink.
confidence and
Okay,
stage
you do that.
presence,
Second,
unlike
like,
almost
supplemental,
anyone
whatever.
that's been up
He's
here.
going
Hell
to
yeah,
say,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
here's
I'm a
money,
good guy.
go and drink, go and
What else the fuck do I say?
the anal culture,
Wow,
to do this,
look at
anal
you,
culture, he doesn't
Angel.
have to be
How
worried.
old are you?
So, you know,
I just turned 26 last week. Yo, give it up for 26.
Okay, you don't have to give it up for everything. I'm gonna ask you a lot of
Right?
questions, Angel.
What's the question? Right?
This is like if Rage
Did you
Against
learn
the
says
Machine
that
was
hello
a
for
homeless
myself,
man.
hello for myself. He's giving them
I feel like he's gonna
now,
make noise for every question I ask. Hey, give it up for working in a vape store. What do you do for work, Angel?
Yo, I have no job whatsoever.
Or my sashimi.
Yeah, I have no job.
How do you survive, Angel? Take us through a day in the life.
So, alright, so I've been going out of state to go steal shit.
Huge ones.
Oh,
Huge ones.
this is amazing.
Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him.
Give it up
Whatever
for
they do,
stealing
they
shit.
do.
Okay, here you go.
She says over here, and the Rashi goes through all of this. Like, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Rosh Hashanah,
Chill it while you're
right?
still
If
the
you
other
look
state.
at
You don't want to cross state lines.
the heart,
What did you just
the last one, the last of the long ones.
Angel, so do you really make money stealing shit?
Well, not really, but kinda. Well, if I steal anything, like it's for myself. But like, if you need bounty,
It's covered
I
up
mean,
here.
I
This is
don't know. That's like the type of shit I'm stealing. You know,
Like paper towels?
yeah, it's bad.
Can you give us an example of sometimes sometime that you've stolen something? Like,
Well, allegedly,
Some no, they see these second line. All of them said them. See the issue. Now, you soon as
Oh,
you
you are a natural angel, dear. I might bring you back just for an interview. What I like is you said bounty, which is a way of saying amount of money for something, but he actually meant bigger. That's like, he's definitely going to California to do this, right?
then we have a problem. Now, why
What
is
was
that?
that? California?
I
I don't know what this guy is telling me. I'm sorry. I can't hear him too well.
You're okay. Give it over California.
Now it
Angel.
looks like he's
So take us
purchasing
through
and
it. Allegedly.
providing these prohibited items.
Alright, so yeah, so I'll like pick up like maybe $3 jail for this.
No,
Whatever they buy, whatever they buy,
this is a comedy show and everything is a joke.
if he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up this car, then ultimately, again,
leaves
that
this
is
room
problematic
today.
because it is if he is
But like,
purchasing
what if they
and
catch?
providing
What if they catch me
these
on
prohibited
camera?
items
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, yo,
Oh,
this is
well.
you, and like, this is you
That wasn't
talking.
a
I
lazy
got good news for you, Angel. I got good news for you. Everybody that's ever stolen anything looks exactly like you. So
It's Aquarius.
get in trouble for that.
How you living, girl?
To the Vienna case,
Some water downstairs, get some water.
and they auto-shoot the produce,
Okie doke.
and they paid for with your
I said, I ain't look at the line. I just set it up. Set it up.
What do you see? What do you see from this last piece? Ammo, key cut,
I'm getting ready.
so what do you see from here? That when Ruben
Auntie went to go see Papa. She said he's saying he only had all a little bit.
it's transactional.
Little water
And he
today.
is considered to be paying for
Held his hand and everything. Asking him what type of dementia he had. You know, his brain is smaller. So it's going to be, you know. But hopefully they're going to get his medicine. And we'll see how that goes. Take him off that.
What kind of dementia does he have?
I think she just going to bring him home. We don't know.
Oh.
I don't know.
Okay, but she asked him that question?
Yeah.
Okay, and then you said that they might just take, you might be able to just take him home with no rehab?
Ultimately, there is transaction. Something like that. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately.
Well, the doctor asked her, but she didn't know, so she had to call his nurse from his primary doctor, and she went to the hospital, and they said that his brain is getting is shrinking. So,
and buy food,
like he got Alzheimer's or
go to the
something like
shopkeeper,
that,
I'll pick up the tab.
but he wasn't like that when he had him, you know what I'm saying?
So therefore, again,
You know,
it's
but
as
he's
if the debt is
like,
already
let's say,
paid,
he's
and
getting
therefore
tight,
there is transactional.
understanding and getting tight. So,
Now she says over
you
here,
know,
he'll
but still we're gonna be here for a
therefore,
month.
it's almost like an
So,
exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give.
I asked her if they're gonna give him medicine, she said they're gonna try giving his medicine and see if it helps a little bit.
Okay.
So,
Again,
yeah,
that doesn't apply in
yeah, he's not gonna work with that. We're gonna bring him home. Because he's not sitting up with him, he's still like,
Therefore, that case is
sometimes, so it ain't no point of taking him to my rehab. You know what I'm saying?
Again, using that to send out a notice in case go eat and go drink, I'll pick up the tab.
Does your aunt have power of attorney?
Into a shopkeeper, nobody extends credit to him, then it sounds like what?
Yeah, he do.
That should be okay.
Good.
If that's the case, that it's mutter, ihachi, adetani tsuu ve'echlu b'dinar zeh, tsuu shesu b'dinar zeh. If that's the case, then the second place, instead of making it personal for myself, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, make it two different cases.
Excellent to hear.
Again, that it's prohibited.
For work.
When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, I'll pick up the tab.
As Aquarius, I was up all night, not feeling really well, and
And it's as if
I'm okay today, but just had a rough night. And I met someone though, which is really cool. They're in here right now. Their name is Spirit Man, and they, believe it or not, thank you. They stream their life 24/7 on YouTube, just like I do. And so so I was able to connect with him yesterday, and we talked for a few hours, and that was cool. And he's streaming for many of the same reasons why I am. So I said, well, why don't we just connect, and be allies, basically. So that's been cool. And this is going to be tough. This is going to be tough. Get it? But basically, so I slept, so hopefully I feel better. And I'm not sick. I just something didn't settle or something yesterday. So, got that. Yeah, and I'm not in pain or anything, so that's good. Get it, Mr. Price. And did my class, and then got my show on Monday night. I was watching when you came in, so I paused it. I love it. I love this show. And then I'm gonna promote myself all day tomorrow, hopefully, and maybe try to get my hours. Maybe try to get my hours back to normal, but I don't see that happen. I slept really late, and I was just not feeling well. So hopefully get things back to normal. Little girl. My friends. Exactly. Right. And I like hanging out with him and talking with him and playing games with him and such. So he comes in many times. I'm tempted to just play. We'll play really late. Oh, get it, Mr. Aquarius. There you go. Okay, get these three. Get these three. You're going to get these three. And then you're going to get a strike. No doubt. Ooh, maybe. All right. Okay. I'll take it, but I need this split. I need this split. And I got it perfectly. Very happy with that. And then I'm going to get this. Or a lot of them. I'll take it. I'll take 73 every time. What'd you say? I can't hear you.
So in the case of a year, ultimately, again, when the Bryce says that if Reuben says to his partner, go to the shop,
oh, okay, take your time. Take your time.
Gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. I'm not going to. So the Gemara says as follows. So again, all of this is more on this same realm of transactional news. Like that's the theme that's happening over here. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, the Shmaite Kamid Rav Tzvi of Narada. So kind of said, I said this over in front of Rav Tzvi of Narada. And what happened? Go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay means it sounds like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? You should say, go out and drink, go out to eat, and then I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying now the case of years that we've been prepaid. by saying he left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did they consume? Ultimately, again, halach l'maisa, Reuben says to his, so case, remember, essentially there are two cases in Rice. Case number one is where Reuben gives his workers $100. He says, go out and eat, go out and drink on me. That case, whatever they do, it's on them.
What do you see over here?
The way the Gemara is understanding it now is that halach
What do you mean?
prepaid the chimney. He went ahead and he gave $100 He said, my workers.
Yeah, your ball. That's an excellent question. Your ball is red. It should be the diff. Okay, you go to items.
You go to items. Going ahead and supplying the product. The way that price should read is moving says to workers. Go
to items and click final record.
I did that, but it's checked, so I don't know.
Everyone, what a
Yeah, that's weird.
Let's see, maybe I do it on this instance. Try that. Yeah, it is weird.
Oh, that was bad. Oh, now you did something different. What is that?
Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this sure to thank our annual Tamton sponsors.
There you go. It's called but it worked. That one was, the other one was called Black Mama. Give me this. All right, here we go. I'm going to hit these two, and it's going to get the third. Maybe. Almost. Almost.
Okay, there we go. All right, got my record player back. Give me my record.
Give them success.
That was better.
Get those two.
I like that.
Oh, perfect.
Yay.
That was perfect.
South Basin base 62B. Day Rabbi, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the Gemara says it's
all tied up here, Miss Aquarius, and Miss Aquarius has a major advantage, folks, with a having had two spares in a row. This is a tough one, Miss Aquarius. Oh, Miss Aquarius. All right, I have to get a strike or a spare. I have to get this one, and I've not been doing well.
While it's still readily available for everyone. So
all right, that was giant, folks. That was absolutely giant.
Keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is
got it.
People at the house of
I'll take it. I win, you win. You win, I win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
So it ended up happening again.
Good job.
On year number 8, the people of Rabbi's house will repay.
All right, Miss Aquarius. That's all she wrote. Good job.
With 8-year produce.
Thank you, ma'am. Sweet dreams to you, God willing. Absolutely, he's in our thoughts and prayers. 100%. He's a strong man. We'll get through this. I think so too.
The members of the house of Rabbi are acting totally fine.
Nice, Miss Aquarius, God willing. I love it. I love when you're in here. Excellent.
So sometimes that forbidden.
Shout out to Miss Aquarius, everybody. Shout out to Pop Pop.
The concern over here is produce, that even the 8-year produce should ultimately have achieved the sanctity, achieved the prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not immediacy, or they should say there's no immediate reciprocity. because the produce is being taken during the Shemitah year and only being quote-unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8th year produce. That's the ideal here. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not devolve upon the 8th year produce. This is very interesting. And this is ukinegdam be'esnan musar. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with esnan zona. Esnan zona is the halacha that the person goes to zona and he gives her something for her services, right? Obviously, he pays her money, but when he gives her an object, that object is called an esnan.
Keep going, Angel. Tell us about the amazing work of the bounty hunter, Angel Diaz.
Listen to this.
So I'll just walk in and then I'll just walk out with a bunch of bounty and then
let's say
I'll sell it to the first person who needs bounty in their house, is anyone subletting a room?
Hold on, Angel. Seriously though, have you really stolen bounty paper towels?
It's between bounty and scraping. So honestly, I really can't talk about it too much because right now I have an open case.
If you gave her, let's say you gave her a lamb, and you didn't have relations with her, then of course it's going to be for you have relations with her, then ultimately again, the lamb is a gift.
Can I just walk off now?
To which the Gemara says, I'm sorry, the same, pretty much the same case, but the Rabbi was like, he had relations with her. Ultimately, if you didn't pay anything,
what exactly, you can talk about this. What exactly is the open case for right now?
Honestly, it's for graffiti because I got caught in so pretty much just like this. It's allegedly they saw me.
I have a new catchphrase. Butt slap and allegedly.
I'm gonna do the butt slap on the way out, and it better be funny. So yeah, pretty much they call me on camera, the NYC, they call me on camera, pushing an old graffiti writer, and they were like, "Yo, this is you," and then this is you pushing the old man.
Our relations
I couldn't deny happening. I don't know, that picture seems a little blurry.
That's when it's an S.
So that's pretty much what I'm gonna do. So what's your name?
So Angel.
I'm sorry. Ultimately, I don't want to say for some type of jar. Let's keep so watch this. So there's our color. No solo. If you get it, she's the other type of ball. What is the other type of ball? Rashi says,
Put him in a mason jar and just show him up. It's like a little bit. If you shake him a little bit, he slaps his butt.
Now, of course, how exactly did you go ahead?
Angel Diaz, son, you can go for your home.
I think there's someone that comes today and has wishes for 3 hours. Tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. But I can
I have that water? Is there any chance you guys can grab that water?
Oh, yes, please. Have a delicious water. Angel Diaz, what is your living? Oh, my goodness. See, now you only got to wet if you put it in a mason jar.
Essentially, in order for somebody
Angel, what is your living situation in Austin, Texas right now? Do you live here now?
Once it is actually released, in other words, payment relations, then the one you shoot the payment has the status
I kind of stay with my sister when she just had a baby, so I can't really stay there. Is anyone subletting her? I'm gonna stop saying that.
Seriously, you live with your sister?
Yeah.
Where she lives in Austin?
Yeah, no.
How long have you been in Austin? Where did you come from?
New York City.
How did you get here?
I took a plane, bro. Like, what the hell?
Well, now there's been a lot of talk of Greyhound buses tonight, and anybody that I know from this episode belongs on a Greyhound bus. Buddy, it's you. By the way, the judgment he showed towards the other Kiltony guy for being on the Greyhound bus just now, so fucked up. Tony, who the fuck do you think I am, man? I took a fucking spirit flight. Yo, I literally took a spirit flight.
And then let's say
Do you remember your boarding position by any chance? Yo, I was on E26. Oh my god, that's pretty much less, right? I can't imagine what the guy behind you looks like.
And if it's not forbidden for consecrated temples, right? There's a lax transaction in this. You must understand. If you bar around, and then he does have relations, that's on Wednesday, right? He gives you that's relations with her on Wednesday.
The guy behind me stole my wallet with his feet.
Your fault a lot is sitting on a frame.
Yo, wait, can I shout my girlfriend out? Yeah, sure. Yo, shout out your Runavon. Okay, sorry, I should have never said that. There you go, she is now under arrest. D-Madness is actually going to bang her right now. Okay, so Angel, where'd you meet your girlfriend at?
Alright,
So I met her at a park, and yo, but it was crazy the way I did meet her though. So I saw her smoking a whole bunch of cigarettes, and then I was like, so I went to the store. Are you okay? We're watching a lecture. She's gonna get the board with you all come as that. You know, the quarter figure out what's happening.
She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday.
Watch free
Offered
bird
up as a carbon on Tuesday.
Netflix.
Highest zone of, I won't say, you may see this one up state. She's a zone, which is roughly like the bonus. Let's say 2.8 minutes is many times the past. Those is working
Everybody loves
it.
I'm gonna stop doing that. I'm serious. I'm gonna stop.
In certain respects, and there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my
Bird, I
life
can't wait to see the kind of trouble you get in when you purchase him. Straight up. For $2,100.
Well, do poorly or don't do it all, or Hashem. Don't take away
I'm only like 4,000. What I got is a tough negotiator, Bird. A master negotiator.
Is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of most of us are not the other. Some of you feel like they're critical. Some of you feel fake. Because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm doing stuff, but I'm doing this. That's not that I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical.
Hey, just give me a second. I don't even need the money. Just give me a can of spray paint and paper towels. I'll fucking just art. I'll fucking deck out your boss, Bird. Okay, Angel.
And even though
so
the
let's talk
Zonas
about
is
what
Zonas,
jobs have you had before? I can't imagine you really holding down
those
anything at
kabbalas
all.
are way
I used to work at a halal shop, and then I worked at a is anyone gonna pick that glass up? Like, what is going on?
Sometimes that's a painful thing. In any event, so the Zola offered up the evidence of relations occurred on Wednesday. The animal was already gone.
Yo, I better hope no one's barefoot.
So you might say, okay, let's analyze. Let's unpack this. If you have a reference, you don't know about either way from the action. If you said this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then,
Angel, you are so naturally funny. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
So then I've been
doing it for like 2 years now.
She has title to it. Can't be categorized as a
if I had my phone, last time I came to Austin, they were like, never do comedy in Austin, we fucking need your guns. And like, I'm just like, I can't, I don't want to blow them up.
But if you cannot give her permission to acquire it, right? If you are not explicit, so you can say that this is your animal as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? If he gives it to her, he gives it to her on Tuesday. Okay, we're gonna have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, if he must be a product, it's not going to be part of after all. This is based on published Torah says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking
He
about
popped out once. One time there was a guy on stage because I came with the ShamWow guy. I'm the ShamWow guy.
So just like your home,
She makes all the decisions in my household,
Is she in charge of wrangling or anything like that?
Yeah, you should see our crawl space. It's actually
So if she doesn't
No,
own
when
it on
she
Tuesday,
just had her
then
baby, so I can't really stay there. Is anyone subletting? I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop saying that.
Seriously, you just live with your sister?
Yeah.
Where she lives in Austin?
Yeah, North Austin.
How long have you been in Austin?
Wednesday since last Wednesday.
Where did you come from?
New York City.
How did you get here?
And that's not necessarily the right
I
thing to do.
took a plane. Really? What the hell? I did.
Well, now there's been a lot of talk right now about this tonight, and if anybody that I know from this episode belongs on a Greyhound bus, buddy, it's you.
But she says you can look up
By the way, the judgment he showed towards the other Kill Tony guy for being on the Greyhound bus just now. Yeah, so fucked up.
Tony, who the fuck do you think I am, man? I took a fucking spirit flight.
Yo, I literally took a spirit flight.
and it doesn't belong.
Do you remember your boarding position by any chance?
Yo, I was D26.
Oh my god, that's pretty much last, right? I can't imagine what the guy behind you looked like.
But he does expect to be with a pessimistic view about all the spiritual truths that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because you possess a lot more than you are honest.
Dude, the guy behind me stole my wallet with his feet. Alright.
Can I shout out?
Yeah, sure.
Spiritual things that are
Okay, I'm sorry. I should have never said that.
There you go. She's now under arrest. Deep Madness is actually going to bang her right now. Okay, so Angel, where'd you meet your girlfriend at?
So I met her at a party, and it was crazy the way I did meet her though. So I saw her smoking a whole bunch of cigarettes, and then I was like, so I went to the store. Are you okay?
Fine. So the verse is so therefore that's the zoning. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides the fact that it's totally applicable, it's interesting. We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with the Rabbi Yana, this Shemitah transaction. The idea that's kind of happening over here is that something can only be vested with limited status when there is a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esmon zone and by the harlot paying case as well. Now the Gemara just gets a little bit into this harlot paying case. So by Rabbi it's very interesting. So let's say same thing. Reuben gives Reuben gives Zona the sheet on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish it. She consecrates it. Now she didn't offer it up as a carbon, but she's makdish it. So what's the status now of the animal? So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish it verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? No. In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being because it's gone, the animal is gone. Being makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it is still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was makdish it? Again, because I must say, you heard the shaila is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the bia occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an eslam zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the bia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdish it. Wednesday the bia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the bia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an eslam zona or not? So we're subjective shamid Rabbi Eliezer. We can answer Rabbi Elazar. So we'll say, going back, this is Rabbi Elazar on the top of the daf. Right? Rabbi Elazar, shekadma behikri basa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Elazar understood the case of the Eslam Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time that the bia occurred. Dafka hikri basa. So dafka, it's because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. Aval hikri shaso, low. But from Rabbi Elazar's statement, it would appear that if she was makdish, but the animal was still in existence at the time that the bia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an eslam zona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Elazar who fake chamibayla. truth is, this shaila is mamish shaila of Elazar himself. So the Gemara says, "My mifshat pshita Rabbi Eliezer dakivasov davka bakisha solo da isa b'shasbiya." Does Rabbi Eliezer say that the only time it doesn't become an esna is when the animal was offered up before the bia? Because by the time the bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated it, the animal is still in existence at the time of the bia. In which case, halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an eslan zona. All dilma, hikrivaso pshitale, vikdishasol nesap. Or maybe no, maybe obviously if she offered it up and it's no longer in existence at the time of the bia, of course it's not going to be categorized as an eslan zona. But in a case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. To which the Gemara says tegu. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, I will say, what comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with Esna Zona yet. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Esna Zona, as a harvest payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately again, it is not considered to be an Esna Zona. If he deposited an animal with her for payment, now, and the bia doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up, it's a bona fide carbon. If she's makdish it, she consecrates it, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of the bia, the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the take, that's the order. Okay, let's analyze more. So we're making it look like the second case over here was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means it can be used for consecrated sacrificial purposes, or mini. The Gemara is the kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, or mini. For the Brisa says that Reuben has relations with the Zilpah, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right? So he pays her late. Right? 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it'll still be usher. So we'll say that conscience was just important. The rights that we quoted before, Masal pays in the base 62b said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says that there's relations even if it 3 years later, ultimately it is still usher. It's not a contradiction. Hadda Amar is Ba'ali li bitalazeh. Hadda Amar is Ba'ali li bitalastan. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, we're talking one case, it's talking about a case where he says, have relations with me for this sheep. And he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Girashi, bitalazeh. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. My hobby, I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Reuben goes over to Rachel. He says, have relations or to Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, but yeah, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years, the halacha is, it has the status of a harlot's payment because there's transactional immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep, it doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, Mishichal. Right? Remember, livestock, animals require machine for require taking possession, which the Gemara said, okay? So apparently it's actually interesting that ultimately the din of Mashiach is only a din by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need Mashiach to acquire. So we're talking about a Zona who's not Jewish. Alright, so another possibility is the Olam Bezori Israelis. No, it's talking about a Jewish harlot. Okay, go on, the Koi Bechatzin. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep is standing in her chatzah. In which case, again, ultimately, this king chatzah she acquired. Less than a second. Either Koi Bechatzera, Vala the Afrikaf Masala, Hakanya. One second. I don't understand. If it's in her chutzah, in ours, then she acquires it. In ours, if he had relations with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it to her, only then he gave it to her. It's already in her chutzah, she already acquired it. What are we talking about here? The Gemara says, in other words, she acquired it before Piyah. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Esna because she's acquiring the sheep even before the Piyah, if the sheep is standing in her chutzah. To which the Gemara says, the Shavi and very interesting. Now, here's the case. So Reuben comes to Rachel and they say, listen, here, this sheep is an apotiki. Remember here, what is apotiki? Apotiki essentially is a guarantor. That in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations, right? If I don't pay you money, you can take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amrullah, Imaisina Lech, Zuzini Kana Go. And he says, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. If you not, and if not, exactly the estimate. Take this sheep, ultimately, again, as a free bird out now on Netflix. Not so that she's just a patient. I know. Me too. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really another let's say again, let's say you make orders, donkey drivers and workers. Everybody loves the way ultimately again, it's doing it. Now actually plays out over here. Actually, people come more on the workers are
I can't wait to see the kind of trouble you get if you purchase him right up for $2,100.
And he says to them, right? So what's the anal association? Okay, so actually before this. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's the payment or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's getting paid shit right here, money, go and drink, go and so let's say now the process. The anal association to do this, anal association doesn't have to be worried. It's not more of a 60-40. One should be this, one should not pass, one should be having this. What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha myself. Okay, Angel. So let's talk about what jobs have you had before? I can't imagine you really holding down anything at all.
So I used to work in a malone, at a malone shop, and then I worked at a time. Does anyone in the audience? Does anyone gonna pick that class up? Like, what's going on?
Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do. Rashi says over here, Rashi goes through all of this. Like, you look at Rashi's Lemishim Isa, right? If you look at Rashi, the heart is, it's the touch the last one, the last of the long run.
Angel, you are so naturally funny. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
I've been doing it for like 2 years now. And actually, if I had my phone, last time I came to Austin, they were like, never do comedy in Austin because you need your guts. And like, I'm just, I can't even, I don't want to. Are you serious?
He says to the workers, like donkey drivers, go and drink it. Okay, I'll keep up the tab. Now this is a problem.
There's something so magical about laughing at someone and not with them. It's different. His reactions to normal everyday things are unbelievably funny.
It's like clockwork. I've never seen before.
Are you serious? It's crazy. You better hope nobody's barefoot is insane. Like, these are things, I mean, Rick is a crowd god. I'm sure I've seen anything. Oh, he's DXing the audience, Rick. I mean, as a crowd participant, you must admit. We'll say this. I don't think most people should be allowed to do crowd work. But I also think we all have to hope that no one is barefoot out there. Here it said, yeah, that makes sense. This guy's a master. Russian water, I mean, this dude is going. Yeah, even the way he hydrates is next level. Hydrates.
very thirsty.
I am very thirsty right now. I actually do want to walk off, but
Why do you want to walk off, Angel?
I don't know. I just want to go home.
Why? What are you gonna do when you get home? What are you looking for?
So you gotta watch that second half of Oppenheimer. So like I'm excited about that.
Even though, again, he's paying carefully for such long-term police. But these also, now he's not
That's radioactive shit.
here. Ultimately, again, isn't that all the
Do you imagine going home and the sister and the baby sitting there while he watches Oppenheimer?
Can you walk me through what you've seen in Oppenheimer so far? So I saw the part where they were like, so they were recruiting a whole bunch of guys, and then they were like, yo, maybe you're the one who could like help us really like build this shit. And they were like, yo, so who are we fighting against? And they were like, yo, the Nazis. And they were like, all right, let's just go fight.
So maybe a movie review podcast. What's a movie that you finished recently, Angel Diaz? What's your favorite movie?
Oh, okay. My favorite movie is the Talladega Nights.
You love it. Everybody see it.
And you know, 5 2 fights and the same cover. One of the shopkeeper, I'll pick up this time. This is a shopkeeper who generally extends himself.
This is
So therefore,
absolutely incredible. Can you give us a little synopsis of Talladega Nights?
Pretty much it starts off with like the guy that like he's like a race driver guy, and then like fucking towards the end he gets his bitch took. And then he has to like kind of like stun her like, yo, I just came in number one, and then like the guy, but the guy's like his best friend that took his bitch. Keep that in mind. So he's like,
Keep that in mind for the podcast. That's coming back.
Transactional.
Wow. That's so good. I'm gonna, this interview has gone on too long, but I'm going to ask, what's one more movie that you've seen? What's a serious movie, not a comedy. I want something serious.
That should be okay.
You ever seen Forrest Gump? How would you explain Forrest Gump?
so in Forrest Gump, I started off. No, I'm kidding. I was trying to see Forrest, but no, that was bad. I'm actually going to walk off. I've seen Forrest Gump. What do you
remember about Forrest Gump?
That he was kind of a little
Make it two
stupid,
different
and then,
things. What are the bedroom?
but somehow he was there for everything. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, I don't know. Like it was just like, yo, let's just have like this dumb guy as like a fly in the wall. You know, like that's pretty much the movie.
Interesting concept.
Because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the tension of limited items.
That makes sense. Angel Diaz, I hate to do that. I've been doing that so often lately, and it's a real fucking problem. The internet's gonna hate me for this. I'd say Red Man's furious. He's already groaning over here. But Angel, you are absolutely priceless, and you are indeed the newest golden ticket winner here. Here's the butt slap. Come back again. The whole world needs to see you again. You're about as welcome as it gets in Austin, Texas, by the way, Angel Diaz. Holy shit. My God. Here's real deal. Real deal. There's going to be shit missing from now on around here.
Right before he walked off, he goes, yo, can I throw this water in the crowd? No.
He is real trouble. Every once in a while, you need add a little fucking pepper to the mix, a little Diablo sauce, if you will. Angel Diaz is the newest winner of the Committing Word. The mothership is out of paper towels.
even the low
Somehow turned him into PCP in the back.
So what's the difference?
All right, well,
His sister's gonna have a fun day when this comes out. Oh, God. Hey, yo, son, check it out. Like Ivory's a mistake now. I'm gonna leave my bitch in New York and the court. I'm just not gonna show up to court. I got a whole thing going on now. Court's not happening. Court's not happening. He's gonna avoid that case in New York City. All right, your next fucking poll. You guys having fun out there? Your next fucking poll is Sunday in the pantry. Everybody.
I'm sorry.
Yo, what's going on, y'all? How's it going tonight? Yeah. So I was told recently, y'all, that I look like Hyde from that 70s show. And, I don't know if you keep up with the news or nothing like that, but, it's pretty disgusting to be compared to somebody who's a known Scientologist, you know what I mean, guys? Because there's nothing worse than that right now. Not just did we do a couple rapes, but we did do a couple rapes. So, I just like to think that the guy that compared me to him was like, I haven't seen him on anything in a while. I love that 70s show. What's he been in? I was like, I don't know. He probably
Miss Aquarius, do you know your mic's on?
Yeah, I do. Okay, but I'm trying to get on my other.
Oh, okay. I just didn't
So this changes everything.
Yeah, I'm just trying to become a couple. I'm trying to figure out why I do that.
You're good.
Go to the country, go to the shop, eat and drink, whatever you want on me. The case is already moving.
because I'm a broke ass bitch.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Fun little machine you'll find tucked away
That makes
in the
sense.
corner of the wall.
Because now that
And you just bring all your saved up coins and you just look
it's literally like he's
true love, everybody. Trying to get to a deal. Were you getting that Tootsie on there? Those ish nice, good though. Okay. So maybe it's just an angel deal.
We got Angel.
I did request that Angel. Perhaps he might be back at it.
What if we had Angel do the same material? See if
Do you have your material written down somewhere by any chance? No, material written down. No, I got it. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We're going to have, just like he did with movie reviews, we're going to bring Angel back, and we're going to have him watch your set, and then he's going to give a synopsis of what you talked about. Any chance we have Angel back there? Is Angel still here? The Angel left. We're getting word he's already finished off at Crime.
I'll set up.
Ice agents have taken him and decided to release him.
Ice agents love Angel Diaz. He might actually be the one that can solve all of America's problems right now.
How much did you consume?
He wasn't able to get it. Okay, we have him.
Ultimately, again,
He might already be in a fight in the alleyway right now, everybody. It's incredible. Andrew, how long have you been doing comedy? Probably like 3-4 years. 3 or 4 years.
One thing I liked was you said, I don't know if you guys have seen the news, and then you told a joke about something that happened 5 years ago on the news. So that might not be the best intro into the high raping.
I mean, workers going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now you give us
that's why somebody brought it up. Okay, I got the word, ladies and gentlemen, that they were able to retrieve Angel Diaz. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the return of Angel Here's what we're going to do. I want you to stand back here between Michael Gonzalez and D Madness. I want you to watch Andrew Lowe's set. Give me some notes. And then I want you to give, like you did with the movies, I want you to give a synopsis of what he talked about. All right, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Andrew Lowe, everybody. So let's really be honest though, because I didn't hear enough people make some noise, because I know, has anybody used the fucking Point Star make some noise? Thank you to my fellow road bitches out there.
So the source holds for all corresponds to Habagin will tell us even when the Drazen honor of Israel Drazen and Inner Drazen and Lean Roses like and Standing Roses like the Tony Drop. These are learning concerts. Dr. Edward Wolf, invention of the yard side Alpha Wolf's father Simon Wolf Shalom, then Steve Hirsch, and Lincoln and that animal limit of the father Ben Adam, Father Baruch Mordechai and Moreno.
Because nobody's using the coin stars like, oh, I saved up some coins, I'm gonna get myself something nice. And no, it's me, high as hell in my Nike slides, just like this needs to be $70 somehow. Or I'm totally shit out of luck, but it's not. It's like $40 minus because there's a fee. And I'm like, are you kidding me? There's a fee. I'm down this bad. You're just gonna fuck me some more out here? It's like, well, yeah, but you're still gonna take it like the good little points that they are. Thanks, guys. It's my time.
It's good.
Seconds for me to true love. Here's the synopsis page of the Angel Step Up that I let's say somebody hadn't seen what Andrew Lowe talked about. How would you describe it to them?
Yo,
actually
says
broke his shit.
yes, it's always not obviously. Okay, without getting into all this detail, I'm not going to stuff. You can go ahead and lend borrow, not comments, but lend or borrow sheet while it's still readily available. So this does, once it's no longer readily available, you can no longer
at this point, like, the only thing you're trying to find is like, you know, those coins or something. That's like your lucky thing, you know. No, you know what? I just gave this guy a kiss here.
There you go.
I do take it to the corner. Sometimes they should be in defense.
So what ended up happening again is on year number 8.
Sweet dreams, Mr. Chris. God willing.
Member full time or something. You know how to do anything?
Again, with new produce, take care of this. So they came and they said, so some people have mentioned this something about
I know how to play the double keyboard. No, you're not going to replace one of these guys. They're going to be an addition to the band.
perfectly fine. Why? Interesting enough, look at that. You also have to start a couple of actions. You also have to the new one said, members of the House of the Young actually totally fine. That's just the secret that you show up. Low public under the end. So if you stay funny about you, love how you can remove to a high producer space of us.
Of course, the most common instrument played by human beings.
The double piano. So sometimes that forbidden identity.
Actually, you know what? We're going to give you is another can of delicious water. For a hand of that can of water. You've earned it, Angel. Wow. Somehow, completely uncarbonated can of water, by the way. Somehow he writes some sort of powder. I'll say this too. Angel's such a good presence that Andrew Lowe's set got better and better. Yeah. And we got to hear the whole coin strip thing and it made more sense. I'm like, oh, this can't be any more good. We'll never know how many people were laughing as the coin strip material and how many people in the room were slowly picking up on that Angel literally has to look like that to be able to absorb. Is that also how you watch movies, Angel?
And
Yes,
therefore,
I'm actually very blind. I have 1320 vision. I don't know what else. I have no idea what I was talking about anymore. At this point, I'm blind to everybody. Perfect. The fact that you've run out of material is absolutely perfect, Angel. I'm so glad I gave you a golden ticket. Amazing. It's going to be a real humanity next time you're out. And if only you can't miss. You found a full-bodied retarded midget. Look at him. Everyone else showed up in the same clothes.
Let's say you go yes, you give her
sound effects for days. Every time he does something happens. Alright, Andrew, fun times just about Angel Demons while you're up here. Here's a big joke. There's nothing that can change that.
Nothing of the
for what
law.
happened
If
before
he
you.
gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's still maybe part of the blood sheep. He didn't know about Allah, not about Abu Bakr. He didn't have
There you
relations.
go.
So if you have relations with her,
Don't
well,
go do those things, Angel. Don't go selling them to someone in an alleyway, though.
no restrictions
I
on
can
it.
tell you're a real hustler, dude. I don't know how you survive.
I'm sorry,
Can I get those cigarette butts?
you see, furthermore, the second case, but he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything. But more
Let's
younger
do this one more time for
ultimately
Angel, Diaz, and Andrew. Everybody. There's one more fun slide for us, Angel.
What's the meaning of the statement from Raisa that says that Allah from the Raisa, the Esna is mutter? Doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, Allah, Havi Ta'amr. Now, this is what it means to say.
Alright.
Listen to this. Nasallah,
This has been a long episode, so this will be your final fucking call of the night, and he goes by the name of Spencer Noon. Everybody are gonna spend
when there's transactional
I like hot dogs.
pays her relations, right? Or relation pay. In other words, when there's immediacy,
You can forgive your
that's when
mom
it's
for getting a
an
tramp stamp when she's
If
young.
there is a lack of
My
transactional
mom was 44
immediacy,
and third
then the
divorce.
payment does not take on the status of S9.
I don't think I should be able to remember my
what that
mom
means
coming home with a
practically
tramp
is
stamp.
that it can be used only
I definitely
if
should have been
let's say,
old enough
for
to
some
drive
type of
away from the
sacrificial or
situation.
temperance. So watch this. So there's Elkanah. No someone, if you gave her the sheep, the Achakach ball. Now what
A
does
lot
it
of
mean?
people jerking off the cartoons these
Rashi
days.
says, Achshav Elo
I don't like it. It's weird.
La'achazman. He doesn't have
It's weird and
relations
it's
with her
gross.
now.
Why are you
But
doing that?
again, sometime later. Now, of
Stop.
course, how exactly do you go ahead and
Like, I went to art school to draw cat ears, so I don't like it.
Today,
I'm bad at drawing hands. They're nailing tentacles.
again, as opposed to payment
I'm a
relations.
hypocrite, though.
By that Salah, it's not a mutter.
I grew up loving the goofy movie.
Oh, Bala, the Achakach Salah, or for that matter, he has relations with
It's a
her.
great
And then
movie.
he afterwards pays her. As
I
not
like
a
hot
mutter.
dogs.
In both of these cases,
I like hot dogs. Or else Spencer been thinking so much.
however, Nasalah, the
Very funny.
that essentially,
Great intro.
in order for
I
something
like
to be
hot dogs.
categorized
Fits
as an
the face perfectly.
Yeah.
And the body. And the
what
body.
is the
No doubt about it. Spencer, how long have you been doing stand-up?
Over 6 years now.
The sheep
6
payment
years.
has the status ultimately
Last 3 years I started in Virginia.
So
What do you
remember,
do for work?
the household
I
of
worked at
Indiana,
Rock
they
and
would
Roll.
demolish the produce from the
Oh,
floor.
sweet.
Pay it
And that's
ultimately
here?
again.
Yeah, there's one right next to the
People came to the Rotterdam because
Right down
they
there?
felt
Yeah,
everyone
across from
needed
Walmart.
to take a look at
Yeah, I still have not been there. I need to go in there.
Yeah, we got a big one in South
Johan said, no, it's
Florida.
fun. Why?
Hell yeah.
Same idea.
I love
There's no
that.
transaction.
Must get interesting people.
Because of transactional immediacy,
Anything crazy
we
ever
don't
happen there?
view that your produce as an exchange, right?
Man, a lot of
Or as
these
somehow like a
dogs
payment,
Yeah.
ultimately against the 7-year produce,
Yeah.
We also sell like toys and figures, so it's like Ninja Turtles
Right.
and
Now
like,
these are questions a
you
little
know,
bit
wrestling
disgusting.
figures and stuff like that.
Last time we
You meet all sports, yeah.
So again, let's go through this,
So it's a
right?
guy walking
Let's
like, I
impose
like
ahead and
turtles. I'm
case.
like,
Right?
Yeah.
We're going to
I
use
got
that.
you.
Get your sheep. I'm just using the sheep
Oh,
because
yeah. How long do you work
it's the
there?
easiest example.
I started working there in 2020.
Right? So he pays your sheep.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Right?
was
And then let's say he
Hell
pays your
yeah.
sheep
That's
on
out of all the dudes who come in and ask or say they like turtles, how many of them
So
would
again,
you say
based
are
on what you're
virgins?
before, that
Oh,
sheep
God,
does
sadly,
not
it's
have
usually dudes with
status of
families.
a husband. And
It's
it
not a
was
lot of
not
virgins,
forbidden
yeah.
for us to
It's like dudes who with their kids are like, we all
There's a
love
lax
turtles.
transactional needs. Yes, I understand.
It's a family affair.
When he
Pass
does
that shit on.
let's say Wednesday, right?
Collecting shit they don't need, you know.
He has relations with
So
Wednesday.
you have to know
So
about
why
all
would
this
you say
shit
that
to
when he
work
does have
there. To a degree, it helps to like know about movies and music because we have bands ranging from classic rock to like death
obviously,
metal. So
okay,
it's
I understand. When
it's also a merch store, so the more familiarized you are with the easier it is.
So you have relations with
Okay.
Wednesday.
Fuck yeah.
But when he does
What
have
do you do
relations
for
with
fun,
her
Spencer?
on Wednesday, then
There are a lot of rock
retroactively,
concerts. Concerts of Ace or just live music in
of
general.
the sheep as a
Our
harvest
different bands,
unit
favorite bands.
should revolve upon the sheep
As far as like
retroactively.
what genre? 'Cause that's kind
And
of
therefore
hard.
the sheep should
Really,
be
anything else?
categorized
Your
as
favorite
an
live
excellent
shows,
zone
I'd say.
already
The Acacia Strain.
Oh, they're here in the audience, ladies and gentlemen.
It's my favorite metal band. I mean, last year I saw Wu-Tang.
Seems
That
very
was awesome.
interesting.
Okay.
What
Yeah,
happened?
Wu-Tang
So
Run the
no,
Jewels.
right? So no,
The people from Albuquerque love Wu-Tang.
got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relation people have them
Run the
until
Jewels
Wednesday.
is the shit
We're
live.
saying
Yeah,
when they have relations on
those are
Wednesday,
their
actually the sheep should be categorized as a harvest.
Two rappers
Oh,
at
what's the
once.
case?
Turns out it's like
She
twice as
offered it up as
entertaining
a
as one
carbon.
rapper.
Yeah, and then Wu-Tang's like 7
Tuesday.
dudes. You're like,
She
fuck.
offered up as a carbon on Tuesday.
Absolutely, I know. When I'm surrounded by 7 dudes, I get fucking shared intensely we call hard as a rock. Okay, so Spencer Bill, you would love. Okay.
Briefly dated a girl over the holidays, and then it didn't.
How did that end?
It just wasn't feeling the vibe anymore. You ended it. It was mutual. Like, neither of us were kind of like really looking for a relationship. At least I wasn't really. I kind of felt into it.
When you say you fell into it, what exactly does that
I
mean?
worked it over for a living well.
Yes.
You know, you meet a lot of goth girls.
Okay. Hell yeah. Rabbi, what do you? Somebody's moaning. He's doing his growl. For those of you that don't want, if you're wondering what we're talking about, Red Man does his thing. When he wants to talk, he doesn't have anything to say. Where he just goes. We all hear it up here, but the mic's not near him, so you don't know that he's talking. Like he has a thought about something.
Goth girls horrible hygiene.
I'm learning Torah, but I'm still
Goth girls you've been with.
stuck on this. Just that I'm doing this. Right, it is commitment. But welcome to nature.
I want to die, Bert. Why would they use condoms? I guess I don't get with just goth girls. There's been a lot of Latinas since I've been in Texas.
And even though the zone
What do
is
you
a
know this is
zone,
the difference between Latinas and goth girls?
They're worse when
those
living together.
cabas, they have to
There's a big Latina goth, but yeah, they take it too seriously. One thought Morris fan.
and we still push forward to do good.
That is the
Despite
most
what the things
fascinating
are
thing in culture.
sometimes it's a
The Mexican community.
In any event, so the zone offered up departments, and the time the issues
I'm hoping
occurred
that'll happen
on
to me
Wednesday,
somehow.
the animals were
Show
gone.
up and
She
it'll
already
just
offered
be
it up.
alive people.
So I was like, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. How if he does the rest of things? The umbrella can you make the action? If he said to himself, gives her the show the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Like, why this as of today? Like, then, I'm up for this. She could have shut it up. Like, let's start the shots. We are on my kind of the then obviously it's more right? She has titles with it.
There are.
Can't be categorized as an
I'm sure you find out whenever it's going to release some crowd work clip.
essentially gave her a gift. She has every right to offer it up. However, the
Angel
law
Diaz is going to be releasing a couple. Love Angel
But if you
Diaz.
cannot give her permission
There's
to
one
acquire
lady
it,
literally having an
and if he was
orgasm
not
over there.
explicitly said, if he would say that, this is your animal as a so what does it mean to say? Gives it her speech from today, yeah, we're gonna have relations tomorrow. In that case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, it's not to the kind of house it's not as a part of it. After all, the issue based on published Amrapur says if a person will concentrate his home, this is talking about the evaluation. Right, will go ahead and consecrate his home. Amrapur, based on this result, just like your home, you own it, have published resources to the only way to concentrate, whether it's consecrated or up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how did you offer that as a part of it?
So how does the tramp stamp joke go? If you don't mind me asking,
something that is yours.
I hear the unedited, unplugged Spencer Boone
Her tramp stamp matches are 18 creatures. Oh, I love that. Yeah, it was a big, it was a blue butterfly that were crazy and easy.
Oh, are you fucking serious? Is that real?
That's real. And she had another PT Cruiser also. No, but she had a purple PT Cruiser with white flames. And her license plate said crazy.
And in the frustrating, don't measure up. But
I probably picked the wrong fucking joke that sounds like you bring your mom.
It feels like this should be a comedy duo. I bet Mom.
That which
Yeah, not quite. Mom, a funny lady. Where's she at? Is she in Virginia still? So, like, your
it doesn't belong to you.
home in Virginia is a very small population.
Yeah, it's very small.
Tell us about it.
He doesn't expect it to be
Fulton County. I think the whole county has like 35,000 residents.
Are you anywhere near the, what's that one family called?
Take a personalistic
Famous.
all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess. I possess a lot more than I possess.
The whites.
And then utilize those
I don't know. Now I'm into, we're in Virginia. I think there's more Western
you only do not wish that which belongs to you. And a part who only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our house, within
Spencer, you're a very funny guy. Congratulations. Great times. Here's a picture. There you go.
Thank you guys so much.
Spencer Viv.
Right? These people who feel like
He gave that to
he
you?
needs to it, right? But he needs a sheep for some reason.
Okay.
Something
Alright, we're getting word that Angel Diaz has brought his notes.
Then
How did you get
Marcus
those?
Tony action. Then he gives you the right to
In the
acquire it.
bathroom, you ran into Angel Diaz in the bathroom, and he gave you his
Fine.
notes. Alright, well, it actually does say,
Again, what's the
can you
idea?
please
Why we do this? Besides
Can you please come tomorrow between 10 a.m. and maybe 1 p.m. and fix the AC unit? And he said, I'm doing a live Zoom. We read this. Oh, they're kicking you out.
Is that
There you go.
That's
how it happens.
That's the exact kind of foreigner we need to get out of this country, goddammit.
I think it's just drunk enough to know that Angel did this show. Or not know that Angel did that joke on stage. But we should keep that. Hold on to that. We're gonna put that in that Kill Tony Museum one day. It is incredible. His handwriting is very youthful. Incredibly. I don't know if you have a shot at that. Childlike wonder. You would think a graffiti artist has better handwriting, but no. Alright, everybody, here's the reality. William Montgomery is sick again, everyone. That's right. The most vaccinated person in the show's history somehow gets sick once a month. What are the odds? Ari Maddie got snowed into Estonia, everyone. I know, the controversy is wild. But I do have one remaining special treat that you guys might like. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the greatest golden ticket winners in the history of the show. Here to close us out, make some noise for the one and only Martin Phillips, everybody.
Again, for the lesson, you heard the side is in the case that she offered up on Tuesday, by the time the deal occurs, obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So the kids call it Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time the deal occurred. In this case, over here, on Tuesday, she's not pushing. Wednesday, the deal occurs. And ultimately, so at the time of the deal, the object is still here. So now, the shadow is, of course, the object is kind of this one thing. I don't know. So the kids from the bloody other as going back to the top, right? And most of them was so cut off the hickory bus. So remember again, the way that the Lazar understood the case of the Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already by the time the deal occurred. Dafka hickory bus. So Dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. How about the Shasa law? But from the religious thing that would appear, that if she's not Bishop, but the animal is still in existence at the time of the deal occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Zona. Much more as you know, the Lazar is fake and white. Truth is, this actually, this shining is not a sign of the Lazar himself. The message is not. Mixture superiority on the other Jackie Bussell, Dafka, Bakisha, Sandal, Bakisha, Shastia. Because the Lazar said the only time it doesn't mean is an animal is offered up upon the deal. But by the time the deal occurs, the animal's no longer here. But perhaps, again, where she was just not the animal is still in existence at the time of the deal, in which case, the animal is recategorized as an Islam Zona. All your love, if you also Chick-fil-A, Vicky Trust in the South. Maybe, obviously, she offered it out as following this kind of deal. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Islam Zona. And I think she just consecrated it in that show. Which the universe has taken. So we need that standing on ice right now. But he's not in this case over here, first of all.
Yeah, how is this weather treating you? How are you surviving?
What we do understand is that in order for something to categorize as an Islam Zona, there must be transactional. If that order is not followed either, payment into a deal, or dia and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an Islam Zona. If he deposited in animals for payments, now, the deal doesn't occur until later on.
Did you get that sweater over Christmas? It looks great.
She goes ahead and she offers it up to them by Carva. If she's not vicious, consequences. And so the animal is still in existence and can be beat up the next day. What's the status of the animal? That's the thing. That's the thing. Okay, let's analyze it. But on the object, must not have once he has it, and then afterwards he takes it. So ultimately again, and bringing it to the state of remove these immediately there is a question. I don't understand this. You might say, immediately. But I'll be a half muscle, and even I struggle showing as another us. The Rabbi says that the person has relations with himself. And then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the girls late. I see he's so late, like 3 years later, it's still called the harvest meeting, and it's still the answer. And I'm not going to stop them. Let's get started. Well, cash. So listen, that cash is important. Right, that we call before us on occasions, it is to be said that if there's relations to men payment, that's not investment. It's no transactional needs. Here to be ourselves with our relations, even if we have like years later, ultimately it is still us or I'm not going to use stuff. I'm not just a little cash. It's not a contradiction. How the Amar is Baali Li, it's Baali Li, they tell us that. How the Amar is Baali Li, they tell us that. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we're talking one place in some of the case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep. And he identified the sheep versus have relations with me for a sheep. Kirashi, they tell us that. How come it no have not have it Esman when it has to be said. Ultimately, again, where it says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional needs. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately again there is no transactional needs. Alright, so let's analyze this more. The other level tell us that my happy anything. So let's analyze this, right? So now Wednesday, everything will go into our he says, have relations with me of his own. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he wasn't here for 3 years. 3 years. I look at these, oh, it has the status of a public opinion. There's no transaction in it. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The man says, the sheep out. So I'm going to tell us them, I'm the sheep out. Right? Remember, livestock, animals with part of the sheep are part of the
watching it
right now. So that's
going to be next week. We're going to get the free birds and up. So basically, there's like this fucking fat guy with a family. I want to hear Angel describe cerebral palsy to the rest of all. So like basically God didn't like this fucking guy. Did you get to see Angel Diaz tonight?
If it's in a culture, she stops his relations with her, and then ultimately again, then so your thoughts is really quiet. What are you talking about? You must know she acquired it before. So this is actually like the paradigmatic use of SNL. She's acquiring sheep even before the deal. If the sheep is still in the process, so it's the most sheep is shocking and maybe after very interesting. Now here's the case. So when it comes to the whole this sheep is not first. I'm going to raise up first. You'll fix this issue with the young that there is a system. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you can take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't even require the sheep initially. She requires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. But on the law, you might see what rate is in the time of your payment. You take the effect for you after the next 30 days. Well, do not, and if not, shop late gas money. Take this sheep ultimately again as the whole talking. Fine. Massive Russian association again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling to the essence of the Nakamura or let's say moving employees, donkey drivers and workers. So that he's paying. Now, the way ultimately again, he's paying them. Now, actually goes out over here. Actually, a big problem on your house. These workers are non-Jews or they're on your house. They're just on your Jews. A golf is on your Jews. Well, so that doesn't tell you. And he says to them, "Look, who the F would be yourself? See you should be yourself." Right? So what's the halacha? Oh, the aim of kosher is okay, so that's important. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's their payments or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. So we'll say now the Gemara says the ain't no kosher. She can do this. Ain't no kosher. She doesn't have to be worried. Something like this 63B. Lo mishum shvius, lo mishum ma'aser, lo mishum yayin ma'aser. Now we'll say here's what's interesting about this. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an affluent or on their hearts, it's going to be get on that list, right? Or maybe ultimately again, or my sashimi produce, he doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why does he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money, and he's saying, Trevor, who's what? Which one? Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Now she says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Lomishim Meister, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart is, it's actually the last one of the long runs, the heart is, or something you need, or the pieces that, you think it's not the one giving the person, it is giving them money. It's kind of, here, this is for the food, this is for the food. What you choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not unmoving. It's not unmoving, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now, contrast how the color is. Sound flow, this 60 degrees, second line, the all of them, etc. So the iflu, Vani, Kogera, Shivani Kola, he says, to the workers, right, transit drivers, go and eat, go and drink it, oh, hey, I'll pick up this tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Insignificant is available everywhere.
This episode of the #1 live podcast in the world is brought to you by Quo, ZipRecruiter, and Shopify. How you guys feeling tonight, guys? Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. We live in Austin, Texas, but we are jumping in a tour bus, ladies and gentlemen, and we are taking the actual Kel Tony show to Houston, Texas, February 28th in Dallas, March 28th. Go to TonyHinchcliffe.com for tickets right now. Come see an actual Kel Tony show in the great state of Texas, one in Houston, February 28th, one in Granbury, March 28th. TonyHinchcliffe.com. Get tickets now. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? We are braving the freezing weather in what a warm, hot show I have for you, ladies and gentlemen. Two of the biggest comedians in the world, two of the funniest human beings on planet Earth. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you two of my favorites. Make some fucking noise for Bert Kreischer and Ricky Drop.
So that's what do you see from this last piece here? How much you can call it, what do you see from that? Moving to go. Like case to go. Even though, again, he's paid after the
one of the top shows on planet Earth.
It's transactional in
Welcome back,
and
Bert
he's
Kreischer.
considered paid for these Shmita programs, shame programs, everything you want to say. Often none, he's not
Mistranslations do you think happen in Canada? ISIS come in.
same thing, which you must have taken out of Fisto, and Fentanyl on a Tito,
After a week, so I might as well get
it's different combinations, like if he's going ahead and the weapons.
Exactly, Rick Ingram's new special crowd pleaser is out on the Comedy Store YouTube now. Rick is one of the funniest fucking human beings on planet Earth. Rick, what's the gap? Fun fact for those of you that consider yourself Kel Tony fans, Rick was the guest on episode 1 of Kel Tony. Before it even had its name, it was called Hinchcliffe's Notes with an apostrophe. It's true, he got the pilot picked up for episode 2. We renamed it, and the rest is history.
So what's that? So that's it. This transaction moves. Moving is really hard. This is not just saying stand where you are and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, tell them, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Now she says over here, she's like, look, I'll tell you in this. Therefore, this is getting us an exchange. Right? The shopkeeper is going to give, donkey drivers,
You guys know how the show works. Over 300 human beings signed up for the opportunity to be on tonight's show. They're all stacked on top of each other in an unbelievably disgusting bar next door. How big and praying that they get pulled out of this bucket. I'm gonna let the corpse of John Benny Ramsey pick the first name out of the bucket. Congratulations. It's amazing the people that travel here for this show. It's absolutely incredible. Justice on the shore.
And now he's not sending to a shopkeeper normally extends credit to him. Then it sounds like what? Mutter. That should be okay. But that's the case. That's mutter.
Corpse of John Benny Ramsey pick the first name out of the bucket. Congratulations.
If that's the case,
it's amazing the people that travel here for this show. It's absolutely incredible.
Justice on the case of where Ruben says, here's $100. Go out and go eat into a drink. Make it two different things. What are the two cases? You must have better. I mean, when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? But everybody, I'm not people in the Chicago way. When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his brother, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with respect to the extends credit to Ruben. Because there's transactional immediacy, and it's like, again, the church is already has the money to do something to the items. About things to consumer people, but therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that
if you know the words, sing along.
better for the race to go ahead and follow two pieces that are saying that one piece are different than the other pieces that are interpretations. Is the lesson for everybody should know people who know this topic, but more factual. Even
You guys are staying warm,
credit,
driving safe, there's a lot of ice on the road, so just a bit cover. It's just a break, men and women of
What's that? Ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered
You're trying to
as
reduce
a
crime.
guarantor. The American civil says, what is he doing? Now, again, let's even assume that we would have no
Just giving them more room to breathe.
previous relationship. What is he doing? When you ask
But I
someone,
understand. Can you imagine the shape you have to be in to
and
deport a
ultimately, again, you're guaranteed that encumbrance, that immediacy, seems to occur right then.
Yeah, I'm actually
And
training to
most
play
of
gun
the people
competition right now.
You're right.
That's right.
You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't even seem to make a difference. You must lo shoshe imak. Afagav the misharele, even the lo miyachid shibude lo missa. First, let's see what's the difference. I'm going to look at Rashi over here. Rashi says, Kevin lo miyachid shibude. Look at Rashi, third wide line in Rashi's in the bottom. Kevin lo shibude. Shelo yiche lo miyad mo'oz lekach. Laf chalipa minhu v'lo missa. Since Reuben did not go ahead and actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the money. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money have been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional needs. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be looked at. So you feel that most of half life coming from you below mix. I'm sorry. It says hello on my position. So that's the case ultimately again. So when you should see this. So you must talk no you are teaching the alcohol. So ultimately then you said ultimately again what else you can send out my position. You should see this. What if you can send out the alcohol I saw that perhaps again she can release ultimately, again, same thing.
to be a green tower, Ramona, see, you became the light in the dark side of me. Love remains the bright lights are hiding up the hill. But did you know that when it snows, my eyes become large and the light that you shine can't be seen? Baby, I can wait to kiss from a rose on the grave. Ooh, the more I give of you, sweet it feels, yeah. Now that the roses are blue, a light hits the moon of the grave. There is a bunch of men can tell.
The prices shouldn't be there. He says to his workers, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay means to sell if he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? Su'u ve'echlu, su'u shesu bani b'chash. You should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying out of case on years where you didn't do that. Right? So you left the money with the shopkeeper. Then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much should you consume? To which the rest, I'm going to be right. So you're right. Ultimately, again, a lot of places you're right. Change the prices. Read the prices should really be the following way. That halacha says we insist that it's so. Please remember, essentially there are two cases in prices. Case number one is where Reuben gives his representative. So it's covered go out and eat, but the drink on me. That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on me. Case two, you must understand me now. Halacha starts Reuben went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my workers going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now you know that's it. Concerned if they have access now to limited food items, then it's as if Reuben is going ahead and supplying them with regular items. The way that prices should read is Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink, and then I will settle up ultimately with the shopkeeper afterwards. That's how Reuben is saying. It's good. We'll stop over for today. Oh yeah, everyone,
So much you can say. You became the lie with my pleasure, my pain, baby. I can hear my going out of the kitchen. Can't deny. So much people making to. But did you know that when it snows, my eyes become large and that you shine can't be seen? Baby, I can wait you a kiss on the rose on the grave. Ooh, the more I get of you, the sweeter it feels. Yeah. Now that your roses are bloom, the light hits the moon on the
we dedicate our means to love Jesus Christ, and home, the shalom and the current of America, the social freedom, success, the whole mercy.
I've been kissed by the rose on the grave. I've been kissed by the rose on the grave. And I've been kissed by the rose on the grave. Been kissed by the
So a very interesting piece over here. The members of the Code of Rabbi do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8th year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi says so there's a very interesting. Yasi Perishi is called Mismarabiot. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, but you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So that's once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of the Yanai would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes on, a parlo b'shminis, Ishkachach ta'achli Aniyim b'shminis after a year, and you do Shvius. So what ended up happening again is
Not so much a man can tell you, so much can say. My power, my pledge, my faith. To me, you're like a born addiction and something else. When you tell me this, I know that when it snows, my eyes become large and the light that you shine can't be seen. Baby, well, I compare you to a kiss from a rose on the grave. Ooh, the more I get of you, the stranger I feel. Yeah, that your roses and bloom. A light hits the moon on the grave. Step up and you kiss from a rose on the grave. Ooh, the more I get of you, the stranger I feel. Yeah. Now that your roses are blue, I like it's the moon on the grave.
The Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity. There's not immediacy. I should say there's no immediate reciprocity. Because your roses and only quote unquote repaid during your age. Because there's no immediate reciprocity. Therefore, this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8th year produce. That's the ideal here. Therefore, again, and therefore, again, Shemitah thinking will not devolve upon the 8th year. This is very interesting. And this is to connect them to Esnan and Mutter. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Esnan Zoma.
Oh my God! So now Eric can keep his floors clean, and Ryan can transition to an outdoor shoe in one easy step. While he's out and about his moves, he's both comfortable and stylish. Who even knows he's in his house? Re-engineer the moves to hold on tight, whether he's walking, running, or even jumping. There it is. There it is.
No so much about let's say you then go to the
Now, changing the look and feel your shoe has never been easier. Surfsharks, who's ready to join the movement and help the world move easy. Wow, Carolina Blue. Well, Carolina has been my front. He actually named it after you here, team. Maverick from the Carolina Blue.
No so much about
wearing the street. If one of the trucks want to come up and help demonstrate the just like you would kick off your ears. So basically, what you want to do is when you come home and you're entering your house, you want to remove the outer shoes. You have your toes down firmly on the ground, step on the back, and then let your shoes and let
no restrictions on it. Says,
oh my God! So now Eric can keep his floors clean and Ryan.
Doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, Elot hachika. God, this is what it means to say. Nasalah, the achakach ba'ala. If you gave her, let's say, gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards. In other words, let me tell you this piece outside. Essentially, the Gemara is going to say it like this: when does something become an esnan? An esnan is one of harvest payment when there's transactional immediacy. Pays her relations, right? Our relations pay her. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an esnan. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of esnan zona. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So there's Elah Kamar. Nosala, if you gave her the sheep, the acharkach ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the acharkach ba'ala? Rashi says, Achshav Elah la'achar zman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. He pays her today and has relations with her in 3 hours. You go for tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. Or for that matter, he has relations with her, and then he afterwards pays her. Esnana mutter. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the esnan is going to be mutter. However, nasala, the acharkach, so therefore, I will say, so what we're saying is as follows: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an esnan sona, there has to be a transactional immediacy. Once the transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the sheep, the payment, has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now again, remember, just to keep track of what's going on over here. So remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow shemitah produce from the poor, and pay it ultimately again with the produce. People came to the Yochanan because they thought, I don't know, maybe it looks like a little bit strange, this practice of transacting business with shemitah produce. But Rabbi Yochanan said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that 8-year produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, the shemitah produce, and therefore the 8th-year produce remains totally fine. Fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this Eslan case. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays her. Okay, he gives her a sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example ultimately against separation purposes, right? So he pays her a sheep. Right, and then let's say he gives her sheep on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday he has relations with her. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not forbidden for consecrated temple use, right? Because it lacks transactional immediacy. You must understand. But when he does have relations with her, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave her the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why don't we say that when he does have relations with her top of Samchimon, Lechol Allah is obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives you the sheep, it can't be labeled as Esnan Zoma because he doesn't have relations with her, right? There's no immediacy. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should devolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an Esnan Zona already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting. No, what's the case? Kishikadma behekri basa. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So you are saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively, the sheep should be categorized as a harvest game. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harlot, a pious zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a faker. She's a zona, and she's offering up carbonos. I will say, it's important. We've met this many times in the past. It's always important to understand we all live with inconsistencies, and we all live with inherent contradictions. And in certain respects, I'm a tzaddik, and in certain respects, I'm a rasha. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do at all. But here's the beauty of it. The thing, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from the things. Yiddishkeit is not an all or nothing. You could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. But most of us are not there. But sometimes we feel hypocritical, or sometimes we feel like a fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. Or I'm giving tzedakah, but I'm doing this. Or I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. You're right. It is hypocritical. It is a little contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live with hypocrisy. We all live with inner contradictions. Such is the nature of life. But it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, but she also brings kavanas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kavanas are reach micholach to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner contradiction, our inner struggles more than HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the Zona offered up the covenants. By the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this a little bit. What's the case? If he said to the Zona, gives her the shtlot on Tuesday and says, "This is yours as of today, right? Acquire this as of today, right?" Then Hamilton and Pshita the Sharila, right? The Halasa the Shaspia Umatana Amadiya. So then obviously it's multiple, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as a testimony on Tuesday because they didn't have it. However, the law on the can give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, "This is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday," right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? If he gives it to her, he gives it to her on Tuesday. Okay, we're gonna have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, how could you offer it up as a carbon? After all, the ish kiyakdish is based on Kodesh Amrachman. The Torah says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an erech valuation, right? Will go ahead and consecrate his home. Amrachman ma base of so just like your home, you own it. So to the only thing you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could you offer it up as a card? Unless you just find a tremendous here. You could only be makdish something that is yours, which means in the realm of personal growth, HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us what we're able to do. Sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people we look up to, we aspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others, and we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what those person's profiles are, their abilities are. The Ribono Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish, that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate something that doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that if Rabbi only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. You can only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our purview, in our power, within our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. El Damala, so what's the case? El Damala, this is very interesting. So he says to her, right? So Reuben gives this to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, "Okay, keep the sheep with you. We're scheduled for Bia tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah, if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep. I don't know, you need a car money, you need dinner, whatever it is. Then Gemara says, "Kani aksha." Then I give you the right to acquire it as." So it's interesting. Kind of hedges is that's a little bit. Fine. So the Gemara says this. So everyone says that's the zoning. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides the fact that it's totally it's interesting. We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with the Rabbi with this Shemitah transaction. The idea that's kind of happening over here is that something can only be vested with prohibited status when there is a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esmon zone and by the Harlot payment case as well. Now the Gemara just gets a little bit into this Harlot payment case. So by the Hoshia, Kama Bek Bishas This is very interesting. So let's say same thing. Reuben gives Rachel, Reuben gives Zona
First
on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, goes in and she's makdish. She consecrates it. Now she didn't offer it up as a carbon, but she's makdish it. So what's the status now of the animal? Mahu. Kevan Damar Amirasol Gabov Misurasol Hadil, Kimandak Rivasitami. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish it verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? No. In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being because it's gone, the animal's gone. Being makdish, ultimately again, it is still here, it is still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was makdish it? Again, because I must say, here the shaila is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the bia occurs, obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an eslan zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the bia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday, she's makdish it. Wednesday, the bia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the bia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an eslan zona or not? So we're saying the tif shamit Rabbi Eliezer. So we'll say, going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right? Rabbi Eliezer, shekadma be'ekli vasa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the eslan zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time she offered it up, it's no longer existing. How about maybe shasal low? And from Rabbi Elazar's statement, it would appear that she was not efficient, but the animal was still in existence at the time that the bia occurred. Perhaps the animal would now be called an eslan zona. The Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Elazar can fake coming quiet. The truth is, this shaila is mamish shaila of Elazar himself. So the Gemara says, "My mifta isa b'shasbiyah." Does Rabbi Elazar say that the only time it doesn't become an eslan is when the animal was offered up before the bia? Because by the time the bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated it. The animal is still in existence at the time of the bia, in which case halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an eslan zona. All dilma. Maybe obviously if she offered it up and it's totally just kind of of course it's not going to be categorized as an eslan zona. But in case it's just consecrated,
walked up to me and he asked me if I wanted a dance.
Interesting, we have to look at what comes out in this case over here.
I told him I said no, I thought it might take a prayer. When he danced, he had my bite. Then he knocked me home that night. He almost drowned me and then he kissed me. He finally got me and knew that I would see him again. And the whole people never know that he was more than a friend. And I just what to do. And so I said, I love you. And I said that he loved me too. And then he kissed me. He took me in a way that I've never been kissed before. He kissed me in a way that I'll never be kissed forevermore. It just made me come in home to me to come in the family.
Right, so says if Reuben has relations with his own, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of their bills late. Right, so he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it's still the answer. And I'm not going to stop. I'm not hista lo kasha. So most of that conscience is just important. The price that we quoted before on some amazing day 62b said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. It's not transaction. Here the Gemara says that there's relations even between the understand ultimately it's the answer. I'm not going to stop. I'm not hista lo kasha. It's not a contradiction. The Amar is Ba'ali me, it's Ba'ali me, Italastan. The Amar is Ba'ali me, Italastan. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case of time Christian says, have relations with me for this sheep. And the idolatry, Italastan, how come it do I have no other Estan in Christians? So ultimately, again, the verse says when you identify the sheep, it's as if there's transactional release. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately again there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. My hobby, I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Ruben goes over to Rachel. He says, have relations with Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, but yeah, he doesn't pay her for 3 years.
In a way that I never think it's before. You took me in a way that I want to be for sure. You made me to be on the sweetest moment of time.
Okay, so Henry is actually interesting.
And just being here is right. Love is made like fire. And then over happy I'm almost back. And then he kissed me.
The old love is on the same as the love. If you don't, you call you the passing. Oh, because we do not the sheep standing in their front. In which case, then I can do this to the front. That's exactly. You can try the passing of fire.
And that's me to feel right. And always be right by his side. And if you don't have him, almost right. And then he kissed me. And then he kissed me.
Unless in other words, she finds the work. She's actually recognized in that case, unless not as the because she's required the sheep to do the work if the sheep is standing in her chutzah. Which the Gemara says, the shaki in the hand the very interesting. Now here's the case. So Reuben comes to Rachel one day. He says, "Listen, we're gonna and right here, this sheep is in a chutzah."
That was so sick.
Essentially, is a guarantee. That in other words, he says to her, "I'm gonna pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relationship, right? If I don't pay you money, you can take this sheep." So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that it's non-payment. So I'm going to be my senior, right? Using the time I don't. He says that if you let me say next 3 days, look, you do not, and it's not exactly the money. Take this sheep, ultimately identifies what are we talking. Fine. Nothing that that's the safest thing. Again, this is all of this really unraveling on the other Kamala or Paula. Let's say again, let's say you don't employ taxi drivers and workers. You say that this change. Now, the way I do it again, you see when I ask you to take out here, that's the every government on your house. You report it around you or you're on your house. You just on your juice. I don't know what you're doing. You're like this. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? The end of course is so he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, you do that. Okay, you're going to stop. Right now, he's going to take care of his money. Go and drink. So what's that? Not in process. But in of course, to do this, in of course, she doesn't have to be worried. Something like a 60 degrees. What is some shvius and what is some nice? What is some nice? And what's that? What is nice? What's interesting here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an on their credits, it's going to be right? Or maybe ultimately again, or it's going to be or my sushi police, it's not something to try. He doesn't have to do this one. Why does he have to do this one with this? Because essentially, he's giving them money. And he's saying, which one? Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do.
You ready for a day of relaxation?
Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, it's one nice stuff. Right, if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's the attached glass one of the one line. The heart is the second we don't use Ruben is not the one giving it. This is free. What you choose to do with that essentially is not unlimited. It's not unlimited, so therefore again, no liability. Okay, no.
motherfucking nigga. I'm like no animal finger on the trigger. And that sound kill my nigga. And they ain't niggas in here some trust on that. Not really. I mean, well, a lot of people do that. The mean people. I did for fun. When it years. And again, to me, nobody gives a shit. I mean, it ain't no fucking make me. Can you pray for that needle?
See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. That's not if he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because he is purchasing and providing these oh no, I guess I'm really seeing it, right? Because, oh, the news is like that. We're just seeing it, but I love what I'm saying. We're now going ahead and circling back to the Raviana case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Raviana case.
They told me it was going to be on them.
We're going ahead and we borrowed the produce and we paid for each year. Not a problem of no transaction immediacy. So that's what what do you see from this last piece of it, right? Oh no, you can't throw it, you can't cover it. So what do you see from there? That when Ruben pays the bill, right, pays the bill, so even though, again, he's paying after the consumption already took place, I love what it is, this transactional immediacy, and these things that it's been paying for, these Shemitah produce, shaving produce, it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, often none, he kapara, the is kapara. So to be by the other hand, when you can be here, ultimately, again, is that called the Shemitah produce. Something which we must take the word is done, and something on the people in the shadow. So no, it's different. In the living case, like if he's going ahead carrying the workers, then there is no drink off the
should well these
motherfuckers,
but that takes time.
From the shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben.
We use super glue instead.
Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruben, ultimately this literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Kind of doing some of us. The shopkeeper knows he's going to get he regularly extends credit. שכבר הייתי בו, שכמובן שיש מרבים רחם ולכן אני לא כל חליף לי. So what's that? So that's what this transaction means. You don't think her, you think not just say stand where you are and buy food, buy you say etc. Go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who generally extends credit to the user. So therefore, again, I think the debt is already paid, and therefore there is a transactional immediacy that's there. That she says over here, she's like, look, I'm doing it. Therefore, specifically, almost like an exchange. Right? The shopkeeper is going to do it. It's going to do it. Donkey drivers and leaders, whatever. And then going to lead it into that. لو أخبرك إنه حرف بلا even the other family, the missing family, that family are going to again, that doesn't apply in the society. It wasn't like therefore, that piece is kind of a transaction needs.
That pencil is right in the middle of the blade. Ready? Whatever you want.
But again, using that one, even with the same one versus something else.
Last question I have, and I thought something. I am very curious to know when I might be able to buy
and it sounds like that.
tell me when that'll be available.
Okay. If that's the case, that's more tricky wealthy. As a ton of simple, the beginners there, simple to suit the beginners there. If that's the case, then set the price up. Instead of making the first case in the price up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat things for a drink, make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? The Gemara said that time we're in. When is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? The Chenbani Hamakiko in the Shtabit letter. When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if, again, the Chenbani already has the money to pick up the items. But the shopkeeper who does not extend the credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be part. In other words, better for the Bryson to go ahead and highlight two cases of sin on one detail different than to highlight two different cases. First, we must go old. Can't shame my people move on the more is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit,
Where do you guys get those hat? Mind you, the young lady to your right.
still obligated to perform many Bamara Homer the Cavero. The person says to his friend, take one of the Chori, Viknu Kol the Chossi Love. So what happens? So right, Ruben goes, all right, I go with you. So Ruben, give me a favor, lend, right, give him money as a shilling, give money as a shilling, and all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's that called? Clearly, if ultimately I get my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor, you must say, so what's this? What is it? Now again, let's even assume that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from there? When you ask someone to go and give something to someone else, and ultimately again, you're guaranteed that encumbrance is actually needed.
This is as close as we can get to the base of the World Trade Center. You can see the fire and smoke here. Police officers are
Right. The end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit, doesn't receive it. You must also say, also got to be shot away. Even the low miyaki today, low
This is as close as we can get to the base of the World Trade Center. Ice cold in South Florida. And people all these hallucinate or recount us.
Since slow motion,
Back them up. Let's see how many we got. By the way, right in the back.
Go out, eat and drink. I'll pick up the tab. Since you know the fine amount of money, right, or no specific money, it's not inside cycle, you're ultimately a So a little the most, the half, love, a little new, the low, sorry. You know, so that's how in my constitution. So that's the case ultimately again. So when you do this, right, the short sheets, so the rest is ultimately a prediction in Hako. So ultimately again, he says,
sure, I finally graduated. Yeah, just a shade under a decade too. All right. You know, a lot of people go to college for 7 years. I know. They're called doctors. Did you know that in 1983, sheets
ultimately, again, it's the same thing. Because no particular monies have been designated or advanced, it does not create transactional immediacy. What's the case? The case over here is where the Balabak is advanced the money to the moment. So this is the company. Again, Shalach and Slav. The hashtag the Balabak is the you can say, this changes everything. So in the case of here, ultimately, again, when Bryce says that a Reuben says to his workers, go to the Chedmi, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is where already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for. So now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take limited things, it's literally like he's supplying them limited items. I'm used to shrinking, I'm used to absolutely never. So the Gemara says as follows. So again, all of this is the same transaction needs. Like that thing that's happening here. So the Gemara says, I'm listening to Shmeitik means absolutely never. So Kana said, I said this over, in front of the secret of the America. What is Amalei, Ihaki, I can tell you so even she still got any bread, that's the case. The prices shouldn't be what he says to his workers. Go ahead and do it. I will pay. I will pay when something has to pay. Rather, what should it say? Certainly the influence, certainly you should see how the first. You should say, go out and drink, go out to eat, and then I'll settle up. Like, I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, the same piece of wood that we didn't forget. Basically, you left money with the shopkeeper, and hence the customer saying, yeah, I left you $100. How much did you consume?
Those of you in the East are watching on television.
virtual skirt box.
I'm sorry, I'm like telling
Dude, you're my favorite player of all time. True.
ultimately, again,
Wait,
Allah for
to say that to him. And
change
then
the license.
he said, "You remind me of my idiot son.
Allah for good incest is so
Call me
please
dude
remember,
again,
essentially there are two cases in Vice.
and I'll knock you the
Case
fuck
number
out."
one is where Ruben
It
gives his
said,
$100.
"What's the first
Go
time?
out,
Everyone
drink,
said
drink,
and they said, never meet your
that
heroes.
case,
They said,
whenever they do, it's on them. It's not on you. Case two, the way the Muslims understand it now, is that Allah for myself, Ruben prepaid the thing. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shop. He said, my workers going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says, that's not problematic. It's not to be concerned. It's be concerned if you have access not to really food items. As if Ruben is going ahead and supplying with money. The way that price should be is Ruben says to his workers, go out and drink. ואני מחש, I will sell it off ultimately to the shopkeeper. That's what the Gemara does. Okay, looks like we'll stop over here for today. Shkoyach, everyone. What is that?
Hello, how are you?
Let's say good morning. It is a great sponsorship to be able to learn with all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Share to thank our annual Talmud sponsor, the Tosim Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year as a zechus for the Soros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael.
People are liking my shit, though.
Habavim Rotova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen,
What
Irene
gift?
Rosenzweig, and
Keep it up,
Stevie
King.
Rosenzweig from the learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, in connection of the yard.
What is Legoland?
Father Cyrus
I don't know what that
Shalom,
means.
Ben Tzvi Hirsch,
And if anybody knows what it means.
Father Ben Chaver Baruch Mordechai.
Really?
Of course, as always,
I don't know what
the
this shit
dedicated
means.
to learning the Swiss Lord Precious Hostages and Kushpok.
People have no idea. Dog, come to my Discord.
Give them success. The whole Masi. We'll say with that, let us begin. We have an exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Samach Gimel 63, and we are picking up on Samach Beis 62b, the Day Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the Gemara says as follows: The Day Rabbi Yana, Yas Ipei Shvius
Can you do
Nagin,
this one?
the
Yeah.
Parlu B'Shvius. So very
Really?
interesting. The members of the household of
Those are
the
pretty
do
easy.
as follows: they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and then repay.
There she was, just a walking down the street, singing do-a-diddy-diddy dum diddy do, clapping her fingers and shuffling her feet, singing do-a-diddy-diddy dum diddy do. She looked good, she looked fine, she looked good, she looked fine, and I nearly lost my mind before I knew it. She was walking next to me, singing do-a-diddy-diddy dum diddy do. Moving her hand just as natural as could be, singing do why diddy dum diddy do. Walked onto my door, we walked onto my door, then we kissed a little more. Whoa, I knew we was falling in love. And yes, I did, and so I told her all the things I've been dreaming of. Now we're together nearly every single day, singing do-a-diddy dum diddy do. We're so happy, and that's how we're gonna stay, singing do-a-diddy dum diddy do. I'm hers, she's mine, I'm hers, she's mine. Wedding bells are gonna chime. Whoa, I knew we was falling in love. Yes, I did.
Potential commerce with a forbidden item. So sometimes that forbidden identity can default upon the previously permitted item. So, for example, the concern that even the 8th year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity because the produce is being taken in the season and only being quote unquote repaid during the
Oh, I knew we was falling in love. And yes, I did, and so I told her all the things I've been dreaming of. Now we're together nearly every single day, singing do-wah-diddy-diddy-dum-diddy-do. We're so happy, and that's how we're gonna stay, singing do-wah-diddy-diddy-dum-diddy-do. Well, I'm hers, she's mine, I'm hers, she's mine. Wedding bells are gonna chime. Whoa, whoa, I knew we was falling in love. Yes, I did, and so I told her all the things I've been dreaming of. Now we're together nearly every single day, singing do-I-diddy-dum-diddy-do. And we're so happy, and that's how we're gonna stay, singing do-I-diddy-diddy-dum-diddy-do. I'm hers, she's mine, I'm hers, she's mine. Wedding bells are gonna chime. Oh yeah. Do-I-diddy-diddy-dum-diddy-do. We're singing do-I-diddy-diddy-dum-diddy-do. Do-I-diddy-diddy-dum-diddy-do.
You have relations with her, then ultimately, again, the land is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, furthermore, the second case, he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay her anything. If he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in Brisa that says that halal for the esnan is mutter? It doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, Ella, hachika amar. God, this is what it means to say. Listen to this. Nasala, the achar ba'adam. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, let me tell you this piece outside. Essentially, what I'm going to say is like this. When does something become an esnan, and esnan is one of the hardest payments? When there's transactional immediacy. He pays her, relations, right? Our relations pay her. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an esnan. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of esnan zona. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So what's Elad Kamar? If you gave her the sheep, the achar kach ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the achar kach ba'ala? Rashi says, Achshav Elav la'achar zman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. He pays her today and has relations with her in 3 hours from now or tomorrow. Again, as opposed to payment, relations. Or for that matter, he has relations with her and then he afterwards pays her. Esnana mutter. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the esnan is going to be mutter. However, nasala, the achar kach, fine. So therefore, both sides, what we're saying is as follows: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an esnan zona, there has to be transactional immediacy. Once there's transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the lamb, the sheep, the payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now again, remember, just to keep track of what's going on here. So remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and repay it ultimately again with 8-year produce. People came to Rabbi Yochanan because they felt, I don't know, maybe it looks like a little bit strange, this practice, or business with Shemitah produce. Rabbi Yochanan said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because no transactional immediacy, we don't view that 8-year produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment, ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, the Shemitah produce, and then for the 8-year produce remains totally fine. Fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this esnan case. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays her. Now, Reuben pays Rachel. He gives her a sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example ultimately for sacrificial purposes, right? So he pays her a sheep, right? And then let's say he gives her a sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, he has relations with her. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harlot's payment, and therefore is not forbidden for consecrated temple use, right? Because it lacks transactional immediacy. You must understand. When he bought when he does have it, that's what they like to give the sheep on the that's basically the Wednesday. So why does he say that when he does have a relationship with something, may call Allah is not enough credit? Obviously, I understand. When he gives the sheep, can't be able to get testimony when he does have a relationship on Wednesday, she can retroactively the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should revolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an estimation already as of today. Rabbi says, it's very easy to know what's the case. She should come up with a process. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. Got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. When they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively, the sheep should be categorized as a harvest payment. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harlot, a pious zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a fake. She's a zona, and she's offering up carbonos. I will say, it's important, we've met this many times in the past. And you only in certain respects, you're on the side, and in certain respects, on the left side. And there are things in my life that I've done well, and there are things in my life that I've been quoting, and there are things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well and that I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not already a thing. You can be righteous in some areas and more important in other areas. So obviously, that's not wrong. Right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas.
I don't want to be anything but people.
Sometimes you feel like a fate because I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. I'm dressed but I'm doing this. Right? It is hypocritical. It is still contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all look at hypocrisy. We all look at the contradictions. Such is the nature of life. It is important for us to make these things for ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, the sheep also is colors.
I don't need to be anything other than a prison God's son, and I don't need to be anything other than a prison son, and I don't need to be anything other than a prison son, and one. Now there's a boy, and where I'm coming from. I don't want to be anything other than what I've been trying to be lately. All I have to do is just be me and have peace of mind. I'm tired of looking out and what I gotta do and who I'm supposed to be. I don't want to be anything other than me. I'm surrounded by empires everywhere I turn. I'm surrounded by imposters everywhere I turn. I'm surrounded by identity crises everywhere I turn.
Revelations tomorrow. If that's the case, he doesn't know to acquire it. It's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, how could you offer it up as a carbon? After all, the ish kiyak is based on Kodesh Hamrach. The says that a person will consecrate his home. This is talking about the evaluation. Right, we'll go ahead and consecrate his home.
I'm going to notice.
So to the you consecrate.
I don't want to be anything other than what I've been trying to be lately. All I have to do is think of me and I have peace of mind. I'm trying to work and I know wondering what I gotta do and who I'm supposed to be. I don't wanna be anything other than praise. And to be. I came from the mountain, the process of creation. No generation, baby, greater song. Now I'm telling everybody. I don't wanna be anything other than what I've been trying to be lately. All I have to do is think of me and I have peace of mind. I try to look around who's wondering what I gotta do or who I'm supposed to be. I don't wanna be anything other than me. I don't wanna be. I don't wanna be. Wanna be. I don't wanna be. Being honest with everyone. I don't wanna be. I don't wanna be.
You need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car money, you need or whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it as so it's interesting.
Yes, I'm here. How are you?
Fine. So Gemara says, that's the zoning.
I'm well, thank God. How are things going for you?
Besides that, with Rabbi this Shmita transaction, the idea that's happening over here is that something can only be destined for limited status by the Shemitah case, ultimately received by the Esnon zone by the Parliament case as well.
100%. You're always welcome. Absolutely. Alex.
Very interesting. So let's say same thing. Moving gives
Excellent. Wonderful. If you ever need me, you know where to find me, okay?
The beer is scheduled for Wednesday.
All right.
On Tuesday,
take care, my friend.
She's she consecrates it. She didn't offer it up as a carbon, but she's makdish it. So what's the status now?
Shout out to Alex. Alex knows what thought is. Really? Oh yeah. What's it mean? Oh, it means like crazy shit in Arabic or something. What's it mean? It means like hitting a fucking bee's nest with a baseball bat.
To hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish it verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? Now, in other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being because it's gone, the animal is gone. Being makdish, ultimately again, it is still here, it is still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was makdish it? Again, because I must say, you heard the shaila is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the bia occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an esnam zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the bia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdish it. Wednesday the bia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the bia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an esnam zona or not? So we're saying Rabbi Eliezer. So we'll say, going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right? Rabbi Eliezer, Shekadma Behikri Vasa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Esnam Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time that the dia occurred. Dafka Hikri Vasa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. About Shason, low. But from Rabbi Elazar's statement over here, that if she was makdish, but the animal was still in existence at the time that the dia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Esnam Zona. Much the Gemara says, no. Rabbi Elazar's mistake can be quiet. The truth is, this Shaila is Mamish Shaila the Blazer himself. And the Gemara says, "Man, Miksha Pshita Rabbi Eliezer Daki Basal Daka Baki Shasal Lo Daki Sim Shasbia." Because Rabbi Eliezer said that the only time it doesn't become an esrog is when the animal was offered up before the bia. Because by the time the bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated it. If the animal still in existence at the time of the bia, in which case halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an eslam zona. Of Yoma, Kekrivasa Pshitale, Vikishasa Masatale. Well, maybe obviously she offered it up and it's falling under this kind of bia. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an eslam zona. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says take it. So we're really not sure. So interesting, we have to both say what comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with eslam zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an eslam zona, as a harvest payment, there must be transactional use, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately again it is not considered